welcome back. It's been a hot minute, but yet we're here, Heresy Hangout once again. This is Jason speaking, and I'm joined by
RJ, yours truly.
Yep. And so we're excited to bring you the next chapter in the exciting event that is the Horus Heresy. This episode will be covering Book 5, which is titled Fulgrim, and it's obviously about Ferrus Manus. I mean,
our favorite.
No, it's obviously about Fulgrim, which he's like Prince. He has one name. He doesn't have two names.
Yeah,
it's not like a surname. It's just
the Primarch, formerly known as.
That's all you need. All right, so just a quick timeline thing. It kind of takes place. It's kind of like taking place during the first like 2 to 4 books ish, and then a little beyond. So as we move through these books, there's tons of them. So you'll see a lot of these stories are like taking place congruently with other stories. So this one kind of takes place then around book 2. There's things that happen in book 2 and 3, and a little bit after 4. So before we head in, just this standard business to take care of. So check us out on YouTube, Instagram, any podcast app that you'd like. And if you want to hit us up on Gmail, we're at theheresyhangout@gmail.com. All right, so we'll jump in. So this book was published in 2007, so keeping in congruence with the rest of the story, just moving along. So this one's got 510 pages, though. So this is the beefiest so far we've seen. I have like my notes here, a full 100 pages more than other novels.
Yep.
So
doesn't feel like it. Doesn't feel like
it's
it.
We'll save like the grading and all for the end. But yeah, I think this is a great book. It obviously was a little slower. 'Cause I'm taking notes and all, but it didn't feel like a slog. You know what I mean? So. Okay, so this was written by Graham McNeil. We already seen Graham McNeil. We met him when we covered False Gods. Just a little quick refresher on Mr. McNeil. He was born in Scotland, and he has written books for Horus Heresy that can obviously this current book, False Gods, also written Mechanicum, T-Sons, which was the New York Times bestseller. So I think that's where they're getting their everyone has it. New York's best time selling novel series. I said it in air quotes if you're not watching. But so I think that's the only one I've seen that has actual New York Times bestseller. He's also wrote The Outcast Dead, Angel Exterminatus, Vengeful Spirit, and Crimson King. And then as we move on, we'll jump into, as we always do, we'll take a look at the cover. And before we started, we were discussing this. It's once again, the layout of the book really blocks, which I would feel would be, if you're looking at this as a painting, this is the focal point that you can't even see on the book. So I don't know who is the layout manager, if that's a real term, whatever. But
who's the art director?
Yeah, the art director needs to get a stern talking to because, So what are we seeing here? It's kind of generic.
I mean, like
it's cool. You know what I mean?
So like, if you look at the actual like paperback book, you only see literally half of the picture, which like
in the back can't even see.
Yeah, like it's a little mind-boggling. So you're looking at very obviously a bunch of Space Marines and they're fighting, and you're like, okay, par for the course. But if you look at the actual cover art without the obstruction, you're looking at a proper Space Marine on Space Marine violence.
So maybe that was planned because because by this time you've known this.
There's their heresy.
Yeah, they're heresy already. So if you see the full painting, it's a battle scene, red sun going off into this. It could be a nuclear explosion. I don't know, but it's like dawn or it's dusk. You got on the right side, you got Space Marines in dark armor. Wink, wink. Those are the Iron Warriors. We haven't met them yet, but that's who they are. On the left side, you see the boys in purple who we've met before. So they're fighting Emperor's children. Really close range, I feel, for that guy with the big gun right there. See the guy
you got
really close to be firing that giant weapon.
Like a Juggernaut right there too. Yeah. Like they're like within 10 feet of each other.
They seem very close to be firing weapons. Like they should just be punch each other. And then in the background, you have these two dueling figures. And if you've been reading up so far, you could tell that the one with the hair and the purple is Fulgrim. You don't know who the other person is. I know who he is. RJ knows who he is. Most people probably know who he is. But if you're just sticking to the books, you don't know who he is. But hint, it's another Primarch. Because obviously they're the same size. So I feel that's a big. I don't know. Maybe it was on purpose. I don't know. Because like this is cool. The shot on the book.
The front is cool.
And also, if you were flip it and put this image, and then the rest of it would be messed up. So, but yeah. So. Nothing too shocking. I think it's cool. I think it's one of the cooler ones. I like this better than the first two where they were kind of like those. Felt like computer generated.
Yeah,
like,
they look like I said, 80s rock band cover,
yeah.
and then you get this actually looks like an orchestrated, like almost like Napoleon painting battle scene.
Yeah.
Like it's very expansive. You can see like there's a little more details, and you can tell like who's who in the combat instead of like these like giant just non-generic space.
Yeah, and this really like shows like like the different legions.
Yeah.
And stuff, and and so I think it's a good one. I still like the last one with the giant monster. That was my
I don't see
favorite.
any evil space monsters, so I'm a little disappointed.
All right, so without further ado, as some say, we'll get rolling into it. So this book starts off part 1. It's called The Perfect Warrior. No hidden things in the personnel dramatatis as last one. So everything seemed up and snub. I'm still upset about Malgahurst getting dissed like that. But okay. All right, so we start off with chapter 1. We're some people now. I know you don't like that, but we're humans. This gentleman here is named Ostian.
I will say they write humans like Graham McNeil does a good job in this book, at least. I don't know what I've said in the past about his other books. Probably not great things, but I appreciate the humans. I'll go in more detail on that later, but I won't complain as much.
Okay, so we meet Ostian Delafour is his name, and he's a sculptor. He's in his shop, and he's staring at a big block of marble, and he's doing the sculptor thing, like visualizing what will be in there. He's described as a slight man, tight black curls, earnest face, long narrow fingers sheathed in silver metal. So I'm not sure if that's a glove he's wearing or that's just how he's like set up, but it helps him do his sculpting. He's joined by Serena DeAngelis. She's saying they mustn't be late for a recital they're going to by another person named Becca Kinska. Sorry for spitting these out quick, but they're reoccurring characters, so you'll get to know them all. Now, Serena is described as a natural beauty, long black hair, oval face, dark eyes.
She's hot.
Yeah, she's a smoke show, I'm sure. All right. Serena's happy to hear that Ostian's ready to sculpt, and so too will be Lord Fulgrim. He'll be happy that he's ready to sculpt because he's the one who like commissioned this work. So we can assume that we were probably on a Emperor's Children ship. You got these fancy artists. Unlike in the previous books, they were more like writers and stuff. These ones focused on like Serena's a painter, Ostian's a sculptor, Beck was like a musical composer.
She's the Beyonce of
I picture
their
the
world.
lady from The Fifth Element.
Oh,
I know it's not, but like she has blue hair. You know what I mean? But so they're kind of going back and forth. Ostian asks her how the portrait was coming. Serena is she's commissioned to paint a portrait of Fulgrim. Fulgrim wants him to do this massive sculpture. So they're kind of like they're like the top tier remembrers on this ship. You know what I mean? And they're kind of like under the spotlight because they got to do all this big stuff for the big dogs. As they're talking, Ostian notices Serena's scratching her arms, and not like a scratch like mosquito bite. Like she's scratching like emo style.
I get like borderline tick. You can tell it's irritating and like hurting.
Yeah, and he imagines he wishes that he knew how he can help her from harming herself. So it's not a thing. All right, so then we jump to Becca. So Becca Kinska is described as wild blue hair. She has discreet surgeries that beautify her, featured sculpted by good breeding, and she also has aural enhancements. She's kind of like a cyber fucking chick.
I picture It's not rocket science, guys. They made her look like a pop star, but in science fiction like terms.
And she's a composer and a singer. So she's on stage in a large concert hall filled with 1,000 people. You got remembrancers there, Terran adepts, nobles, imperial officers. Ostian doesn't really want to be there. He's not a really big fan of Becca, and we'll see why later. But then Serena reminds him that Becca likes him, like air quotes likes him. Also, everyone's like, her performances are legendary. So she's like this generation or this universe is like Beyonce or something like that, where everyone's like, clamoring to see her, And even the Astartes there. So we meet First Captain Julius Caesaron. He's there at the concert. So as it starts, Ostian is now enraptured by emotions. He's moved to all these emotions by the songs. A noble in front of the whole assembly hall is seen whispering, and like Becca in like standard like diva fashion like stops the whole show And she's like, I'm not playing, I'm not playing for such pigs. So, because, how dare you,
speak during my performance.
Yeah.
Such a flex. Love it.
So, this guy's name, this is not a name, but I'm the 6th Marquis of Terawat, which is I don't know. He's
I'm the 4th cousin of the neighbor's emperor's
He's like
dog.
some badass, he's like some big wig. He demands that she, that she plays, and he's like, nope, ain't having it. She's not going to have it. Crowd's getting upset. So now we're getting to a little uproar. People want her to play. She's like, I'm not playing. This guy, they're arguing back and forth. And then a voice cuts through the crowd calling to Becca Kinska, and it's Big Daddy Fulgrim.
Love him. The Fulgrim.
I said, he's Fulgrim. He's looking so pretty. He's all dressed up. She agrees to play, obviously. You know what I mean?
He can't say no to dad.
Yeah. So everything moves on from there. All right, so now we jump to it's a battle on Atoll 19. So what's an atoll exactly?
So an atoll, it's an island. Only reason I know, is I'm a nerd who has no, obviously I do this. If you know anything about World War II, just picture like a long strip of sand. It's not necessarily
like Midway Island?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not like there's not land on it. It's like just a strip of sand in the middle of nowhere, like an atoll. Okay. That's a good way to describe it.
All right. So we're here with Solomon Demeter. He's a second company captain. So there's an open. This is the opening skirmish against they're called the Lairn, atop of floating coral atolls, topped with towers of crystal coral. So these things must be pretty permanent if they have crystal coral. But so it's floating atolls. Mm-hmm. So it's like a floating island. Is that the best way to? Okay, got it. All right. So Demeter calls to his second command, a guy named Gaius Kyphon, relaying they won't be getting any support and they need to strike out alone. It looks like the Larans hacked their Vox network, so these people are these Xenos are kind of advanced. It's not going well. A Stormbird was shot, barely made it down. They had no idea how anyone else is doing. Each floating atoll has a plume of captured energy deemed necessary to capture them intact. So you got these palaces, and they're like, in my head, I picture like a light coming out of them, I guess.
Yep.
Like shooting up, you know what I mean? So the Emperor's children want this stuff, you know what I mean, for some reason. Solomon comes up with a plan, and he's like a hot shot, you know what I mean? Like they'll mention a couple times in this book. So his plan is like he's gonna go up the middle. He's just gonna just rush it.
Big new idea, guys. What if we just attack? Hear me out.
It almost works until the Lairn do a counterattack. And then we get a little intro to them. So the Lairn control a system. They're the first Xenos encountered by the Emperor's children after they left the tribe of Olenor. So that's where we're at in the grand scheme of things. So soon after the Olenor, we all remember Olenor. I hope if not, look it up on your own. So just a little backstory. The Emperor's children, they're really down with Horus. So Fulgrim's not mad that Horus is the War Master. They like the fact. An old accident at the inception of the Emperor's children almost destroyed them, and they were really small. They were like 100 or 200 when they first got found. So they were like kind of interjected with the Sons of Horus. They've been like rolling with them dudes like forever. You know what I mean? So they're definitely wink wink. They're on his side. You know what I mean? If you didn't know.
And again, we are book 5. It's no secret what's happening now.
Yeah.
They do a good job of this is the way we're rolling. Let's keep it moving.
Yeah. So first contact with the Lair determined they're high tech and capable. The Council of Terror recommended the Lair become a protectorate. So they said, hey, let's not try to fight these people or these Xenos, since the war will be costly. But Fulgrim said no way, because super proud. This is his first he's rebuilt all his boys up. The gene seed folly, which you can look up, it was like an accident and made these guys die and stuff. So now he's back, full strength, and he's like, the first Xenos I encounter, we're not going to back down from. So, all right, chapter 2. Where are we at? All right, so we're on the Pride of the Emperor, Fulgrim's flagship. We got some other ships around them. Fulgrim's Virtue, Androgynous.
Yes, Androgynous is here.
Always there. First Captain Julius Caesaron. So, like I said, a lot of these are brand new people to most of us. You know what I mean? So far, at least that's Fulgrim, But we'll get to know him. His equerry and a retinue are making their way for a thing called the Heliopolis, which is it's just every one of these dudes have their own area where they hang out. So this is like, what was that thing called? Lupercal's court.
Yeah.
This is like his Lupercal's court. We got a quick description of inside the ship of Emperor's Children, which is kind of cool because it's very lavish. They marched along a wide processional way with pale walls of cool marble and towering onyx columns, their surface inlaid with gold lettering that spoke of battles won and glories gained during the Great Crusade. The pride of the Emperor was to be Fulgrim's legacy to the future, and its walls bore the history of the Imperium carved into its very bones. Statues of the Legion's heroes lined the processional way, and gilt-framed artworks commissioned from the expedition's remembrancers brought much color to the cold space. So, I think we mentioned this in one of these before. I think I pictured like a Victorian palace.
Oh, 100%.
You know what I mean? That's what inside the ship looks like.
You could film Hamlet in this thing.
Okay. All right, so we're Joyce. Joyce is upset the fact that he's not down the planet. That he's also mad that Fulgrim wants this done in 1 month, and that the Emperor's Children are taking heavy casualties. So he's not happy the way things are going. Although he is still apprised, he approaches the Phoenix Gate. It's a big gate depicting the Emperor giving Fulgrim his symbol, the Imperial Eagle. So if you don't know that, Emperor's Children, it's already a cool name for the Emperor. Emperor's Children, but they get to wear the eagle, which is like the Emperor's personal symbol. No one else has that. You know what I mean? So that's kind of cool for them. So we jump back down to the planet. Solomon is fighting with the lair. He shoots one in the face. He's thinking of how many variations he's seen. So in my head, I picture the what are those things called from Death Guard book?
Oh God.
Whatever. You know what I mean? Like the different variations of creatures, flying ones, aquatic ones, and then. I got here is a picture of a Laren. So if anyone's listening, I might put it on the video, but it's like a snake. That's what it is. It's like a snake, man.
It's a real complex image.
But yeah, it's okay. So it's like it's got 4 arms, human arms, torso human, and then a snake body. And his face is like kind of like think of it a gray alien, kind of a little different. Its mouth opens in the sharp teeth. But that gives you a kind of good understanding of where we're going with, you know what I mean? So, all right, so they're fighting back and forth, So they're advancing, they're getting green fire shot at them that disintegrates their armor and all. So these guys are like no pushovers, you know what I mean? They get so close, they switch to blades, and now they're fighting in a melee. Emperor's Children fight with cold clinical application of force and discipline, which is their normal. A violent tremor throws Solomon off his feet, and he wonders if the atoll is crashing. He gets up to his feet, climbs top of a rock. He's attacked by another Laren warrior. Then we jump back. Julius now is meeting with other expedition officers in the Heliopolis. His place has gold columns, intricate mosaics, silk banners. Everything's purple and gold. At the meeting, we got high-ranking army officials, Mechanicum adepts, remembrancers are all in attendance. I made a note here that Fulgrim is like one of the few people who like loves these remembrancers. Yeah, most of the people are like, no, some are like, no at all. I remember the Death Guard were able to like dodge them, like, oh, we're too busy. But he like,
he literally called the paparazzi on himself.
Yeah, he
like
loves
that.
Yeah,
he's that guy.
Yeah. His Julius equally doesn't like them. Julius tells him that the importance of the arts, and but he prefers war. So a lot of his guys, they're all in the same boat. They like, they're fancy boys. They like their pictures taken, and they like having, paintings of them and stuff like that. All right, so Fulgrim enters the Heliopolis with his senior Lord Commanders. The place erupts in applause. They're all wearing like togas. You know what I mean? It's just funny.
It's his ship. I mean, like, it's not like they don't see him a lot.
Oh yeah, the eruption in applause. Yeah, it's so weird. It's like all right, so yeah, like these level people like probably see him a lot, and they still like, oh,
he's here, he's here. It's like, yeah, we get lunch, bro.
Yeah, god damn.
He made it.
So Fulgrim briefs the assembly on the value of the system and how the lair have answered only violence. Army Commander Fail asks to speak and interrogates Fulgrim as to why the attack. So he knows about the Council Terror saying we should have dodged these people. You know what I mean? Like, what's going on? He wants to know what's going on. Fulgrim says it's a scouting mission and he ain't having it. He knows it's BS. He's accusing Fulgrim of declaring war without consulting the Council. What of it, he says. Should we comprise my honor because the fight may be dangerous? So this is the first time I kind of like noticed that is like, are they supposed to like report back and be like, hey, is it like, Congress and you know what I mean? Like, are they, because like he says, you did a war without consulting the council. And then as if that's a normal thing, and then Fulgrim's like, well, I don't care, like, what is it? But I felt like they were like able to just do. I thought they were going to kill everyone. First of all, I didn't know this protectorate thing. I was like, what?
Okay, what do you not understand about war in the stars?
Like we're supposed. I thought we're supposed to kill everyone.
There's shit out there, and I gotta get it.
Kill the Xenos, right? Is that our saying? Like,
isn't that like the deal?
All right, so they're going back and forth, and Faye kind of backs off because he's fucking arguing with a primarch. You know what I mean? So Faye senses anger, he apologizes, but it was all orchestrated by Fulgrim to get him to shut up. He knew like these guys are thinking like 5D chess, 4D chess, 5D.
5D. No, he's on 5D.
Yeah,
we don't even know anymore.
So Fulgrim asks, he turns it to Julius, says, "Are his men ready?" He says, gives him a hearty yes, and then the war is on. So what we're seeing now of Solomon is just a scouting mission, even though they're fighting. They're shooting each other.
Really subtle scouting.
Really covert, scouting mission. And then Fulgrim declares that in 1 month they'll win. Earlier, I didn't mention this, but they thought that the fight would take 10 years.
Yeah, they're like, oh yeah, we could like narrow this down. We could streamline this. 1 month.
Don't worry. All right, so we jump back. Solomon is like locked in combat with one of the Lair warriors. The Lair scores a hit on his side. He roars in some kind of alien language. Solomon tears his arm off and stabs the creature, killing it. He climbs back up to the battle and sees the Emperors are losing ground. He yells to his men that they shall not be shamed in failure, and he runs into battle, fighting with ferocity while they stand firm against the tide of the Lair surrounding them. So he's like Rambo, That's Rambo.
They're like gets. It's that scene where like it's like slow motion. He looks around, he sees his brothers dying, and then he goes, "What if we just don't lose?
Yeah, what if we just win? Come on, I see him on Rock, like, guys, what if we just win?" They're like, "Whoa, yeah, boom, boom," and they all just. All right, chapter 3. You want to take this one?
No, dude.
No,
yeah. You got this. I don't have my chapter breakdown.
Okay, you're good. All right, so now we meet Marius Verosian, third captain. So these names are kind of weird. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to call them by their first names: Julius,
Marius,
Solomon, Marius. I'll say the full name the first time, but then that's too much. All right, he's the third captain. He takes in the death toll of securing his objective. He lost 9 guys, so he's working under Solomon. I'm sorry. He's third captain, so he's working not like he's not in the company. He's his own company, but he's working under Solomon. He attempts to contact Solomon. He's not getting anything. He's like, he knows it's probably Solomon took off his damn helmet because he always does that. You know what I mean? Like he's just we're seeing how more Solomon's like this bravado guy. So. And Marius doesn't understand that. Like, why would anyone do that? You know what I mean? I'm like, this is the first person I've ever seen in any of these books who like hasn't make any sense. They all take their helmets off in the game and everything. Everyone get their helmets off.
It's cutscene. It's the cutscene.
Yeah. He contacts Gaius Kyphon, which is like second command to Solomon, and he gets him because he's smart. Keeps his helmet on. Kyphon updates Marius on the situation, their general location. An explosion pops off in the distance, and Marius knows that it's Gaius Kyphon, giving him like a landmark. They climb the roof and they're starting to make their way across towards the second. We jump back to Ostian and Serena. Serena?
It's Serena. Just Serena.
Serena. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Serena. They're watching the assault craft leave the Proud Emperor. So now they're watching the main body of the war go down. Well, like I said, this is not this was the scouting.
The subtle recon.
Yeah.
That they sent.
Ostian marvels at what an ocean planet looks like, and Serena's not very impressed, but she's not realizing that, like, so she's been to other planets. Ocean's from Terra, and if fun fact, there are no oceans on Earth.
there's
I don't know if you know that, but like,
alleyways.
Yeah, like right now, like so we're 2025, we're all right now, but in the year 30,000, there's no more oceans. So he's never seen an ocean. You know what I mean? So he's like, he's like seeing the planet from a distance through the view screen. He's like, wow, this is really cool. You know what I mean? She mentions another planet's beauty and her remorse for not being able to paint the landscape just right. As she speaks, she digs her pen into her arm.
Oh my God.
Enough to make her bleed. So
I love it.
So I mean, just dropping hints. So I forgot to say in the beginning. So I think this is like a horror story. So just if you're listening to this, just think that. Just put that in your mood, in your mind. It's kind of like a horror story. It's the way this like develops. I think.
It's definitely like, and it's not like spooky.
Yeah, there's no ghosts.
It's a good like Evil Dead, like the thing kind of vibe where you just something's off the whole time, and your kids gets revealed slowly.
All right, so we now we're back on the planet or the atoll. Gaius and the boys are overrun by the lair, and then these things keep on like popping out of like holes or like fucking what do you call them things? Gophers.
They're like, and they are basically like snake people.
Yeah,
so I picture them just kind of like coming out, like little gophers, smacking them, and then just go back.
And go back in. Yeah, the atoll shaking some more, sending guys flying around. Before the lair can really advance a big strike, the guys who are on the roof come just crashing down. And they save the day. Marius gathers Gaius and his crew off to find where Solomon went to because he's probably off trying to kill everything. Solomon now is regretting removing his helmet because he has no comms.
Wow! Yeah, big surprise.
Yep, he has no comms with his flanking squad, no comms with his boys. He can't break through the lair. He kills one lair with a chainsaw. It gets stuck, so he beats another with his hands. So it's getting like pretty desperate. He hears gunfire. Solomon looks to see, and luckily for him, it's Marius and the boys coming to save him. They kill the remaining lair. They secure the area. As of course, perfect fashion. As they kill the last dude, here come the rest. The drop ships start coming down. Like, oh, we're here now.
The attack of the clones, just they're all.
Yeah. Fighting's done. Now we're coming in. You know what I mean? All right. With the capture of Atoll 19, the campaign can begin. This is going to be like their home base in a center. Their fob, I guess. Lieutenant Commander Faye. So the army troopers are coming down, arrive. They're called the Archite Palatine, so like fancy army guys, like special force army guys, as well as Mechanicum adepts. So, massive machines, level areas, construct runways. So when we talk about atolls, in my head I'm thinking small, but it's obviously not small. It's huge.
We're in 40K, and they're like,
everything's big.
Atoll, it's probably the size.
Because when I think of, I said Midway Island atolls, it's always kind of small. I mean, Midway Island you can land a plane on, but that's all Midway Island really is.
Yeah, to them, Cuba's probably like an atoll.
Yeah,
they're this is a really small place.
So now, like I said, this is going to be their forward operating base. They got the Mechanicum come down to make runways and all this stuff, and getting ready for the full invasion. All right, we jump back to Ostian. He remains behind at the observation deck. Just imagining like the wonder of the blue planet, because the planet pretty much is like there's no like continents. It's a bunch of those floating atolls all over this ocean planet. Bekwakinska comes up, kind of sits next to him, linking her arm under his. And he doesn't really like her, you know what I mean? She's really, in my man, he's like more like a recluse, and she's like very forward,
very showy.
But he can't help staring at her low-cut dress, and she doesn't mind at all. It's not like she's like, hey, man. No, she's like, she knows what she's doing. She's like... Becca, amidst the excitement of war, gets her all hot and bothered. And Austin's like, I don't know what you're talking about. This is crazy.
You're like, we're watching mass murder.
Yeah, like, you're getting horned up because there's people going down there to murder an entire species. She continues like trying to flirt with him and tells him she wants him here and now. And Ocean's like, whoa, like backs away. So, he's not interested at all. But he also doesn't want to defend. He seems like a really nice guy. I mean, he's like but she's just way aggressive for his taste.
And like, we get reoccurring characters like this throughout the series of just like, I don't want to say voice of reason, but it's just perspective. Like, you have like a person who's a little more grounded.
This guy, yeah.
A little more grounded than everyone else. And Ostian's like, hey, like...
That's the guy.
I'm not trying to be a dick, but like, you're trying to bang me because we're watching people die, like, storming the beach.
And here, like, they're on an observation deck, next to the embarkation deck. You know what I mean? So there's poor servitors
going to bump into me, dude.
Poor servitors got to work out there and be distracted. But yeah, so he backed away and trying to be nice, but she looks pissed because like she's probably never been rejected in her life. She's got the robot face and the beautiful, you know what I mean?
Beyonce.
Yeah. Ostian insists he must go and meet Serena. Becca assumes they are lovers and he pouts, so she's like, no, fine, go see Serena. You know what I mean?
Yeah, go to your Serena.
Yeah, so she's not happy. All right, so we jump to chapter 4. The cleansing of the land represented the epitome of Fulgrim's quest for perfection. Each battle was bloody, but the Emperor's children continued, capturing atolls and studying dead Laren as victories continue. Many works of art were commissioned to commemorate. So what happened is the war is now, but what do you say? 2 months? 1 month, right?
1 month.
So we haven't hit that, but they're bouncing atoll fighting, and as they kick ass, people are painting paintings.
Yeah, they're like. And
the Battle of Atoll 12 was amazing, and this, it's like Julius Caesaron is smashing the face of this
snake person.
All right, battles fought on many biomes. This was cool. This is super cool. Battles fought on many biomes. Floating atolls, we know that. Ancient structures, we got that. Orbital platforms, that's usually all these places have like orbital platforms, right? Underwater.
We're there. Water
They're
mission.
underwater.
We got a water mission.
I wish they would go into more detail.
No, they just throw that out there.
Yeah, like underwater.
They played it smart. You ever played a water level? It sucks.
Yeah, but like that's just so weird to me. Julius Caesarov found a pattern of floating atolls. They were in orbit around a central atoll. Some guessed it was some seat of governance. Fulgrim studied it, and his big brain realized it's not a place of governance; it's a place of worship.
Ooh.
So okay, now we jump to we're on the Pride of the Emperor, which is the big daddy ship, in the Apothecarium, which is like the hospital, and we meet Fabius Bile again. Here's Fabius Bile, and he's dissecting one of these snake people, a Laren warrior. He has sent for Fulgrim, and his suspicions since Atoll 19 are confirmed. Fulgrim is fresh from battle, so he comes up, and he's like covered in blood and stuff, and he hasn't been stopped fighting for weeks. But and he's kind of pissed, like, "Hey man, what the hell, dude? Like I'm down there kicking ass. Like, this better be good." And he's like, "Yeah, dude, it's good." He states that Laren are like the Emperor's children in their quest for perfection. He's been noticing that like so many are like genetically modified, and it's obviously done by them. You know what I mean? So like they're trying to perfect themselves inside their bodies. It's like amazing. He thinks it's crazy. He admires it. Fulgrim rebukes him for suggesting that the Emperor's work, is imperfect. Fabius Bile said, "This guy is really smart. He's still around. He's still alive, all right, and he's really smart. He's so he knows how to talk to people. He says, no, not imperfect. But what if we can just make it better?
Yeah, it's like it is perfect. Like that's the best it could have been, but we're gonna make it better."
And then he reminds Fulgrim of the accident. I have a note about that. This kind of goes into like deeper lore of Emperor's children. Our beloved Legion was almost destroyed at his birth. Don't you remember? An accident destroyed nearly all the gene seed and went into our creation. But what if it was imperfection rather than an accident and brought about such troubling things? And do you remember what the Emperor told you when you learned of the accident? "I do, Apothecary," said Fulgrim. "My father said that it was best to have failure happen early in life, for it would awake the phoenix bird within me so that I would rise from the ashes." So what he's saying, Fabius is smart. He wants to do his little experiments. He's having Fulgrim, kind of give him another angle to think about it. He knows it's a risky move, but it works out because Fulgrim says, "All right, if you can enhance the gene seed, that'd be good." Fabius thinks that they should try to move closer to perfection, and then Fulgrim tells him to proceed. And I got a note here that said, like, this is kind of like, I feel was like the first step. So this is before any kind of heresy. This is heresy, I'd say. I don't know. Right? I don't know.
I think
so he's giving him the okay to modify their gene seed with alien stuff. I say that's bad.
I mean, okay, like you said, Fabius is really, really smart, but I think he knows how to play the people he's talking to, because Fulgrim is a absolutely self-obsessed perfectionist, and if he even has an inkling that something's not absolutely just perfect, he's gonna at least try to pursue it. I think that's what I think.
What's kind of cool though is he played. Okay, remember the last book how we learned that first Captain Typhon was already in the warp fuckery.
Oh yeah,
right. I don't think actually I've read recent books about Fabius. Now obviously in the common lore, Fabius lives in and out of the warp, but he doesn't really deal with the chaos gods. He's never been hey, I'm with this guy. So I wonder this guy seems like twisted evil on his own sense.
He's like Hannibal.
He's not being whispered to by the gods of chaos. He's just hey man, I want to do some crazy shit.
I'm kind of down to just cut and get kind of weird.
Yeah, that's what I feel like. Which is kind of cool because everyone else, you eventually learn oh, he went evil because Korn did. This guy just nah, man, I just want to do some crazy shit.
Just for the love of the game, bro.
I just want to make people scream and then your bones melt when you scream. You know what I mean? Just do it. All right, so now we're in the Heliopolis, and a thing called the Brotherhood of the Phoenix is meeting in the Heliopolis. All the captains who are not in battle are currently there. Everyone's looking tired. There hasn't been any rest or respite in this war. It's been fighting so much. They speak of the losses, how tough the fight is. They go back and forth. Marius isn't a fan of Solomon's jovial demeanor when so many are dead. Saul is generally hurt because he is who he is. They kiss and make up. They're like, just like kind of back and forth. All chatter stops as Fulgrim enters. Well, like
clapping it up, clap it up. All
and
rise.
he enters with Lord Commander Vespasian and our old friend Lord Commander Eilon.
My favorite.
Yeah. The circular table was designed to diminish rank, but they all know who runs. And this is their warrior lodge. This is the warrior lodge. Mm-hmm. This is the Emperor Children warrior lodge. So unlike the other ones, where it's more like you didn't see Horus come in till the end. Remember, like Horus like showed up, like, hey,
yeah, surprise.
This one is like, I run it. Yeah. I'm the boss. I'm Fulgrim. You know what I mean? He welcomes them to the meeting. And we jump over to Becwa. Becwa's in our stateroom. She's sulking over her blank music sheet, her rejection by Ostian, and she's like, oh, he's going to pay. You know what I mean? So she's like a narcissist,
Total narcissist.
Yeah.
Like, self-obsessed.
Yeah, It's like, this guy, wouldn't fuck me,
He wouldn't bang me on the loading dock.
In front of the servitors?
What a loser.
So she thinks joining rooms was exciting as well as expected. So, narcissist again. She was so bored of Terra. She said she did all the carnal and narcotic pleasures she could on Terra and hoped the galaxy would bring new raptures. And it had for a while. And this is like just this classic.
But like, okay, hold on. Like you're at the seat of like the seat of humanity, the best place in the universe, and you're like, what if I get on a boat in space? And there's
so I think they're trying to drive home like how much of like a what's the word?
Hedonist.
Yeah, like hedonist is. She's like she lived her life of lavish in Terra, did all the drugs, did all the stuff she could, and then they're like, hey, you want to go out into the space? There could be space drugs.
What about space drugs?
Space coke.
You already banged all of Atlanta, so might as well get up there and
you can go bang a snake guy. You know what I mean? All right, then we jump back. We jump back to the the Brotherhood of the Phoenix. So the captains greet Fulgrim as the meeting begins. The Emperor children got the lodge from the time of the Luna Wolves. So this is where the lodges have spread. But in Emperor's children fashion, only warriors of rank can join. And I wrote here. I was like, "What's the point?"
Yeah, it's the same dudes who were wearing togas clapping, but now they're like, "Hey."
So it's like, "Hey, we got this thing where like everyone can come join and hang out and decompress." I'm like, I like that, but not those fucking guys.
Not the lower guys.
Yeah, not the enlisted people. Like,
we need.
Like, well, isn't it just like our meetings? Yeah, it's just another meeting. We get to wear a different toga.
It's our casual togas now.
I don't know. It's so funny. But, all right, Fulgrim tells them the war is almost over, and yes, many have died, but allows others to move closer to perfection. Jeez, no heart, man. Like, geez, come on. So with that, he says, hey, we got some new blood. Okay? Introduces new members into the Brotherhood of the Phoenix, and, so they're captains, obviously, you know what I mean? He answers the first. The first is a modest-looking, and he looks uncomfortable, and it's Captain Saul Tarvis, our old friend. The second, who looks all cocky, he's got a good swagger, is old Captain Lucius. So so this is kind of, now we're going back in time. This is where these guys are new captains, you know what I mean? So this is right when they kind of made captain. So Solomon immediately likes Lucius. He's like, oh man, this guy looks like he's got the stuff.
He's got it. He's got
stuff. And he can tell that Saul Tarvis is just a line officer.
He's like, yeah, I love that. What a way to describe someone too. It's like he's just a line officer.
He's just a line officer, dude. You're like I feel like in my head they're like just barely above an enlisted person.
Yeah,
like you're lucky to be here. You just never go. You know what I mean? So yeah, Solomon also, like many others, think, and like him, even Saul thinks he's a line officer. Whatever. Fulgrim continues that after the lair they'll link up with the 10th Legion, which is the Iron Hands, and they're all excited. Now tell them the rest. So he Lord Canarlon interrupts me. He goes, now tell them the rest. He's pissed. He's pissed at something. You know what I mean? I said brass balls. I was like, damn, dude, you're going to interrupt fucking Big Daddy? Fulgrim looks mad, but he continues. He goes, all right, well, yeah, since he, as he said, Lord Commander Eilon, Saul Tarvis, and Lucius and their boys will depart to go on some planetary governors at request of the War Master. So pretty much he's like sending them on like a freaking little
bug hunt.
Yeah, like hey, go. These governors have a couple problems. Go see. And I wrote here, no, this is that for us readers during that time is where they'll find the planet of murder.
Yep.
With the bugs. You know what I mean? They don't plan to go to murder. They just find it because they're in a beacon. Mm-hmm. They found the beacon. All right, Lord Commander Eilon's pissed. He's not happy about that. He says, enough sadness. All right, let's talk about let's feast to our victory over the Laren, because that's what they do. You know what I mean? So they haven't won yet, it's weird that they're doing it now as they're fighting. They usually do it before the fight even starts. They'll have a feast to their victory. So it's funny. I don't know.
I remember like that note, which was one of my favorite things I read about was the feast before the battle to their victory. I'm like, God, you pretentious.
I wonder if that's like, I mean, I'm not a super history buff. I wonder, like, I can picture in my head, I can picture like Romans doing that for some reason.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if that's real or did these guys make that up, because that's really cool. I like that. Because it fits so well. It's like, these guys would 100% have a party to the victory before
and like they have a lot of like Hellenistic like vibes, because he's like the Phoenician, and he's like everything's very classical. So and they wear togas and
I mean, like everyone tries to attribute like real world like like, and usually the Ultramarines are considered like Romans, but these guys, I mean, maybe more Greek. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like I don't know, but because they wear togas, and then in my head I picture like like they still have columns and all, so I picture that, but also picture more lavish, like what I think the Victorian stuff, like So. All right, so we jump into chapter 5. We're at the final assault on the Laird's largest on the Laird, the largest aerial assault of the Great Crusade. So just it's kind of cool,
pretty big.
Thing. Fulgrim flies in on his ship called Firebird, specially designed, fucking gold. You know what I mean? All that, very fucking.
And it's named the fucking Firebird.
Yeah,
really, like a Pontiac.
It's the greatest. It's the greatest. It's gold. Solomon and Gaius are in their own Stormbird. I mentioned like in the Stormbird is like mosaics of Emperor's Children battles inside the fucking plane, dude.
You have
like,
someone handing out warm towels.
Yeah. Saul doesn't like that they don't like that they fly in. Like this is nuts. You know what I mean? He wants to get up he wants to get up there. This is crazy, they're flying. He goes to the flight deck. Everything's going as planned, but he can't shake this bad feeling. He's got something, something's not right. Like something terrible is going to happen. And as in writing happens, he gets shot on the port side engine, but they're stabilized. All right, wait, we're hit. I mean, we're good. All right. Then the engine explodes. Kills the pilot. Co-pilot's on fire, but he's still trying to fly, which is like fucking badass. He's just like, so now, Sid, everyone's different. Remember, we've seen ones where the pilots are like sucked into the, like
they're
servitor installed. I think this implies that these are like the boys.
These are like guys.
Because other ones like there's tech marines, you know what I mean? So like they usually do the driving and the fixing. So maybe they're tech marines, I don't know, but yeah, it's cool. So this co-pilot's on fire, but he's still trying to, the Stormbird hits the water, and that ends there. We'll see what happens later. All right, so the last of the Laren defending their stronghold in Atoll. The Atoll itself is like screaming. It sounds like so there's just a screaming like coming through the air. Joyous fans out, and so Joyous, Caesar first captains, so obviously they're the Terminators. So they fan out in their Terminator to attack as planes destroy part of the temple. Tanks are being landed. Julius sees Ancient Ralenor. We've seen him before, right?
Love him.
Yeah, he was in there, but yeah, Ancient Ralenor. So Ancient Ralenor's there wrecking. They see the Firebird screaming over, and Julius orders his men like, hey, we gotta fucking go to Daddy, follow it. You know what I mean? We jump to Marius. Marius on the other side of the Atoll. He's having a tough time than the first. Too many of his gunships were shot down. He doesn't know how the Laren could have surrounded them. By the excess of noise and color, he doesn't want to understand the Xenos. It's a dark path. So like the Atoll screaming, and like it's like in my head they said coral, so I picture like pink-ish, but like I think it's like in my house when they keep describing it, I imagine like it's a kaleidoscope of colors, like as if the freaking building itself is like it's like the building is like a rave, just like shooting out like
disco ball rave light shows. Your buddy's getting shot.
Yeah. All right, Julius, we're back to him. He feels overpowered in his Terminator armor as they're smashing through him. These guys can't stop the Terminators, obviously. He feels the defenses oddly lacking, as if they aren't trying very hard. They press on to find Fulgrim, with the tower noise growing louder and louder. So as they ascend to this like central spire, that thing that Fulgrim said was a place of worship, this noise is getting louder. But like they're not noticing speakers or anything. It's just like as if the island itself is like screaming. They find a tunnel through the coral and enter. At the end, Joyce is in a wide valley of pink coral with a large twin-spired temple that broke through the clouds. In the center of this valley, there was Fulgrim and his Phoenix Guard. So like they're kind of like, now they hit it, man. They're in the center of this giant temple over there trying to get to. Joyce sees he's surrounded, and he rushes in. Him and the Terminators rush in. Fulgrim and his boys are killing like en masse. Just like Fulgrim's never seen a battlefield more frantic. Pink mist covers knee high, and the mist smells sweet. And the screaming is blasting from the windows of the temple. So yeah, there's a raid going on there. It's party.
Fulgrim's like, man, this shit's crazy.
This is crazy, dude. There's like this fucking mist and this blasting music. This is fucking great.
This is awesome.
He has a momentary thought that they were led here on purpose. The pink walls resembling the maw of a carnivorous plant. So he has this weird thought, like, wait a minute, because remember we saw Julius said these guys aren't fighting that hard. You know what I mean? They're not like defending this to the death as if this is important to them. They're holding out, but they're slowly losing. Fulgrim's happy to see Julius. Soon more Emperor children pour into the valley, and they start pushing toward the temple. The standard bearer is struck, so they don't mention these too often, but so every one of these things, like picture old battles, there's one poor dude who has to carry
the stick, man.
This stick with this big banner on it, and if that falls, that's not good.
It's a wrap.
Yeah, it's a wrap.
Sorry.
So he's hit. He's hit, and then Fulgrim grabs it. So Fulgrim's got it now. Holding it high, the sight of it on fire fills him with rage, but the eagle atop still flies. And he screams at it. He's like letting everyone know, like, hey, the flag might be burning, but, our eagle is still there. They form a wedge formation, and they push toward the temple. Laren fighting with insane, with no regard for themselves. And now they're kind of like throwing themselves at the Emperor's children. Fulgrim declares, we have them now, my children, as they push into the temple. So inside is dark, unnaturally swallowing the light and sound from outside. It's as if they passed through some kind of barrier, like it's super dark inside. Fulgrim presses on, no care or unaware of the effect of the darkness is having on the rest of his guys. Being inside a place of worship was repugnant to Julius. His anger is rising. Fulgrim states that he can feel there's power here as he removes his helmet, as many others do. They always remove their helmet.
Guys,
this is a pink mist, man. Like, come on, dude.
You're in space.
Oh yeah, I guess they gloss it over because they must check that out first.
Oh yeah,
that'd be hilarious.
Do a little air sample.
And then they take the helmet off and then it's like Total Recall, like their face gets sucked out. Like, oh, we lost Fulgrim.
Yeah. They send one servitor down. Hey, just pop the top off really quick.
Let him out the door. See what happens. All right. The deeper they venture in, the light slowly returns. Up ahead, they hear music. Like a demented, like a million demented orchestras are playing a million different tunes. So I always find this funny because like as we'll see more and more, there's no music I can to give myself because it's supposed to be just noise. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like they said right there, a million different orchestras playing a million different tunes. So it'd be annoying. It'd be really.
It would be a literal cacophony of just assaulting your senses.
Yeah. All right, so they enter a large cavern. Julius covers his ears as a cacophony of sound and light surge at him. I said it's a raid. That's what I've been saying the whole time. I got that. The walls are lined with strange statues. Every inch of the wall is covered in weird murals. So it's kind of like their shit, you know what I mean? But weirder, you know what I mean? Hundreds of Laren writhe on the floor in a Xenos orgy. Many lounging around, apparently on narcotics. Julius follows Fulgrim's gaze to a sword and a black stone at the center of the cavern. It's long, silver, scaled like a snake. Pommel has a purple stone. Shoot that thing. You know what I mean? What are you talking about?
Picture 100 T-1000s surrounding your orgy, and it's hey, they clearly didn't kill the mood, and they're in the middle is a giant sword.
Yeah.
You probably should just destroy the giant orgy sword.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah. Yeah, I picture like Indiana Jones snake pit. Yeah. And then the humanoids just somewhere back smoking joints and stuff, and then in the middle of the sword, and it's I gotta get that sword.
I kind of want that.
That fucking thing is nice.
That thing looks sick.
I like that. That's nice. All right, so Fulgrim believes they're protecting the sword, and Julius thinks no, the sword is making them crazy. That's what he thinks. You know what I mean? I don't think I can't remember. I don't think they speak to each other. I think it's just in their heads. They're Fulgrim moves to swoop the sword. Julius wants to cry out, but he can't. He hears a voice. Let him take me, Julius. Jesus Christ, dude, that's crazy. Julius feels something isn't right.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, he's the voice is telling me.
That's not right. Not bad.
I don't think this is cool.
Yeah. He could feel a charge in the air, a breath on the wind that howled around the temple's interior, a pulse in the living walls, and the cry of release as a blade slices open an eyeball, the caress of silk on bare skin, the scream torn from the mouth of violated flesh, and the bliss of agony as it takes pleasure in its own mutilation. Julius cried out as sensations of horror and ecstasy filled his head, a delirious laughter echoing through the chamber. though but he appeared to hear it. He looked up from his agony to see Fulgrim's fingers slip easily around the sword's handle. A sigh, like the ancient winds of the emptiest desert, filled the chamber. Julius felt a tremor run through the temple, a shudder of release and fulfillment as he watched Fulgrim draw the blade from the block of stone. So he takes a sword, like a dummy.
And Graham McNeil hit a really good nail on the head. I almost, like, when I first read this one, I read Clive Barker's Hellraiser.
Oh, yeah. I like Hellraiser, man.
And I was like, wow.
Like the original Hellbound Heart, right?
Yeah. I was like, whoa, this is,
it's very,
in my opinion, honestly, a better description of, given I had 5 books of laying foundation, but I was like, this is a really good description of just like how destructive hedonism can be.
But yeah, so he takes the blade and then he tells his boys, let's kill these snake people.
I got the sword. Let's do so.
That's all we need, right? All right, so part 2 is called The Phoenix and the Gorgon. Chapter 6. Now we're somewhere else, man. This opens up with a Astartes named Captain Balahan of the 10th Legion, which is the Iron Hands. So since this is like the first time we ever even talked about the Iron Hands, I'll just give a real quick overview. So they were formed at the end days of the Unification Wars, and they used to be called the Stormwalkers. They're led by the primarch named Ferrus Manus that was found on a planet named Medusa. And it's a highly volatile planet that has frequent earthquakes and volcano eruptions. The Iron Hands have a reputation for being relatively straightforward and incredibly harsh. Infamous for their extensive use of bionics, which has helped them bring them into a close relationship with the Adeptus Mechanicus. And they coined the phrase, the flesh is weak. That's like their thing. Once accepted as a member of the Legion, they cut your left hand off and put you with robot hands. I thought that was cool as shit.
It's like, God, I want that robot hand so bad.
I want to be with a robot hand so bad. All right, so Captain Balahan, whatever, on the ship Ferrum, silently admiring the enemy they're hunting. So now we're somewhere else with these guys. They're hunting another enemy. He's standing at his command post as he had for 60 years. Its bridge is Spartan, every surface glistening, pristine, no ornamentation. So they're like Death Guard, but like clean. That's what I think. Because Death Guard's like bare and gritty. These guys are like, no, man, servers are polished. That everything's everything's all the brass is polished and everything's nice and clean, but it's not like fancy. It's just like metal. It's like a kitchen table, like professional kitchen.
Professional kitchen, yeah, super industrial, but everything has its place.
All right, so this hunt began when the Iron Will found a sizable fleet, which surprisingly had human operators. They were revealed to be part of a larger conglomeration of vessels of ancient Terra origin. They're called the Diasporex, as they call it themselves. So it's like a bunch of different humanoid kind of people that have gone together. Ferrus Manus himself declared the discovery opportune, and contact was established. Unfortunately, this barracks incorporated xenospecies, and then the war started.
Yeah. Oh, damn.
So close. No, actually, so being of the forgiving type, Ferrus Manus offered them. They said, "All right, cool. We'll take all the humans into us and put you on Imperial worlds." And they're like, "No, we're good.
No, we have a life.
Yeah, we have a world."
And they're like, "Ooh,
okay, sorry,
you guys know what genocide is? Well, we'll show you."
And that's where the war actually began. So Balahan's ship was the Vanguard. He's a seasoned sea captain of the icy oceans of Medusa. So he's like an old fucking salt guy. Balahan's stark and unforgiving, wearing a white wool cloak. Both arms are mechanical. Flesh is weak. I got that. Yeah, what fail. All right, so they're closing in on 2 targets. There are 2 cruisers of the Diasporex. They dumped cargo containers in hopes that that would like make them lighter. Space, I don't know if that matters, but anyway, to seep away. Balahan ignores the debris, and he knows what they're trying to do. So he moves in for the kill. As he's moving in, a bunch of alarms blare. There are enemy ships behind him. Come on, dude. Come on,
it's
bro.
It's a trap.
Come on, dude. It says 60 years in space and all them years on the ocean, dude. Like, come on, bro. Easy, man.
First day. I remember my first space battle.
Yeah. God. All right, so he enacts defensive measures as any more torpedoes are launched. There's no way to stop them all. So the other Iron Order ship, the Ironheart, is under attack as well. Torpedoes hit the Ferrum. They return fire. And it kind of like goes... that's where that one ends. Now we see Ferrus Manus stands nearly naked, being oiled and shaved.
Dude, so again, Graham, brother.
I wrote on my notes, I wrote, what the fuck? Oiled and shaved?
He's like, you golden boy, lather me in oil.
I know. I can't remember if it tells you who does it or not. You know what I mean? But like, is it servitors or is it some poor dude who still has his left hand?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Yo, you want that robot hand, dude?
Yeah, how bad you want that robot hand?
So I got a little description of Ferrus Manus here. Ferrus Manus towered over his servants. There's his servants, so it must be people. The servitor would be obvious. You know what I mean?
These are people.
His knotted flesh pale as though carved from the heart of a glacier. Scars crossed his skin from the wounds he had taken in battle, for the primarch of the Iron Warriors was never one to shrink from leading his warriors by example. His close-cropped hair was jet black, his eyes like glittering silver coins, and his features were battered by centuries of war. Other primarchs might be considered beautiful creations, handsome men made godlike by their ascension to the ranks of the Astartes. But Ferrus Manus did not count himself amongst them. The flesh of his arms and hands shimmered and rippled as though formed from liquid mercury that had flowed into the shape of mighty hands and somehow been trapped there forever. That's cool. I think that's super cool.
That's cool.
He's got like metal. I like this guy. He's pretty cool.
I mean, yeah, he's down with the freak off, dude. He's got the oil guy. He's like, where's my oil guy?
He's like, yo, oil me up, shave me. I in my head, like, I get it. It's funny. In my head, I think it's like the machine part. Like,
yeah,
I can't. Like, I'm a machine. I can't have hair. And I need oil because I'm a machine.
I also it was the Nacho Libre guy. He's just Ramsey. He has this guy. He's like, Ferrus is number one. Is he getting oiled up?
Yeah. All right. So his chamber's cold, made of obsidian, stone, and glass, mimicking the icy tundras of his home world. We see First Captain Santar. Is that him who's fucking oiling him up?
Yeah. Hey, congrats on the promotion.
Yeah. He's filling him in on the trap that was sprung, just we read about. Santar relays Balahan is here to apologize and give up his command. So he's like, like a true captain would. Yeah, I fucked up. I'm ready to, fire me. Ferrus Manus says he should take his head. So this guy don't play around, dude. Santar replies, maybe his arms. You know what I mean? Like, he's less useful with no head. Like, they're kind of like, I think they, like, it's funny because they said they're very stern and all, but they do have, like, within themselves, they have, like, a little bit of fun. You know what I mean? Ferrus smiles, placing a hand on his buddy's shoulder, thanking him for cooling his often volcanic anger. What punishment is fitting? So, I know. We'll appoint him an Iron Father to co-command. So, real quick, Iron Father is like a chaplain.
Yeah. And
that's not going to make him happy. You know what I mean? What's Balahan? He's going to be like, fuck. There's like someone over his shoulder watching him. We get a description of the Anvilarium, which is like the Heliopolis, which is like the fucking Lupercal's Court. It's this one that was like a mighty forge, hissing pistons, clanging hammers, smells of oil and metal. This is 2 months since the sneak attack, and they're no closer to beating the Diasprex, though no more ships are lost. At this assembly, we got Santar with his Varni clan, which is like they kind of roll in clans. Soldiers, army officers, mechanicums, the Morlocks. The Morlocks are like his personal guard. They're Terminators. They just call themselves the Morlocks. I can't. That's from something. It's from a movie or something. All right, they're waiting the arrival of Ferrus. Huge gate hiss opens, one pistons. Ferrus Manus strides in full armor.
Clap it up.
Clap it up, dude.
Clap it up.
Yep.
All right.
With his hammer, Forge Breaker. And with him is Sistor, a sister, which not sister. The name is Sistor. Sistor. He is the master of Astropath. His right arm is robot in honor of his high rank. Hey man,
Jeez.
You made it. Come here.
He's like, hey, I just graduated from Astropath school. All right, cool. Hey, put your hand out.
Arm out, dude. The whole arm, dude. Not just a hand. That's too bad. All right, the chamber has no tables or chairs.
This court sucks.
Yeah, Ferrus Manus encourages active debate as war council. Ferrus Manus has news of other legions. So Imperial fists are heading home as Praetorians for Big E. There's confusion about that. Like why they getting sent home? This is kind of news. Like this is taking place kind of like right after the Olenor thing. Space Wolves out there kicking ass like us, and everyone's like, yeah, because these guys kind of like similar style. Emperor's Children. Ferrus Manus smiles broad as he announces the Emperor's Children and Fulgrim are on their way to meet up. And then those two are like best buddies. It's funny. I feel like every time I read, it's like, oh, no. Horus is best buddies with Fulgrim, and Fulgrim's best buddies. Like, come on, man. Like,
Fulgrim's a little hoe. He's a little friend slut, dude.
But yeah, so they're going to meet. They're going to meet up. And the legend goes that these guys met on Terra way back in the day under Mount Nadoriana. And they kind of like postured up and then they forged. They're like, oh, I can make better shit than you, and no, you can't. And they like made each other's weapons in like 30 days straight of forging.
It was so. I pictured the Forge and Fire show. I don't know. It's they're all staring at each other with a hammer on the anvil. Yeah,
so I got quick. Yeah, so the end, Fulgrim made exquisite warhammer, which is the forge breaker, and then Fulgrim, Ferrus Manus made a golden sword. What do they call it? Firebird, I think, or something like that. Firebrand or something. I don't know. I have it later on. All right, so they swapped weapons. They became best of friends, and then that's where they're at. Okay, so he tells them that they're here because we have been weak, and the Iron Hands are like, what? They hate weakness. They're like, what the hell's going on? He says, why we failed? Because we can't do it alone. We need help. And weakness, it's not weak to ask for help. He's doing very good, that's a big, positive leadership.
That's a big move. That's a big daddy move right there.
So Sister tells him the Emperor's children are almost here, and they're all happy because then we'll fight alone no more. All right, we jump to chapter 7. We're back at Ostian. He's in his workshop, and he's working on his slab of marble. He's hacking away at it, and his thoughts keep turning back to Bekwa and all her bullshit. He thinks back to the day when Serena and him were on their way to an embarkation deck and go planet side to the Laren world. So this is he's kind of thinking. Like, they tell you the story after he's thinking about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't know the story yet, but some kind of shit happened with her and Bekwa. So this is going to be Osin's first visit to the planet. So he's like super happy. They're like, kind of like we saw before. Remembrance got invited down to the Whisperheads. You know what I mean? But now it's like they're going to go down to this planet. So giving out tickets. They chat how lucky the Emperor Children's love Remembrancers. Other legions don't even allow this kind of crap. You know what I mean? Ossian comments on the ferocity of the battle. Rumor he has heard of the in La Fenice. La Fenice is like the retreat on the Vengeful Spirit. It's like where the Remembrancers hang out. It's called La Fenice. So they meet first captain and 2 iterators on the embarkation deck. One of them is Coraline Ascensa, and Serena doesn't trust her. So she looks pleasant enough, but she remembers, like, because she's like pretty, so he remembers the encounter with pretty ass Bekwa, so he's like kind of wary of her. Julius gives them an eloquent brief on what to expect down there, and the iterators begin getting names, so they're kind of like taking, hey, you're on this ship, you're on this ship. Coraline tells Serena that she is on Perfection's flight, which is like in one of the ships, but Ostian's pass is revoked. So it's like, they got a little, I just remember the scan going, nah, not you, dude. And he's like, what the hell? Julius kind of like mouths up and says, yeah, well, I was told by fucking old Bekwa over there, you're not allowed.
Hey man, I don't know what you did to piss off the pretty lady, but
the pretty lady's not gonna have it, buddy. Get out of here. And then he says, as he looks over, Bekwa's blowing him a kiss.
It's like, what the fuck?
He's such an asshole. He insists Serena still goes. He's like, hey, Serena, you go. This guy's like such a good guy. He's like, hey, you go down there. And he's taken back to his studio where he's like, just gets wild on his marble. He's like,
I'm going to make such a good rock. You guys don't even know.
Okay, so now we got, so now here's Solomon again. Remember last time I saw Solomon, he crashed the ocean. You know what I mean? So Solomon is here, and he's staring at the walls of the med bay while his bones heal from the ocean crash. He gained consciousness here after the fight was over, and he could tell that the toll was high. Joyce is there with him, and they joke how Solomon said the gods of war wouldn't let him die on that poor planet because he almost died. He crashed in the fucking ocean. Joyce wishes he could have been there. Joyce looks grim and says, "No, the temple was sick, man. Like you should be glad you weren't there." It felt alive, both horrible and magnificent. All my senses were stimulated, and I felt energized by the experience. Solomon asked Marius what Marius thought of it, but the third failed to reach it in time. So this kind of will play in effect later, you think about it. So Solomon never went in the temple, and Marius never made it to the temple. And then think about that when later things happen, like Julius was in the temple, Fulgrim was in the temple. You know what I mean? All right, Marius, he's ashamed that he didn't make it, so he's been like drilling his boys like crazy ever since. Like they've been getting back, like you idiots,
we gotta be better.
March,
we gotta be faster.
Yeah, gotta be faster. Just running.
We missed the snake orgy.
We're running the O course every day. Julius mentions the rendezvous with Iron Hands and how he and Marius will be at Fulgrim's side to meet Ferrus Manus. This is standard thing, just like the last guy, like Nathaniel Garrow. He gets, oh no, I'm getting up. Get up.
Oh no, I'm
now
good.
They say this guy's in a bed, so he gets a bed at least. Remember the last guy? He had a what was it called? Like a recovery throne.
Yeah, a little back to tank, right?
Joyce says, "Yeah, get out of here. There's no way. He's go to sleep. Get out of here. He's, I'll sleep when I'm dead. And he says that. It says, I'll sleep when I'm dead. And I thought of Roadhouse. Remember that movie?
Yeah, I'll sleep when I'm dead.
All right, so now we jump to the boys meeting with Ferrus Manus on the embarkation deck. Joyce is there. Marius is there. He's looking sad. Gaius Kyphon's there. He's standing for Solomon, so he's super happy. He's like, I never get to do this. You know what I mean? 4 other captains there. Lord Commander Vespasian. Fulgrim. He's all dressed to impress. Joyce happy to see Fireblade on Fulgrim's hip, not the other sword. So that's the Fireblade. That's the one that, of course he'd wear that now. He's got to.
He's here meeting the guy.
Boy, you know what I mean? But, yeah. So maybe he's like, maybe he took it to put in the museum. You know what I mean? So who knows? All right, Joyce takes a moment to admire Lord Commander Vespasian. He's regal, angelic, stern, immensely likable, tempered with rare humility. So he's like the opposite of Lord Commander Ilon. Everyone likes him, and he's like really humble and all this stuff. As they wait, Lord Commander tells Solomon of the origins of Ferrus Manus' nickname, the Gorgon. So legend has it, at the Imperial Palace, they brought in a bunch of art. Fulgrim was delighted, while Ferrus was like, this is a waste of time. Fulgrim laughed, declaring Ferrus Manus a terrible Gorgon. If they don't value beauty, they would never appreciate the stars they're going to win back. So just like, it's like a nickname for him. Yeah. All right, he emerged from Stormbird with his with a craggy featured warrior and 4 Terminators. Julius is shocked by his sheer bulk. He's a rugged giant. His width and height unimaginable, even next to Fulgrim's slender frame. His armor was onyx colored with a cloak of billowing mail, his face carved from granite, and his scowl turned to a smile at the sight of his brother. Fulgrim smiles back. Everyone's smiling. Everyone's happy. They give big hugs. You know what I mean?
Bros.
They go meet to each other. Ferrus Manus introduces Santar to Julius. They're kind of like, first in command kind of thing like that. They get to know each other. Julius can learn from Santar. He's kind of insulted by that. Like, what do you mean I can learn from this guy? You know what I mean? Talking about, he's like, he takes it offense, but then he catches the mischievous style from Ferrus Manus. He's like laughing about it. So it's kind of like the guys are kind of they got some humor to them. All right, we jump to chapter 8. Now they're meeting for business. All right, so they meet in the Heliopolis to discuss a strategy for the Asprex. Fulgrim's claim that they're being too direct, chasing a comet's tail. So they can't catch these ships are too fast. They can't catch them. They keep on trying to go after them to get away. They pull that trap on them, stuff like that. It's surmised from Santar that they need fuel, but no one understands how they're getting fuel. So that's what they're kind of figured out. They're like, so we've been chasing these people across the area for so long. And where are they getting fuel? You know what I mean? Where am I at here? Okay, so they figure that they must be getting fuel from the sun. So they got these solar collectors somehow, and that's how they're going to figure out. They're going to figure out where these things are, and they're going to spring a trap from there. So we jump to Fulgrim and Ferrus Manus. They're in the private stateroom of Fulgrim. It's got beautiful paintings, antechambers filled with marble busts, spoils of war. One area is less ornate, Fulgrim's private art studio, where the lair blade is on a table. Fulgrim finds the sword exquisite, although the gem at his pommel is crude. Perhaps he will replace it. He dismisses the thought immediately. Feels like it would be an act of vandalism. So it's like creeping. Yeah, this is.
Don't touch that.
Don't touch that thing.
Don't touch that. No, it's fine. It's fine the way it is.
Ferrus Manus thinks Fulgrim's ship has become more art gallery, although he likes this group of images. Inquires who took them. This is kind of this little nod. He says, Fulgrim says, Euphrates Keeler from the 63rd Expedition. Like, cool little shout out.
Little MCU moment. Whoa. I'm getting the team together.
A little multiverse here, yeah. He doesn't like the abstract paintings from Serena, finds most art a distraction. Fulgrim disagrees. People should create art and beauty. That is why the Imperium will stand for immortality. Ferrus Manus points out some not as beautiful as others. He goes, what about those paintings? And then he's like, those are fucking mine, dude. He fucking clowns on his buddy's painting. He goes, he's upset because they're his. He's like, would he not be? I was like, that's why I wrote here. I was like, wouldn't he be good? Aren't they good at everything?
Yeah, and he's like, some of these are, kind of.
Those are good. I like that one.
That one's dog shit.
I don't like that one, but it's good. What the hell is up with that one? Yeah, it looks bad. He's like, shut up.
That one's mine.
All right, so they're kind of speaking of Gossick. They're like, hey, man, why do you think Imperial Fist got sent home? Like, I don't know. Maybe Horus knows. Fulgrim reminds Ferrus Manus, like, it's War Master. You know what I mean? Ooh. And he's like, oh, sorry. You know what I mean?
didn't know we were using our fake names.
Yeah. And then that kind of prompts Fulgrim to say, hey, well, did you want the title? And Ferrus Manus is like, no, absolutely not. The weight of that responsibility, if anyone can do it, Horus can. Fulgrim states that not all are happy, especially Perturabo, Angron, a couple others that are not happy. Ferrus Manus says they bitch no matter who they choose. They toast Horus, and a voice in Fulgrim's head says, he's a sycophant and easily swayed, making him blink at its force. So now, that's the first time he's starting to hear voices. This is kind of crazy, you know what I mean? Just like the voice his buddy heard, you know what I mean? Like about the blade, you know what I mean? He's hearing voices, all right?
Let it take me. And like,
let him take me.
And he's like, I don't like that.
All right, we jump to Fabius. He's moved his research lab to the Androninus, as we saw in, I think it was book 3, all right? They're keeping it hidden, okay? So now Fulgrim's cool with it, but like, let's keep this on
Keep on low. Keep on low. Keep on low.
Okay, Lord Commander Eilon, he's in on the thing. He shows him the hidden lab. Fabius is curious to why the personal interest. So Lord Commander Eilon's like, hey man, I want to be the first to get the upgrade, dude. I want to be
juice me up.
Yeah, juiced up, super soldier. You know what I mean? Because when you unlock the mysteries, I want to be the first. Faster, stronger, indispensable right hand to Fulgrim. They all just want to
just be better for dad.
Daddy,
They all got daddy issues, dude. Every one of them.
Fabius smiles at the memory while working on a dead Emperor's children. He recently discovered how to link the nervous system with the pleasure center of the brain. That's probably not going to be bad, right?
I see no issues. I see no issues.
He said, and he says here, he didn't know how that was going to help, but he just thought it was cool. Like, it's fascinating.
He's out here crossing wires. Man, if I get punched in the face, he gets aroused.
So with the layer 1 over, there's lots of gene seed to mess with. You know what I mean? Many failures, but tide was turning slowly. Fabius thought once finished, Emperor children would be the greatest warriors, and he would be celebrated as chief architect by splicing with Laren hormones. He had fat organs growing that would strengthen the skeleton, allow for supersonic shrieks. He already made a drug. So this is kind of cool. So he made a drug that's been given to the Legion to increase strength. So he's made like Adderall. So you can give Adderall. So that's out. That's like production. Like, hey, Fabius Bile Adderall. You know what I mean? Like,
Fabius's biles.
Yeah, it's his biles. And he's happy because he's thinking this is like, I said earlier maybe like evil, but I think maybe he does have good intentions in a weird way. He's like, like he's a doctor, so he's like, hey man, like if I can make us better through surgery, then why not? I don't know. You know what I mean? All right, so we jump to Serena. Serena's in her studio. She's frustrated. She's trying to paint the Laren sunset. The red isn't right. This is crazy.
Oh God, yeah.
So she went to the planet. Remember? So she saw the Laren sunset and it was beautiful. The red's not right. She picks up a piece of wood and she cuts herself. Only the pain made anything real. She looked pale, tired. Her studio's a mess. She was enraptured after the Laren visit and painted frantically until collapse. When she awoke, the paintings were shit. So like when she it's like she's drunk as hell when she made like, this is cool.
Yeah,
and then she wakes up sober. She's like, no. She thinks back to the visit, how incredible the city of coral was, the vast ocean, the temple. It was a remembrancer's wet dream. Alien smells, pink mist, inside covered in murals. She hears music, follows. So this is like her back in the temple. She's hearing music and she follows deeper in the temple. And from nowhere, her anger boils. She sees Bekla. She beelines for Bekla. So she's mad at Bekla, but it's like almost unnatural, like how like how crazy mad she is. She rounds a corner and is stunned by terrifying beauty and awesome energy from lights and sound and temple. Beck was in the center with music pouring over her as she records it. It's called a Vox Thief. So she's like, pretty much, the temple is like making a concert. She's like recording it, you know what I mean? Using a memory as motivation, she tries to mix that red again. So she cut herself, right? So a drop of blood mixes with the paint, and that's it.
There it is.
That's perfect color. She cuts herself some more and mixes in with the paints. And now she can really begin painting. Crazy, dude. I like the Evil Dead, like that. That's a good idea. Like it's like a slow burn.
Yeah, the whole time, like definitely getting crazier.
Yeah, not like when I said horror story, I wasn't. Yeah, it's not like boogeyman come out of corner. It's more like a psychosis kind of thing. Yeah, you know what I mean, like creeping in. All right, so now we're in a training cage. Solomon and Marius are training after Solomon's time in medical, so he's back up. Now, Solomon's back. He's not full, but he's whatever. He's heard about this drug that'll be administered and how he feels about it. Marius repeats the party line of, "Hey man, Fulgrim says it's good. Good to go. FDA approved. Dude. You know what I mean?
Fulgrim approved.
Yeah, Fulgrim approved.
Fulgrim daddy approved.
Yeah. Solomon expresses his dislike to take a drug. He doesn't know where it came from. Anti-vaxxer, dude.
You gotta say, hey man, careful, dude. Careful.
Marius laughs it off. He says, all the gene enhancements on us, and this is where you draw a line. You know what I mean? All them shots you
in
got
boot
in
camp.
boot camp, and then this is where you draw. That's so fucking weird. That's funny.
He's got, dude, you got 3 lungs.
Yeah, you got 2 hearts, bro. Come on, dude. Solomon declares they were created in the image of the emperor. That's entirely different. He just doesn't like it while voluntarily. Fulgrim said, so it's voluntary. He said all senior officers should take it to send the right message. So it's voluntarily to the masses, but he wants all his big boys to be like, if you guys take it, then all the rest of the dudes will take it. So Solomon relents the match in Marius. So he's not full of strength. They're kind of like fighting it out. He says, soon he will win. You won't, replies Marius with no irony. He's been training the third hard since the shame on the atoll, and with the drug, he'll be even better. Solomon can see the yearning to atone in Marius' eyes, tells him it wasn't a failure. Marius disagrees. Until the third can atone, the third will follow Primarch's orders without question, no matter what they are. So they're all in. They're like, hey man, we're in
the bottom.
Yeah, we're in the doghouse right now. We gotta take Fabius's Adderall so we can get back up.
Daddy's go pills.
All right, so chapter 9, the Ferrum, that ship that we talked about earlier, got the surprise. They're out hunting the Desbrax solar collectors. Balahan knows he deserves the rebuke, but still he doesn't like the fact that he has to share with Iron Father Diedrich. And this guy's largely largely mechanical, working towards he's almost fully mechanical. He's almost full robot.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The scans finally find something. Balahan excited to break the monotony of searching. Diedrich suggests an attack on the collectors, but Balahan advises they alert the fleet like they're supposed to and wait for more ships so they don't slip away. Back with Julius, he's making his way to the office of Evander Tobias. So this is like he's again in a library. Mm-hmm. So there's a big Library Congress. So they all have Library Congresses on them, gigantic libraries. So yeah, 3-deck long library, so large the green marble pillars march on into the distance. He passes a seat at Bekwakinska, so she's in there, got her headphones on, blaring the Laren Temple track, manically scribbling on music sheets and smiling. He leaves her like, whatever, dude.
Yeah, he's like, hey, Mozart over here is drawing on this table.
So he finds Evander. Evander is he's I think an iterator, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's old yet regal. He's OG. He's OG iterator. He trained the best, but lyrical cancer took his shout, so he can't be like an iterator anymore because he can't really speak. He was the prime iterator, and he was prime iterator, and he got cancer, and he recommended his best pupil, Kirill Cinderman. So Marvel Universe again. Legend says the Emperor came to his bedside and ordered the best surgeons and cybergeneticists to give him his soft mechanical voice. So he's got a robot voice given him by Emperor.
From Dad himself.
He likes that Evander calls him my boy, even though Joyce is like fucking hundreds of years old. He thinks of Evander as a father figure he never had on Chemos. That's where they're from, the Emperor's children. Joyce is troubled by the Lair Temple, vile alien, but with a horrific attraction. He came to Evander to help, and he pretty much kind of like goes through. He tells him about these writings by a guy named Cornelius Blake, and it's kind of like these like he writes humanity must indulge in all things, kind of like writings of a crazy zealot back in the day who's kind of like feeding into like, hey man, maybe it's cool to do like
whatever we want.
Whenever we want. You know what I mean? You know? Julius replies that since Emperor has shown the imperial truth, is there any need for that stuff? And he says, no, it doesn't need to be dogma. It could be from a regime of social value. So studying these words, are they dangerous or are they not dangerous? We must know all truth, separate the good from the bad. So he speaks like Kirill, you know what I mean? But I think a little more on the darker side.
Yeah.
As they're talking though, he gets a little beep, 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 beep. They found the aspect, so he's got to bounce. Fulgrim paces the room in anger as sounds from a dozen Ronocasters. So like I pictured like a old what do they call it?
Projection.
No. Why can't they? Vinyl.
Oh
Vinyl,
yeah.
So they're playing the sound, filling his senses, and wild imaginings and undreamt possibilities. He's like having like a fucking fit or something. He's mad that Ferrus Manus acted alone against his perfect plan for Diasporas. His thoughts turned venomous, and he felt a chill of having them towards his closest brother. Ever since the Laren Temple, his thoughts turned inward, dragging out an acid resentment he did not know existed. He thought maybe it was an Laren trap or a touch of a psyker like Magnus, but concluded it was his subconscious. How many others could lay claim to such an honest counselor as their own mind? He turned the volume up. No tune or melody, but primal in its intensity. So he just listened to crazy,
white noise. Yeah, it's like baboon screams.
Yeah. He thought back to Bekwakinska crying on her knees in the temple, recording the music, claiming she would write a marvelous composition in his honor. He thought of the art being created in La Fenice by those touched by the temple. The greatest would be a painting of himself by Serena. Soon the pride of the emperor would echo the music of creation, and the emperor's children would carry it on every corner of the galaxy. His mood darkens as he looks at his failed attempt at marble sculpting. I just feel bad for this poor guy.
It's so sad because he it's like the dude who knows everything about fighting or everything about sports.
He's so good at karate, dude, but he just can't fucking paint a picture. All he wants to do is paint a picture. That's all he wants to do. He said, was he ashamed? Did he have some hidden genetic defect, linked to the earlier accident of the emperor's children?
It's dude could not come to grips with hey man, you're good.
You just can't paint, bro. You just can't do it.
Just put the chisel
There's
down.
so many cool things you can do.
Don't try to do sculpting. Don't paint. You can do everything else, not that.
The battles on Lair had been a vanity with too many casualties. The dead haunted his dreams. Now Ferrus Manus rushes to fight the Diasperax without Fulgrim. And then he hears a voice. He shames you with this display and must be punished. So he's he's hearing these voices. He's freaking out about all these things. He's messing up, and he can't paint, and he killed too many of his guys.
My friend's dying. I can't paint.
Yeah, this guy, and then he's feeling slighted by his brother, and then he hears a voice agreeing with his craziness. You know what I mean? All right, so Julius sees from the display the hasty attack by Iron Hands will be disastrous without the Emperor's children help. So what the plan was, I guess, hey, we find them, get everyone here. Mm-hmm. But the Iron Hands are kind of jumping the gun on it. So.
And here's take a tactical pause. If there's a moment to seize the initiative and you're the super hyper intelligent Primarch and you're hey, I'm gonna attack right now. Can you just back me? You don't need to tell your brother.
Well, to come back you up. I think that by reading that part about Fulgrim, it's obvious he's going cuckoo. You know what I mean? Yes, maybe be oh, that was we were supposed to attack together. But I see what you're doing. Okay,
yeah, so
I'm on my way, bro.
Let's go.
Not just listening to 10 musics, 10 tracks at once.
He's got Paramore blaring. And he's got his black eyeliner on.
He's freaking out. You know what I mean? So, but Julius sees that it's going to fail unless they help, because the aspects would escape. The bridge fell off without Fulgrim. Julius' anger rising in the look of unassumption from his fellow captains. So they're all like, we got to do something, but they don't do anything without Fulgrim. They're not given autonomy, I guess, because they're all if he's getting mad, he's why don't fucking someone, we gotta go, and but where's Fulgrim? Fulgrim's crying in his room.
He's
talking to himself. He fought the urge to smash his fist into the face of one of the crew. So this guy's going a little crazy.
He's guys, we need to do fucking something.
I'm gonna kill you. Let's kill a person. Solomon checks in on, hey man, are you all right? And he yells how Ferrus Manus has ruined any plan of perfection. The bridge is startled by his outburst. Solomon felt a thrill at the loss of his control. So he said, Solomon went to the temple.
He saw the snake orgy.
Solomon told him to chill out, man. This could be good. Emperor's children could be the hammer that strike the Asperax against the Iron Hand's anvil. So it could be a good thing. Chapter 10, 1,000 ships battle above Carolus Star as solar collectors explode with the force of suns. The Asperax use ancient and Xenos weapons to form a cordon around the collectors. So here's the scene is they got these solar collectors for their fuel and it cost you, and then they're not running though. They're we're gonna, they have goofy ships. They got I think I described them. They got different kind of ships because they're a conglomeration. So one weapon enslaves Imperial ships, turning their guns on their brothers. You know what I mean? So they got all goofy kind of things that you don't normally see. Until Ferrus Manus figured out the trick and had the Fist of Iron destroy the enemy ship. So they got mind control tricks and all types of crazy shit. The cordon could not hold between the fights, and the many Diasporic captains could not coordinate quickly against the tactical ferocity of Ferrus Manus. So the idea was yes, they are a conglomeration of democratic. But because they're not one fighting force, this is why they're losing.
Yeah, they got to communicate. You have 10 different.
They're yeah, do this, go left. And he's no, we just go right.
You know I'm a fish.
Yeah, I'm Captain Fishhead. But so the Imperials are winning, but the Asperax are taking their fair share of ships. A great hybrid warship begins to take charge. So now something's like churning in these people, and they find whoever Fishman leads or whoever it is, Dogman or the Aspect bares their teeth, destroying Medusa's Glory, Heart of Gold, Iron Dream, Battle Barge, Metallus, and some smaller ships. I love those names.
Honestly, though, those were definitely the weaker ones.
Yeah, they're the pussy ships.
Come on now.
No problem. This creates a hole. So now there's a hole in the line, and then these guys start shuffling their solar, their Tesla batteries.
Yeah, I got the Tesla station out of here, dude.
It almost worked, but who arrives? Emperor's Children Fleet. Unmask themselves. So that it says unmask. I'm like, wait, I never heard that these people can do like the Vulcan the cloaking devices. Yeah, I didn't know that. It says I wrote it unmasked. Whatever. That's weird. Solomon's ready for battle, but ensure the tactical decision from Fulgrim as the boarding torpedoes. God, these things,
dude, I love it. Like
hurl through space. Fulgrim came onto the bridge in full armor instead of ship captain gear. So like he thought it's gonna be we're in space flight. He comes like, nah, dude,
we're gonna clap some
I got my
cheeks.
King Arthur on, dude. Yeah, we go. With new embellishments on his greaves and the Laren sword on him, not Fireblade. Fulgrim declares, Ferrus Manus may have started this fight, but we're going to finish it. I picture him as like very sassy. Like, we will finish this.
We are going to finish this.
Yeah. The bridge is electric with fierce energy. Julius is especially excited. He's freaking out, punching things.
Yeah, just punching a hole in a wall somewhere.
As a Prodigy Emperor charges forward towards the Diaspora's command vessel to board them with Fulgrim leading them. The strategy seemed very vainglorious, but Saul couldn't deny the thrill of like fighting face to face. These guys don't want to fight on ships, too. They don't want to like shoot from ships. His torpedo pierces the ship, burrows through, the assault ramp opens. Within moments, the chamber is alive with battle. Solomon's shooting a bizarre quadruped creature. He instructs Gaius to secure the area as more reinforcements arrive, and he expects the enemy dead. I got a quick description of what that little guy looks like. Alright, the dead alien was heavily muscled quadruped with ochre skin, scaled like a snake's, but harder and more chitinous. Portion of its limbs have been augmented with mechanized prosthetics, and its head was elongated. It appeared to be eyeless, its mouth a dark toothed ringed circle filled with waving feelers. A bizarre armature was affixed to its back, connected via a series of looping cables to its spine and many fingered forelimbs. I don't even know.
I pictured a horse with like a sea anemone mouth, but I also like
you said like
oh
metal?
you got like what's his name Bane cables
Bane
coming out of the back.
Yeah.
And I also picture like this was actually just like a pet. Like it wasn't even like
is this what they look like? No, that's just my dog, dude.
You shot my dog.
All right, the area secures. Solomon tells Gaius he can't understand how the aspect would turn from the Emperor. How do you know about the Emperor? I mean, like these guys are so pompous, dude. Like,
how do you not shy away from the Emperor's will? Like,
and that's why I kind of jumped the gun because the guys like they probably never heard of the Emperor. How could they turn from the god? I never even heard of him. Saul agrees, but he says hanging out with Zeno should be like obviously wrong. You know what I mean? Like, what are these people crazy?
How do you not know to be racist?
Yeah. These men are from old Earth. What could have been? We could have been brothers, but such evil can only succeed when good men stand aside, so their fate is their own. Gaius jokes he didn't know Solomon was a thinker. Before he can reply, Fulgrim walks in. He's coming over. So he lets the boys go in security area. Very like, hey, make sure it's safe for me. You know what I mean? The Emperor's children's ships fight with methodical grace. Iron Warrior ships are more like sheer ferocity. So he's coming in not in a torpedo. He's coming in on his fucking fancy pants ship. So the Firebird moves through the battle space towards this command ship, attracting fire because it's big and it's gold from the Diaspec's cruisers. Destruction seems imminent until the Fist of Iron gets between them, the Firebird and the Diaspec, lighting up the enemy cruiser. The Fist of Iron saves the Firebird, destroying the cruiser, but it takes severe damage, with hundreds and hundreds are dead aboard the ship. The Firebird clamps onto the DS ship, cuts a hole, creates a pressurized passageway, allowing Fulgrim into wreck shop, as he does. Julius watches as Fulgrim deflects rounds from 100 enemy soldiers, all Jedi style, like just bouncing them off his swords, and then he charges into them, a living avatar of battle. His pistol tears through the screaming Diaspects as bolter fire rips through the rest. Fulgrim voxes Solomon's beckoning him. Join me, this will be our finest hour. Solomon and the second make their way towards the bridge, as do Fulgrim and Marius. The Aspects try to defend, but it's nearly impossible. Solomon looks around a corner to see a barricaded hallway with several men, and then he's doing his thing again. He heads down the corridor while he charges up forward while his boys throw grenades and stuff. You know what I mean? The Asper's never encountered Astartes, so a false sense of courage has them remain like they see one guy running at them, like, oh, okay, like,
we can take that guy.
One dude. He smashes their skulls and splits their rib cage at every blow. It was over in seconds with his armor bloody and over 50 on those horse dog.
Those dirty. He's like definitely trying to like not say like racial terms under his breath.
All right, Solomon wants to like hurry and get to the bridge. He wants to be there with his gain some glory because he crashed into the ocean. You know what I mean? Julius is reveling in the fight. A large beast equal to his size and strength. His forearm cracks his helmet from chin to temple, but he dodges another attack and he decapitates it. So yeah, so you got to think like it's not just dog, horse creatures. There's all types of
fish people,
all types
monkey people.
The ache in his head, it felt like wonderful. It felt wonderfully real, like he was experiencing pain for the first time. Unfortunately, one of those quadrupeds snaps Julius's equerry, snaps his spine, kills him. He grieves for his brother real quick, but then, Fulgrim's dancing through combat, slaying these guys as easy as a man might kill an insect. Julius had never felt such physical joy from combat or such excitement and grief. As much as he would miss his equerry, he reveled in the sensations his death had stirred in him. Was it the new drugs or the Lair Temple that had awakened such sensations? Whatever it was, he was glad to have them. Solomon charges through the door and onto the bridge. This is where the main fight's happening. The room is comprised of dark iron arches and crude machinery. The fences are easily overthrown. Solomon sees another horse quadruped creature strapped to a command throne, cables and wires hooked up to it. So I figured like a pilot maybe, or like a navigator or something. It took a shot to the dome and turned his eyeless head towards Solomon. He brings his ear close to the thing's creepy little mouth. No sound, but he heard the words clearly. So they're thinking, I guess like telepathy, and it says, "We just want to be left alone."
Dude, that's my favorite reoccurring theme. Is like, why did you go out of your way to kill us? Like, is the galaxy not big enough? Like, what the hell?
Fulgrim and Julius come in behind shortly after. They're drenched in gore. Fulgrim orders Solomon to step away from the Xenos. Solomon says, "The ship is ours, my lord." Fulgrim ignores him and marches. So he's mad because he wanted. Like this was my moment to come kill the dog thing.
The dog thing in the chair.
Fulgrim fights to control his anger as he storms from the bridge. Fists clench, veins bulging, blood trickles from his nose. He grips his sword. The moment is ruined, first by Ferrus Manus, now by Solomon. That's in his head. Fulgrim shouts, "No. The fist of iron saved us. Captain Demeter fought with courage." So he's kind of arguing with himself. Like, I hope he's by himself with everyone else.
No, I don't. I want him in like a corner, like pouting. And he does have a little flair to his voice. Like, no, it's ruined.
No, it's not. Yeah, like a Napoleon Dynamite thing. Like, God, no. Ferrus saved us. Oh yeah. Astartes flinched at his sudden outburst. What the fuck, dude?
The helmet guys are like looking like,
what the fuck's he doing, dude? In his mind film, no, Ferrus Manus did it for self-aggrandizement. Solomon is hungry for our glory. Fulgrim falls to his knees. "No, I can't believe it." In his mind, it says, "It's the truth, and you know it." And I said, imagine the boys seeing this. They're like, "It's your boss. Not your boss. This is a god to you." And he's like on his knees, like yelling to no one. You know what
he's I mean? He stole our moment.
All right, that's the end of part 3. Or part 2, part 3. We introduced to a whole nother bunch of people.
Yeah, we're back, baby.
I mean? Part 3 is called Vision of Treachery. So chapter 11. So it starts with an Eldar craft world moves through space. So since I'm not very versed on these people.
Absolutely rocked my world.
But so since we never even heard these, so I'll just give you a quick thing. A craft world are vast craft populated by Eldar. Eldar are elves. That's what you got to know. Space elves. They call them Eldar. Actually, now they're called Eldari because Eldar is not like a copyright term, but Eldari is, and Games Workshop is smart. All right, they travel through the void of space at sublight speeds, carrying the greater remnant of the Eldar race after the fall of their civilization. Another story. Each craft world is self-sufficient, independent realm with its own culture and is capable of housing tens of millions. Craft worlds are in many ways living entities, powered by psychic energy from the infinity circuit and responding in an organic way to the stimuli of psychic forces. The power in the craft world can be expended as light or heat, and most craft world technology could not function without the psychic power grid. So the Eldar are like very highly psychic, and these are like, they don't have planets anymore. Their planets have been destroyed. They're old. They're super old. They're way before humans. And now they kind of roll around on these like floating planets, small planets.
I just picture like a power grid powered by the mind, and I was like,
yeah. All right, so the substance is made for, it's called a wraith bone, and it's like a yellowed bone look. That's like the kind of look of the whole thing. The ship has many gem-like domes that reflect starlight. Graceful towers rise over its surface with tapered tops of gold and silver. A great sail of black and gold soared above the body. So it's got like a sail, which is like, okay, like I don't know, like is this for show?
Or is it for the wind? Like the solar winds?
Under the largest dome, in a maze of crystal trees, in a maze of crystal tree forest, a lonely figure sits in the forest center. His name is Eldrad Ulthane, and that's like the head honcho elf guy, as far as I know. I'm not big on the Eldar, but he's like one of the big dudes. Smooth features, long and angular. So just picture an elf, you know what I mean? With bright, narrow, oval eyes. His dark hair was in a long scalp lock gathered at the nape of his neck. He rests his hand on the trunk of a tree, and the visions are returning, and they are troubling. Ever since the fall, that's the fall of his race, Eldred Uthan has guided his race through times of great calamity. None had come close to what he's seeing now. So he can kind of like, he's super psychic. He can sense the future and all. His farsight, they call it, has waned recently, and he felt the ancient seers pulling him to this forest to show him the true path. His mind sailed through the warp, seeing the barbaric monkeys. That's cool.
Dude, I love it. I love it.
So yeah, they're uninitiated. They call the humans MONTACKEIGHS, which just says monkey. They call it monkey. So they call us monkeys. He's seeing the monkeys rise to power and their inevitable bloody demise. He saw the blood-soaked fields of battle on the world named for the end of days, the final victory of the Dark Savior. The monkeys' arrogance would not allow for a change in their destiny, even if they knew the conclusion, or could their doom be diverted. He saw a warrior in green armor, fighting a host of dead from the Lord of Pestilence, the doom of his race hanging unknowingly around him. As he drew closer, the warp seethed about him, dark gods wanting to repel his presence. Visions flashed by him as he hurled away. So it's almost like, so what, you know, he's talking about, obviously he's talking about when Horus was on the moon. It's almost like he was there, you know what I mean? So like, you know, Marvel Universe.
Yeah, he
was almost there watching as a ghost. He's hurled away. As he's hurled away from the scene, he sees flying by a cavernous throne room, a godlike figure in gold and silver armor, a sterile chamber under a mountain, an enormous betrayal. He was hurled away from the secret, hearing words formed from disembodied cries: crusade, hero, savior, destroyer, war master. We're back to the 28th expedition. They translate into real space near the Perdis anomaly. This is their original destination before they had diverted to help the Iron Hands. So they broke. So the aspect is over. High five, Iron Hands. See you later. We're going back to where we're going, which is called the Perdis anomaly. So this is the area. Most ships, they don't like go here because it's like a really tumultuous place. But like Fulgrim wants to get that glory, so he's going to head there.
He's going to check it out.
Most ships bear some damage. Save the Proud Heart Lord Commander Eidolon's ship is back, so he's not damaged because he was back. He was doing that dumb shit. He returned to fleet from a peacekeeping mission that an unexpected war on the world called Murder, and we all know about that one. This region was unknown. Navs avoiding it added it was hazardous to navigate. An old probe detected a faint signal indicated that local systems could contain habitable worlds. And Fulgrim ain't scared, so he come here to prove that these guys are superior. We're going to find these worlds. We're going to make this shit all pretty. We jump to Joyce. He's fighting 3 training armatures. He allows some of the weapons to hit, and he grins at the pain. The hits become stronger, and his pleasure increasing as he destroys the machines. And I said, every damn legion, dude. Like every one of these people just destroy all these like training. Like some are like training robots, some are training servitors, and it's like just smash them to pieces.
The budget for the training budget, insane.
Yeah. The defense budget has to be like astronomical. He's disappointed that the battle was over. He exits the cage. The excitement fading into memory. He retires to an arming chamber, bored as he looks at the books that he previously enjoyed. Another shout out. So he's looking at books that he used to like. Ignace Carcasse's Reflection and Odes is one of them.
Whoa.
A fanfare to Unity. So, a little shout out to Ignace, R.I.P.
Gone. No, I can't say it too soon, but he's gone. He
picks up the book of Urizen, which was the book that Evander told him about by Cornelius Blake. The brief biography in the book describes Blake had visions of an ideal world where every dream and desire could be realized. He believed no experience was to be denied, no passion restrained, no horror to be turned from, no vice unexplored. The Book of Urizen was his magnus opus, culminating in his life's thoughts of sensuality over all. I got a little excerpt from that. Knowledge is merely sense perception, said Julius, smiling as he read aloud from the book. Indulgence is the wellspring of all things in man, and reason the only curb upon nature. The attainment of ultimate pleasure and the experience of pain are the end and aim of all life. Okay, a little crazy, I think. A little much.
Yes, maybe touch.
All right, chapter 12, we're in Heliopolis. Every chair is full. Fulgrim welcomes his captains. He's dressed in his toga again. Now he's got a crown of golden leaves. Saul Tarvis feels excited by a personal greeting. So Fulgrim says, hey, what's up, Saul? How you doing, dog? So he's happy about that. Julius is telling tales of the Aspects War, how Fulgrim and him fought to take the bridge, much to Solomon's disapproval. So they're kind of like twisting the narrative because we know Solomon's the one who took the bridge. You know what I mean? They're already like, hey, me and fucking daddy here fuck shit up. You know what I mean? Saul Tarvis feels good to be back against his brothers. He's happily remembering Torgadon putting Lord Commander Eilon in his place. We all remember that. That was a great scene. Lucius, too, has changed while away. Loken broke his nose, and it didn't set right, so now his face is like, crooked. Not so perfect, Mm-hmm. Fulgrim welcomes his brothers in the fire. I welcome you all back to the Brotherhood of the Phoenix. And they all reply, in the fire we return. So that's their little saying.
God, losers.
Yeah. So they're here to discover new worlds. New wonders in this world, an unknown region. Lord Commander Vespasian talks to Lord Commander Eilon. He wants to know about murder. Lord Commander Eilon is making up shit, saying they rescued the Blood Angels, making the Blood Angels look bad. Dropped down when they knew Lunar Wolves were imminent. So remember, we know how that went. He's trying to say is like, no, we dropped down because we heard they're coming. We knew we had a backup. We all know that's not happening. Lord Commander Vespasian says at another time, Lord Commander Eilon should tell the heroes the heroics of his men, but Saul Tarvis knew that would never happen. Fulgrim says it's all cool, but now they're here to talk about the future. All right, so they found a viable world. They're going to call it 28-4 as they do. So the 20th expedition, fourth planet they found. In honor of their coming conquest, details will follow, and now we feast.
Yep, all right, gotta eat. Gotta eat, guys. We're going to win. So they got a little thing of Saul and Lucius chatting. They're kind of like going back and forth about the Lunar Wolves being base-born curs. How Loken cheated next time they fight, he will win. Solomon joins them and wants to get Saul's version of murder. Lucius cuts in saying it happened exactly as Lord Commander Eilon said. But Solomon's not buying it. Lucius squares off with him. He ain't having it. Hand near a sword. Jesus, take it easy, buddy. He's like, I really want to hear this fucking story.
Solomon's not biting. He tells Lucius that when he first saw him, he thought he had greatness in him. Now he sees he's a sycophant that cannot grasp the difference between perfection and superiority. So you see Solomon, his perception's changing. He kind of buddies up later to Saul a lot more, actually. Lucius takes a lashing and leaves. He won't forget this. Solomon misjudged Tarvitz, and just as the line officer, he wants to speak after the meeting. All right, so now we're on 4 Stormbirds touch down on this planet. We call it 28-4. Solomon states it's beautiful, the most beautiful thing he's ever seen. Pristine world, clear blue oceans, breathable atmosphere. So they brought someone down to make sure.
They sent the guy down there, took his helmet off.
Besides ruins of a long-gone civilization, it looks untouched. You got Fulgrim, Julius, Marius, Solomon, Saul, and the boys, they move out. Solomon looks out, seeing animals grazing in fields, green lush forests, and felt a tinge of sadness, knowing that when they claim the planet, they're going to come and just turn it into an industrial waste. Yeah, this will be 28-4 is our parking lot.
This is going to be a great Walmart. We're missing 2 KFCs at least.
All right, we jump back. So Ocean is in La Fenice. And he hasn't been there in a while. He's been like kind of in seclusion working on his marble. And he's like, it's like really changed these last months. Once it was like bohemian chic. And now it resembled a monstrosity overblown theater from a more decadent age. Frescoes covered the walls and ceiling. A large curtain was being made. vast open spaces left for a painting that Serena was working on. So it's just like, it's starting to get a little goofy to him. You know what I mean? Ostian hadn't seen Serena in weeks. The last time, she looked terrible. Yeah. He made a note that he must go see her. He noticed that Corlina Sensia, so we met her before. She was one of the people scanning but she's also like an actress. She's on stage with dancers and singers, moving to a cacophonous racket orchestrated by Bekwa Kinska, with blue hair flying wildly. So they're over there doing like, it's like the theater kids.
Yeah, theater kids.
Doing their own thing.
Improving in the corner. Like, ooh, don't watch that, trust me.
By the bar, there's a group gathered around Lucius. Lucius there telling his tales of exploits on murder. A poet points out in jealousy that all the remembrancers working on La Fenice were the ones that were allowed on Lair. So someone, some guy who's mad, like, I didn't get to go to Lair and I can't put my poetry up. You know what I mean? So that's a little hint there showing you like who's able to do stuff. Ozian agrees and he's happy he isn't contributing because he sees this thing as a mess. You know what I mean? It's like just ridiculous. Ozian remembers being in his studio recently, feeling better about a sculpture. The Phoenix Guard enter, followed by a servitor with a draped palette obscuring three shapes. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, so we're actually back. It's him. He's at La Phoenix, but he's remembering a time in a studio. So in a studio, so he's chilling in a studio. The Phoenix Guard walks in, which is probably like, what the fuck?
He's like Secret Service just walking in my living room.
In and he was carrying like a big tray with three shapes under it. Fulgrim enters. He's in his red robe. His face is powder, and he has copper eyeshadow.
Dude,
every time I show him, man, it's like I
get a little weirder and weirder.
A little weirder. Ossian falls to his knees, head bowed, because that's what you gotta do. You know what I mean? He says, "No, look, come on, get up." Fulgrim circles the marble, caressing it, and he asks, "Who is the sculpture of?" And Ossian says, "It's going to be the Emperor." Fulgrim's pleased, wishes he could sculpt like Ossian. Wants him to help. He's like, "Hey, can you like take a look?" He shows him, "Hey, take that shit off." Got it. He tells Ossian that something feels off about his work. Ossian's like, "All right," taking a look at it, saying they're perfect. He's saying, so they're not really ugly at all.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But he feels no spark of humanity. He feels like they're machine made. You know what I mean? Like that's how good they are.
I rereading this. It was like really hard for me to like picture like what they meant like too perfect, and then as of late, the AI like craze. It's like
the hands off.
Yeah, it's like what's wrong with the hand? Well, it's 5 fingers, but like it's just weird.
Yeah, it's a good way. Yeah. So he says they're perfect. Fulgrim insists he speak truthfully. Come on, man, you're not going to offend me. Like, I don't know about that. He replied, he goes, "All right, it's too perfect." He said it was made with the head, not the heart. Fulgrim doesn't understand. His anger is growing. Passion trumps technical perfection. The essence of humanity is that there is no perfection. To await perfection, I would never finish any work. After Ossian gets that out, he sees Fulgrim's like really fucking.
Oh yeah, I like how he's like walking around these things, talking. He's not looking at Fulgrim.
Yeah, he's like,
it's kind of dog shit.
Yeah,
it's kind of terrible.
And we can't be perfect. You're telling the guy who's all about perfection, you can't be perfect. And he's like, "What the fuck did you say to me?" He looks at him and his eyes are like black pearls. His veins are
he's fucking veins in his neck popping out.
And you realize he didn't want honesty. He wanted validation. Fulgrim says he was right to come here and he will never sculpt again. He says so.
He said, "I will never bother you with my work ever again. I'm never gonna do this."
Ossian's like, "Oh no." He's like, he raised his hand. "No, thank you. I'll leave you to your work, imperfect as it is." What
a fucking way. Like, let me leave your imperfect work.
Ossian's left trembling in horror as he had like a glimpse inside his head. He shakes the memory away, and then he sees Lucius. So now, remember, this was him in La Fenice. So he's like, "Oh man, that was terrible." And he's like, "Oh shit, here's fucking Lucius. Great."
Great.
He goes, Lucius wants to know where Serena's studio is because he wants her to paint him. So he's like, "Hey, tell me where that Serena chick is." You know what I mean? All right, chapter 13. Fabius Bile. Now we're back with him, and he's got his crew of servitors, and they lift is called a chirurgian. All right, and I have a picture of it. I know what it is. It's pretty much he wears like a backpack that has metal arms coming off, and it's just like to assist him. They got little syringes and cutters and all, so it's just extra arms for him. And installed on his back as Fabius prepares to operate on Lord Commander Eidolon's throat. Fabius asks if Lord Lord Commander Adelan let the other captain know of volunteering for augmentation surgery, and he's pleased with the answer. So he's telling all the captains, like, hey, Fabius is hooking us up, dude. Like, come on.
Bigger, better, faster.
Yeah.
Bigger, better, faster.
Lord Commander Adelan admits to being a little nervous since he has no clue to, like, what the fuck he's going to do to him.
he's Roger up, absolutely. What is this shit? What are we doing?
Yeah. And he goes, I've taken Laren genes and I mashed them up with our genes. I'm gonna put them I'm gonna put it in a new organ. I'm gonna put that in your throat, to create a paralyzing shriek. You know what I mean? And Lord Commander Adelan's like, what the fuck? He's like, it's just like one
on the table,
one shining moment though for Lord Commander Adelan. He's like, no. He says that's disgusting. He just rejects it. You know, he's like, no way. And Fabius is like, yo, dude, it is too late, dude. Fulgrim's approved it. Like, you know, it's been signed off. Dude, you're in. And he's already paralyzed with drugs.
I know. It's like, you're on the table, bro. Now you're asking?
He says, hey, man, I'm going to fulfill my promise to you. You will be more deadly than ever. You know what I mean? So, like, you know, I that was like one shining moment I felt for Lord Commander Adelan. He's like, what'd you say? Wait, Xenos?
Whoa.
What? No.
Snake voice. Yeah. Whoa.
All right, so now we're back on the plan. So the structure they saw in the distance, they're up to it now. It wasn't a ruin, but an elegant 12-meter tall curved structure set in an oval platform made of a porcelain-like material. I picture like a Stargate.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like a big thing, you know what I mean? Marius, Solomon, and Saul discuss what it could be, and they turn to Fulgrim. Hey, what do you think, man? Fulgrim is crying at the beauty of the landscape. Where else have we seen such marvel? Solomon looks around like, what in the fuck?
He's like,
and he's like, and the only one else, he's like, he sees Joyce is crying too, and he's like, these fucking guys.
He's like, we're like full like battle
yeah,
gear.
they're fucking jacked up, like, yeah. Yo, what do you think this thing is? He's like, this is beautiful.
The sunset. The sunset.
Fulgrim declares they will record the planet and leave.
Yep.
Shocked, Solomon's like, says, what the? No, we cannot. Fulgrim just turns on him, asking him if he knows what the Emperor's will better than him. Joyce chimes in to agree, while Saul is on the side of Solomon. They're technically disobeying like their mandate. They're supposed to get resources, dude. Gather this up. You know what I mean? So, you know, this, like, I wrote, very big deal. It's not happy. You're not supposed to be like, this is a perfect planet. Look at all these natural resources. What's leaving?
He said, I haven't seen a single Chick-fil-A here. This is not
we
okay.
need to build McDonald's here. Come on, dude. Fulgrim has spoken, and they must obey, says Julius. And so then we fast forward. The fleet finds 5 more empty paradise worlds over the next 2 weeks, and they leave them all. They just, like, check them out. They cry, probably.
Saw some sea turtles, cried.
Yeah, which is kind of weird because, like, you know, I can respect that, but also, like, this is not how they're supposed to operate at all. These are gems, man. You know what I mean? This is the diamond in the rough, dude. All right, Solomon's anger is growing. Saul Tarbet's suspicion that the worlds weren't abandoned but prepared, awaiting other inhabitants. So that's like a growing thing. He and Saul become close allies. So they're talking about it. Like, this doesn't seem right, man. Like, these are too perfect. What are all those things on each one of them? What are they? You know what I mean? Like, it's too weird. Solomon meets Lord Commander Vespasian on the Andronicus. Lord Commander Vespasian confides in Solomon that the Legion has become decadent and arrogant. And he said, when did it happen? Solomon thinks perhaps something that happened in the Laren Temple. They said La Fenice is becoming a replica of it. So it's like they're making it look like a temple. Fulgrim is cool with that, but Lord Commander Vespasian doesn't understand any kind of correlation. Solomon says that maybe like some kind of power in the temple came back with them. Not gods. Shh, don't say God.
Oh, no G's here. No G's.
But we know the foul things in the Inferium in the word. Perhaps the temple was a place that easily passed through like a what do you call it? Like a hole in reality or something. You know what I mean? Solomon suggests me, hey man, maybe like since you're Lord Commander, why don't you go talk to Fulgrim about how things are getting kind of creepy? You know what I mean?
Nothing to do with the weird orgy sword.
Yeah, no.
But something's caused.
Yeah, well, so I always wonder because like they weren't there, but I'm wondering they get like the direct info. I mean, obviously they see the sword, but I'm wondering if they get like a play-by-play, like, yo, Julius, what was it like? Dude, there were these snakes and they were all banging, and then it was like a raven there, dude. It was so crazy. Or is it just like, the temple, you know? And I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it's like more like they like look at the ground, like, yeah, there's a temple.
Yeah. All right, so now Serena's amazed by the transformation of La Fenice, the splendor and talent takes her breath away. At the same time, bringing her such self-loathing at the fact that she can't finish her paintings. Her arms and legs are scarred from cuts because she's been mixing her blood in with the paint, but it wasn't enough. Each drop was losing its vibrance quickly. Her tears made the white luminous, and her waist added a depth to her darks.
Dude.
She never thought possible. It all gave her new levels of sensation, but they quickly vanished like a dream. Knowing her body was at limits sparked a solution. She cleaned up, got all pretty. She put on a very revealing dress and approached this guy named Leopold Candace. Red shirt number 2.
Red shirt number, yep. And said, hey.
Looking glum, he's all sad. But he perked up when he saw, Serena in that
pretty
dress.
lady.
Like, whoa, hey, what's up? She's praising his poetry, and he's like, damn, you even know about my poetry?
Name drop my poetry.
And invites him back to her studio to read some. All right, so they go back to her room. You know what I mean? Leopold's like, man, this place is a fucking mess.
It smells like shit in here. I think like the smell is like offensive.
Yeah. She ignores him. She's pours some glass of wine, commenting on how she so badly wanted to speak to him, and when she saw him in La Fenice, she couldn't just keep. She had to go talk to him. They toast the wine, embrace, and a kiss that moves quickly to the floor. Even though repulsed by his touch, that too brings her pleasure. She rolls on top, grabs one of her palette knives, boom, slashes his throat. A spray of blood brings her more pleasure, and she stabs him more and more and more and more. His bowels empty. She lays on the floor, savoring the kill, imagining the wonder she will create on canvas with such material. That's cool. That's like super.
That is like perfect. Like Evil Dead, Hellraiser vibes. Just like you. Literally Hellraiser. They kill people to use their material. Yeah. And it's like she's like, oh yeah, I need his hair for my brushes. I need his blood for my paint.
Yeah. All right. So 13 days into this region, the Proud Heart, one of the ships, detects intruders. Detects something. Message is sent to the fleet. All weapons are up. We're ready to rock and roll. Ready as the prize Emperor surges forward. The enemy vessel was hard to track, and all hails were met with static, so they're not answering. As the ship came into view, a voice came over the comms in perfect Imperial Gothic. My name is Eldrad Uthane. In the name of Craft World Uthway, I bid you welcome. So the Eldar are in this region. They revealed themselves. All right, chapter 14, we have Solomon watches the Eldar warriors cautiously. He has faced their kind before and whispers to Marius not to underestimate them because they look like little dainty boys.
Yeah, they're like skinny little pretty boys. Yeah. Timothy
I got it
Chalamet.
here. So their movements fluidly lethal in a way his could never be. A curving sword was sheathed across each of their backs, and they all carried delicate pistols holstered at their waist. Pale helmets of fearsome warrior aspects and scarlet plumes obscured their faces, and their smooth, segmented armor was formed on the same substance as the ruin they had seen on 28-4. So we can come to a guesstimation that they built those things.
Yep.
All right, so the first encounter with the Eldar turned into an elaborate ballet of proposal, counter-proposal, each not wanting to board each other's ships. They're not like, I'm not getting sucked in this trap, dickhead, you know what I mean? Fulgrim's quarters were alive with debate. Solomon, Julius, Marius, Lord Commanders discussed strategy. Solomon the loudest saying, because he's fallen before, he said, no. War, that's the mandate. We have to destroy all the Xenos. Fulgrim feels that there's much they can learn from the Eldar. And that's that. So then, the conference impasse was ended when Eldrad suggested they meet on one of the worlds that he calls as Tarsus. It's one of these like empty worlds. They met on a hill overlooking a forest. The Eldar are waiting, although sensors picked up no sign of small craft movement from the craft world. So how'd they get there? Who knows? Lord Commander Vespasian, Lord Commander Eilon, flank Fulgrim. Solomon's there, Julius is there, Saul Tarbitz, Marius, Lucius, behind with the Phoenix Guard. And boys. Whenever I see these guys, they got gangs. You know what I mean? It's not just them. They got these gangs. Eldar gathered around a structure very similar to the one on 28-4. A group in bone-colored armor with twin swords on their backs. Now, I have little notes here because I looked this up. So, for people who are into the game, those are called the Howling Banshees. They're like melee units. Mm-hmm. They don't have guns. Tall figures in dark armor with long-barreled guns. They're called Dark Reapers. 2 hovering tanks with jutting brows circled the perimeter. They float. They're called Wave Serpents. Giant walking war machine with long sword and a graceful limbs. That's called a Wraith Lord. And in there, Eldrad Uthad sits cross-legged at a low table. Solomon is focused for danger. Okay, so now we're getting the view from the Eldar side. Eldrad communes with Wraith Lord Kyrian, who was against this meeting. He recommended attacking the Monkey once they violated Eldar space. That's the big, like, war machine. Mm-hmm. It's like a ghost inside of it. It's kind of strange, but that's Wraith Lord Kyrian. Eldrad sensed that this one would be a great player in the coming bloody drama, but for good or for ill, he could not tell. His future is hidden. Kieran's anger is just. The human had killed him and left him a ghost in the war machine. Reminds Eldrad how brutal Monkey are. Eldrad agrees, but this one behaved unlike any he's encountered. So this is different, because usually when they meet each other, they get it on.
It's on site.
Eldrad hopes Fulgrim would be the one to deliver the warning to the human ruler. Eldrad knows the Monkey will destroy themselves, but sees a time in the grim darkness of the far future where our failure to act will be our undoing. Kieran hopes he's right. And as he starts to approach, EU feels a shiver. Hopes he is too. Fulgrim leads the gang, hairs in multiple pleats, powdered face, inks drawn on his cheeks to his eyes and swirls with his silver sword. And Solomon even says, like, it's a little bit like theatrical.
This might be a little much.
Eldrad bows and welcomes them as they arrive. Introduces himself, introduces Wraith Lord Kieran Goldhelm, and I was like, that's a very elfish name, you know. Fulgrim is interested in what the title that Eldrad holds, and he's called a Farseer. And I have a thing. So a Farseer is like, it's the most powerful of all the Eldar psychers. They are most often known for using their vast psychic powers to see possibilities of the future, to be able to manipulate events to better ensure the survival of the Eldar. He's like, are you a witch? And he kind of said it as an insult. You know, they're playing a game, you know what I mean? Like little posturing. Eldrad's not insulted. He explains it's an ancient term that it doesn't translate well into your language. Fulgrim apologizes, but Saul knows the term was deliberate. He knows that he's trying to see if he can get a rise out of him. Fulgrim wants the leader. Like, I don't want to talk to this witch.
I don't want to talk to this dude.
Eldrad explains the Craftworld Ulthe has no leader. They have a council. But if you deal with me, you deal with Ulthe. So he's pretty much the leader.
This sounds like communism. I don't really like him.
Yeah. All right, so back to Ostain. Ostain, he's knocking on Serena's door one last time. His sculpt was moving along fine, so he's doing good.
I like how everyone's losing their shit.
And he's like,
you guys didn't just study for the test. You're cramming last minute. Like, we had like 3 months to get ready.
Yeah, but he's got to get back. He's got the muse. You know what I mean? He hears shuffling, and he smells some funk as the door rises. He sees a gaunt and wasted figure. He doesn't even recognize it. Serena looks really bad. Crisscrossed, infected cuts all over her arms. Ostain pushes her into the wrecked studio. Debris everywhere. Red streaks on the walls. Fuck's that? Large barrel in the corner, smelling rotten. That's like Jeffrey Dahmer shit.
Dude, yeah, he's like, I got some bad pork chops.
I never heard Dahmer. That's like, he's got his fucking barrel in the corner. His skull is like, yeah, come on, this is messy. We didn't talk about it before, but she usually has like a pretty, she's like pretty organized.
Yeah.
And so he's like, what the shit? And then he's like, what the hell? And then she's very aloof to it, He's making his way to the barrel. She's like, come here. It's engraving acid. A new technique I'm working on.
Don't touch that. Trust me, it's dangerous.
Yeah. And then she starts to get a little frantic. She's like, she begs him to leave. She's like, I don't know what I might do. And Ostain grabs her, relaying that he's here for her. He's like, if you need me, I'm here. She's a rare talent, even though she has a hard time seeing it. She starts crying. Ostain tells her it's all right. No, pushes him away. Nothing lasts. It's because his talent was inferior, no good. And he's like, what the fuck is she talking about? Who's talent?
What are you saying?
Yeah, he's like, what are you talking? I'm trying to help you. I don't want your help. She wants to be alone. So she insults him and, saying how easy it is for you. How it's so easy for you to be talented. You're naturally gifted, which angers him. And he's like, I'm not. I got to work. I got to work my ass off.
I've been, studying.
Yeah. They kind of get a little fight. He goes to leave. She reaches out for him and she said, I need help, but he doesn't. He had enough.
Yeah, you're crazy.
All right, Solomon's keeping his eye on that Wraith Lord. He feels death in its statue-like pose. Unlike a dreadnought, he could feel no life from this machine. So just a ghost behind, bound to a lifeless shell. So yeah, it's not like a body is in there like a dreadnought. It's literally they do magic and they put their souls in a gem, and then the gem goes into things. Like even on their craft world, Eldrad would go into the forest and be like, "What's up, dude?" and put his hand on a gem and like talk to his old buddy. I mean, that's how they roll. They all sit as Eldar bring out a feast from within one of the tanks. Solomon asks Eldrad why reveal themselves now. He believes they had been shadowing the Emperor children for some time. Fulgrim gives Saul a glare. He's like, "What the fuck? Don't I talk? You fucking talk." Eldrad admits, "Is out of caution. Humans are usually very humans are shrouded here, and they found planets. The found planets are ours. But since you did not try to settle them, we became curious." And Fulgrim says, "To despoil such beauty would be wrong." And Eldrad agrees. These maiden worlds have been awaiting the Eldar for aeons. Trying to take them would be a grave mistake.
Ooh.
And he says, "Is that a threat?" And he goes, "It's a promise."
That's so funny. So yeah, man, that would have been a shame if you did that. We would have had to shoot you. And he's
fuck
like,
you up.
What?
What'd you say? You know who we are? And he's like, "Yeah, I tell you." Eldrad's impressed by the restraint from Fulgrim because usually these people just attack on sight. He knows humanity's aim is to conquer the entire galaxy regardless of anyone's sovereignty. It's monstrously arrogant. Fulgrim smiles. Didn't you guys once claim to have ruled the galaxy? And he's like, "Claim? No, we did." And our arrogance lost it. Fulgrim states that they cannot deny the humans' manifest destiny, which causes Eldrad to laugh. "You know nothing about destiny. Who says that's a good thing? I've seen sights that would make you curse destiny, and known secrets that would shred your sanity." Both sides feel the tension thicken, about ready to pop, but Fulgrim just smiles. He goes, "Why are we fencing? All right? What's the real issue? Why did you call us here?" Eldrad says, "Very well, but you're not going to like what I got to say. Like, you ain't going to be happy." He goes, "All right, no, I promise I'll hear it objectively."
I will check my ego, and I'll be totally cool. I promise.
So Eldrad says, he goes, "Hey, this dude, the War Master, he got hurt. He's really hurt on Davin, and now Chaos Worshippers whisper lies into his ear." and Fulgrim's very shocked. Like, "What, is he going to live?" And he's like, "Yeah, but it'd probably be better if he died, And then, oh shit, that's not good. Fulgrim jumps up, slams the table, breaking it. Bang!
I like what he said. "I'm gonna be cool. Just tell me."
I almost punch his table. He's gonna say something I don't like. And he says, "You dare wish the death of my dearest friend?" roared Fulgrim. "Why?" "Because he will betray you and lead his armies against your emperor," said Eldrad. "In one fell swoop, he will condemn the galaxy to thousands of years of war and suffering." So he tells him what's up. He saw the future, tells him what's up. Fulgrim thought it's got to be a joke. His inner voice is screaming now. "Xenos intend to sow seeds of dissent." Fulgrim asks, "Well, why would he do such a thing?" Eldrad tells him the Chaos Gods are whispering into his soul, and he's not going to win. And Fulgrim's like, "What the hell are you talking about? Chaos Gods?"
You're throwing these magic words at me, space wizard.
And Eldrad, this is very similar to the, what were they called? The Inuits. Eldrad's very shocked that the humans they do warp travel, but they don't understand
how chaos is like.
Yeah, they're so oblivious to like the fact that what they're doing. That he doesn't know that the Chaos Gods. He explains they're malignant, eternal evil. Fulgrim swears the War Master will turn from it, reaching for his sword. In his head, it's saying, kill him. He infects you with lies." Eldrad denies it, for the War Master is tricked into thinking he's helping humanity, but he will start an inferno that will consume the entire galaxy. You got to warn the Emperor. Now is the only time it can be stopped. I'm telling you because you're the only one that can do it. Fulgrim roars, draws his sword, and Eldrad staggered as if like some unknown force is pushing him as he draws his sword out. "No," he yells, as the Wraith Lord blocks the strike. "They are corrupted. Kill them all." And then here we go. They're in it.
We're in it.
Short range fight begins. Fulgrim's inner voice yelling, he must kill the Farseer before he ruins everything. It's like, what the fuck? And we're here. Is a sword in on the whole plot?
I think
or is a sword like, was it? Because like remember how obviously word bearers planned the thing for Horus. Mm-hmm. Was this another plot by someone to like lure? Or was a sword just luring a willing participant so he can be freed and be able to do his chaos?
Yeah,
Or is he looped into the whole thing?
No, I think he's just big picture chaos character.
He's like, I just want to wreck some shop.
He's like, oh yeah, Horus about to stir some shit up, dude. I'm with that.
I'm talking about like when the sword called, or like remember how they thought they were being lured to the temple? Like, that's what I'm like. Was the sword luring them because he's in on the trick? Like, we need to turn another guy, or was the sword just like, I want to be released from this temple. These snake people are boring. I want to go do some crazy shit.
I think the first option. Yeah, I think he was like big picture.
Because they rarely work in concert, the Chaos God. But it feels like this story they are working in concert.
Yeah,
you know what I mean,
they gotta get that first domino.
yeah, they gotta get it going. All right, so Eldrad and Dark Reapers back away toward the structure that is starting to glow. And it's a teleport, they realize. Okay, so he gets the guy. Yeah. Eldrad yells that he's trying to save him, but he's like, no, you're already a tool of chaos. I should have known that damn sword. Look at your ass. Fulgrim turns to the battle to see a tank bearing down on him. He leaps up and slices the tank like in half. Not in half, through its side, which makes the tank topple over. He sees the Wraith Lord killing his Phoenix Guard. They square off and rush at each other. The Wraith Lord punches Fulgrim in his chest, cracking his armor. Fulgrim tastes blood in his mouth, and he's energized by the pain. He leaps at the Wraith Lord, their swords clashing together, Fulgrim shattering the giant weapon. He takes out his legs, crashes it to the ground, his inner voice saying, destroys what lies in its head, and it will suffer a fate worse than death. He leaps on top, punching that thing, and it's got like a smooth glass head. He just bang, 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 cracking it open. His hand's a bloody mess. Within is a smooth ceramic faceplate covered in gems. A central red stone shrieking in psychic fear. It was hot to the touch. Fulgrim felt hatred and anger, but more so the fear of oblivion. Fulgrim laughed as he crushed the stone, a howl heard in its destruction. His sword grew warm, and the pommel gem burned bright as if feeding off the spirit released from the stone. As the moment of the power faded, Fulgrim turned back to the battle and charged to help his other boys. So that big guy out of the picture. Eldrad cries out. He's feeling his buddy's Kieran Goldhelm's soul turn from the spirit stone and cast into the void. He felt the hunger of the great enemy as it devoured his soul. So the spirit stone, as I was saying, I got it here. Eldrad spirit stones or way stones are small, precious stones carried on Eldar's chest, used to save their souls from destruction of Slaanesh. So the Eldar created Slaanesh, the Chaos God. So they don't like she's like a
sensual god.
Yeah, she's like the god of excess and all, but it's like it's sometimes described he and she, whatever, but when Eldar dies, he will devour Slaanesh will devour their soul. So they take their souls through magic and put it in a stone so she can't get it and get more powerful. But what he just did was, got the stone, crushed it, and the sword, as a Slaaneshi sword, sucked it up. You know what I mean? So he felt a psychic roar for violence from the Wraithbone craft world. So the Wraithbone is a psychoplastic substance used by Eldar for many different tasks. That's what their ship is made out of. And it's like connected to him. So when that thing died, he's a bigwig up there. When it died, the craft world's like mad. Like it's alive. You know what I mean? The lust for aggression from every Eldar on board. The molten heartbeat of the avatar of the Bloody Hand God as it roused from the sealed chamber at the heart of the craft world. So the avatar of the Bloody Hand God is the Eldar god Kale Mancha Kane, also known as the Lord of Murder, is associated with murder, violence, destruction, and war. Though shattered in his duel with Slaanesh during the fall of the Eldar, Kane lives on in fragments lodged within the craft world. So in that craft world is a like gem that has a fragment of this god, and it felt the death of their buddy, and they're all mad, pretty much. You know what I mean? All right, and he's like, how can I not see this? Fulgrim was on the dark path fighting it, but Eldrad knew that how it would end. The sword, the essence of a powerful creature, lay within, tainting the consciousness of Fulgrim. There's only one answer. To battle, Fulgrim must die. So the last of the Eldar party are dead in a bloody melee. Lucius admired the blade work of the Banshees, admires their lightweight swords. All the captains survived but are worn out from the fight. Fulgrim approaches looking full of life, even though he was all beat up. He looks like he's ready to rock and roll. Solomon suggests a retreat while Julius wants to get the remaining one tank. So there's one tank hanging off in the distance oh shit, I don't know what to do. Fulgrim, they wait Fulgrim's order, but before they can get an order, the little portal shimmers and pour out squads of infantry. They're called Guardians. Reapers move out, so pretty much they sent down a fucking party to fight them. Fulgrim orders a retreat back to the Stormbearer, but as they move out, the Stormbearer's blown up. They all just run. All right, so they're pretty much the Eldar are coming down in a full assault. The remaining Emperor's children are kind of holding off as much as they can against the Eldar. Right. So far, they're pretty good. They're getting, here and there. Lucius is fighting a couple banshees alone with his 2 swords, blazing with unimaginable skill. Lord Commander Vespasian fought off like a hero from the gallery of swords. So they're all they're all doing heroic shit. You know what I mean? In the thick of it, Marius heard an unnerving howl and turned, expecting to see advancing banshees. Instead, Lord Commander Eilon he stood among stunned Eldar, finishing them off. Marius had the impossible but unshakable feeling the scream was from him. So he's using his new fucking toy. You know what I mean? Julius interrupts. He's where's the Firebird? Like, where they called down? They're trying to get out of there. You know what I mean? Marius says no, comms got to be jammed. They get ready for another push, but something is happening at the portal. Eldar surround the portal and they're chanting like.
I just figured do a little voodoo dance.
Yeah, they're all chanting. The Emperor's children wonder what could be coming out of the portal, and here I got what comes out of the portal right here. A shape began to form in the light, massive and dark. Its outline humanoid, but surely too large for an Eldar warrior. A mighty spear tip emerged first, blazing runic symbols writhing on its wide blade, followed by a brazen arm that bled molten light into the air. The limb groaned like hot iron as it flexed, and the body it belonged to emerged from the gateway. Towering above the Eldar warriors, the mighty creature's body was fashioned as if from dark iron, its veins rippling like rivers of lava across its surface. Curling horns of smoke and ash oozed from its skin and coiled about its head like a living crown of fire-pierced smoke. Its head was a roaring, wailing terror, and its eyes blazed like ignuts straight from the forge. The living avatar of bloody death bellowed its promise of carnage to the skies and raised its mighty arms, a thick red gore oozing from beneath its fingers. And that's the avatar of Cain. That's what it's called. So they call him now. This is a big deal. You know what I mean? Fulgrim watches it. And he's like, hell yeah,
dude,
that's what I want. Yeah, he's like, it's their heart and soul, their lust for war, and death beats within his chest. All right, the Eldar advance. Lord Commander Vespasian says, stand ready. But Marius knew that the 8 of them could not hold out the position very long. Fulgrim spins his sword, steps up over wreckage, and he's like, I'm going to go out there. The 2 mighty gods face each other. The world seemed to halt. So, standard, epic battle. No one's watching.
1v1.
Yeah. Dude throws a spear at him. He dodges it, laughing, but he doesn't realize the spear, comes back at him. He, last minute deflects it. You know what I mean? Scorches his skin, catches his hair on fire. His picture, that's hilarious. His hair is on fire. He grinned, feeling the thrill of combat flow through him. The swords clash in light. The avatar is breathing flames, burning Fulgrim when he gets too close. But he likes being burned. He's fucking crazy. The sword gem glows intensely. Fulgrim sees the avatar eyes drawn to it, and he gets an idea. This is so funny. This is such a classic playground trick. You know what I mean? He throws a sword up, and of course, because the avatar wants to kill the sword, he looks up at the sword, and he punches him in the face, plunging it through his head. Streams of red light and molten blood pour from its damaged head. And it's mangled his hand, so he ignores that. He wraps his hands around the neck, choking the life away. An age of regret and lust flowed from the creature. Fulgrim felt the aching sadness of the necessity of its existence pour into him, even as it poured out of the dying monster. He lashed at the pain of his blistering hands. He looks up to see the Firebird descending. He releases the enemy, punches his victory in the sky. He returns his gaze to the avatar as it explodes in a storm of hot iron and molten, sending Fulgrim through the air. So it was last little trick,
self-destruct.
Old school. What do they call that? In old school Call of Duty, you can have a perk where you die.
Oh, martyrdom.
Martyrdom.
Yeah, just dropped a live grenade.
The god's essence release surrounded him. So it's some kind of Final Fantasy thing going around him. And he has these visions: the death of a race, the birth of a new god, a dark prince of pleasure and pain, a name formed from the raw sound of ages past, a name and a concept all in one. Slanesh, Slanesh, Slanesh. Fulgrim slams to the ground as his boys rush to him. He was broken and burnt, but so alive, and is able to unsteadily rise, not seeing them or hearing them. He focused on the silver sword plunged in the grass. His hands itched to grab it, but a screaming portion of his mind begged him not to. There it is. This is a final moment. He let go of the sword. Remember, he threw it up.
And now he's having this crisis of character.
Yeah, the siren song was strong, but so was his will. It called to him, only through me will you be perfect. The vision of the dark god's birth vied with the elation of the Avatar's death by his hand. The last vestige of resistance fell. He grabbed the sword. His wounds vanished. He felt powerful. Fulgrim saw the fleeing Eldar, and Eldrad just shaking his head like disappointed dad.
He's like, God damn it.
I tried to help you, dude. Lord Commander Vespasian asked what his orders are. He knew there was only one way to deal with Eldar. Return to the ship. Make ready for the virus bombs.
I look like he's like, and it's like the Bahamas. And he's like in everywhere,
Yeah,
and he's like, "There's only one way we can
Blow
fix
up.
this."
We're starting part 4, which is titled Threshold, and this starts chapter 16. So we're introduced to a gentleman named Ormond Braxton, and he is like a what's he like? He's like a administrator. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
he's a duder.
He's
from
yeah, DMV employee number 5.
but he's important, I think. You know what I mean? Because they sent him. So he's from Terra. They sent him out here to have a little chat with Fulgrim. You know what I mean? So he's outside. He's used to like he's waiting. He's used to other people wait for him. So he's important, and he's like not happy about it. He's outside he's outside his chambers, just waiting. They said he waited 3 days on the ship before even getting like a scheduled audience. So before the meeting, he had his menials bathe him and applied perfumed oils.
It said, "Lube me up for my boy Fulgrim."
Yeah, it's funny because like remember earlier they talked about with what's his name, Ferrus Manus being shaved and oiled, and like
Yeah.
it's the only time I've heard this in this book at all. It's like about all these oils and stuff, and you know it's just weird because like those two aren't even in the Emperor's Children and they're getting oiled up.
Well, like so, like I think old boy, like because I think they're going for like the old Greek, like Roman statue-esque.
Yeah.
But then I think our buddy Ormond here, he's just trying to look good, dude. He's meeting one of the presidents.
He's meeting one of the presidents. So, all right. So they mentioned before he enters, he's hearing like the din of like really shitty music. Like he hears like this like clamoring inside.
I like how like because we've heard about like all like the remembrancers and stuff, basically like going on their little acid trip, little blade clubbing kind of scene over there. And Ormond just left the DMV, and he's like,
yeah.
What's
Like,
going
what
on?
the fuck is it? Yeah. So he's like being led through the chamber because they're obviously big. It's not like Fulgrim has a little office, you know what I mean? So, and he's noticing the music. He also notices like these weird sculptures that he can't understand what they are. He notices this gaudy frame painting. It says that defied any aesthetic appreciation. So the offices of Fulgrim are full of his fucking
Finger
shitty,
painting,
weird, yes, weird finger painting.
He's like, "Come look at my art," and he's like, "I don't know about that one."
You get a little background about him. So he's a big deal negotiator. He oversaw the solar system's compliance. So that would be like our galaxy. He's kind of like oversaw all those compliances. He was trained at the school of the iterators. And he's friends with Evan Tobias, who we met earlier, and our boy Kiro Cinnamon. So they're all like in the little cool old man circle.
He's part of the talking old people.
Yeah, and it says only one of his skills is that he can petition a primarch. All right, so the door is open, and he walks in and he sees dozens of phonocasters, like record players, I guess we'd say. Blaring music, lewd and violent paintings are all over the wall. So, you know, it gets crazier as the deeper he goes into Fulgrim's little sanctuary. Then he hears like these arguing voices coming from inner chambers, and he's kind of like, "What the hell is going on? You know, who's getting screamed at in there?" You know what I mean? Like, he announces himself before he enters, and then the music and the arguing just stop all of a sudden. He hears a powerful voice baiting him to enter, and he walks in and hears Fulgrim butt naked except for a loincloth. And he's he's like waving this sword around. He's like brandishing. He's like little kid like stick fighting, sword fighting in the air with this silver sword. He said his face looked like he was like pretty much like high. He looks all messed up. You know, I mean, he's elated on some. Yeah, he's all tweaking. He's like
out, dude.
Yeah. It says the room was a mess. The walls were chipped, stained, and rotten food, stinking. And there's a giant canvas at one end of the chamber that he can't see. He sees like this gigantic painting. I imagine like on an easel, just like sitting up. So when he comes in, Fulgrim's like super happy. He's like, Emissary Braxton, oh, how good to see you. You know, come on in, you know.
Just hanging.
Being...
Just hanging dong, dude.
Braxton, he's hiding his like his weirdness of the whole situation. He tells him he has tidings from Terra, and Fulgrim's like, yeah, of course, no problem. But first thing, I got a favor. So Fulgrim guides Braxton by the shoulder towards the frame painting, and then he shows him, what do you think? The likeness is uncanny, isn't it? And, you know, I wrote down he looks like a crackhead here. He's probably like just tweaking out, and he's like, check out this cool painting.
Just like a blob of nothing.
Yeah. So this is Braxton stared open mouth at the giant portrait of Fulgrim, and he gives a description of like thick paint of garish colors, crude brushstrokes, and a terrible stench. It was a vulgar atrocity. So this painting's like, it probably looks nothing like this dude.
I do like a high school student impersonating Van Gogh, but they use their own poop. This is pretty much what I picture.
So Braxton kind of looks over Fulgrim like, are you fucking with me? You know what I mean? Like he's looking for the eyes of like, you know, oh, this is a joke, but no, like Fulgrim has this look of adoration on his eyes, like, you know, please tell me you love this thing, you know? And he says, oh, you're at a loss for words. I get it. It's so amazing.
I would be too. I would react the same too if I saw this for the first time.
So Braxton turns away from the painting because the sight and it says and the stench is making him nauseous. So like it's not even paint, and it's like just like poop and food and piss, and you know what I mean, it's just crazy. Fulgrim follows him behind him, playfully swinging the sword. And I wrote a note here. Did you ever see the movie Boogie Nights?
Yeah.
So there's a scene where they go to sell the fake Coke to the guy who's like walking around his house smoking crack and lighting off firecrackers. That's what I imagine that guy. He's just walking around like all high as hell and just. All right, so Braxton gets down to business. He's like, all right, hey man, I got word for you from Malcador. And Fulgrim's like, oh, so you know, what's old Malcador got to say for himself? And Braxton's kind of taken back by the lack of respect in his tone. You know what I mean? Like, how dare you? Malcador is like number 2. You know
That's
what I mean?
The dude.
Number 1's Big Daddy. Number 2 is Malcador. So he's telling him that he's like, hey man, Magnus is still doing his magic. You know, that's been found out. And Fulgrim's like, yeah, I figured that much. He loves his mysteries. And the Sigillite has dispatched the Space Wolves to bring Magnus back to Terra. So we know that, but I don't think Fulgrim at this point knows that. You know what I mean? This is kind of first for him hearing that. And then he kind of gets upset. He's like, well, is he charged with a crime or something? Like what's going on here? You know, is Magnus going to be charged with some kind of crime? He doesn't know. Braxton has no idea. You know what I mean? He tells him of the war with the Auretian technocracy. Oh, I said it right that time.
You did. Nailed it.
And that there's reports from Hector Vargas of a massacre being committed by the Astartes. So he's pretty much telling them about what happened when
Horse got hurt.
Horses, yeah. Fulgrim snaps at that, because he don't like to hear that stuff. He says, "I know, like Angron can be crazy." Speaking of the war with the Auretians, but killer of it. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, so he thinks he's talking about Angron. He's like, hey, I know Angron can be crazy, but he's not going to kill our own people. Braxton just explains, no. It wasn't Angron he's talking about. And then before he even get out, who, like, which legion committed this atrocity? He's like, Fulgrim's like, oh, is it Horus? You know, because remember he talked to the elf guy. He's wondering if this has happened. You know what I mean? He wants to know what happened. So Bracken tells him that the War Master got injured, and the Master on the embarkation deck. And Fulgrim's starting to get mad. He's like, are you blaming Horus for this? You know, like, is this what you're trying to tell me, man? And Braxton's like, no, I'm just straight facts, dude. I'm just telling you, you know.
He's like, hey, listen, naked man who just showed me a poop painting. I'm just telling you what I was told. I'm just saying, someone got killed. I don't know who did it.
But this is kind of cool because remember we discussed before about like how no one
knew about this stuff
that happened. But so it looks like the only way they knew it happened is because Hector Varvarus is sending nasty emails and these fucking guys are killing people. You know what I mean? That's kind of how they found out about it almost. I guess, you know what I mean?
He posted it on the Void Twitter, said, hey, like, get your boy.
Come get your boy. He's crazy.
he's tweaking out. He's naked. This guy ran over people on the way to the hospital.
So as Braxton's just trying to say, hey, man, I'm just telling you the facts, Fulgrim like steps to him with a sword up, and he's like, and it says Braxton pisses himself a little bit because he's so scared. He says, what to describe like you know of war? If people are stupid enough to get in the way, it's their own foolishness to blame. Braxton's like taken aback. He's never seen such arrogance and dismissal of human life before. So these guys, you know, like we understand that they're superhuman and above people, but they're supposed to be like the protectors of people.
Yeah, they're Captain America.
Yeah, exactly. Captain America. He's like, what the hell? You know what I mean? He says, you know, Braxton's, you know, trying to defend himself and the ideal, like saying, hey, like, you know, our ideals of the Great Crusade must be upheld. And Fulgrim snaps out of his anger, like immediately lowers his sword. He's like, yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. So
I'm out of line. I'm so sorry.
He's like jumping from manic to like, you know, normal, manic to normal. Like he's all over the place. So Bracken's like, no problem. He knows his closeness to the War Master. He understands this is probably a hard thing to hear. That's why the Council wants Fulgrim to travel to the 63rd expedition and just check in on your boy. You know what I mean? Like, just make sure that, you know, we're all on the up and up here, you know? Like, so that's what he's there to try to get Fulgrim to, like, pretty much kind of spy, you know what I mean? Like,
I feel like when I read that part, I was like, because this guy, like, he is like an administrator. He's just like kind of a bureaucrat, but like he felt like a pretty straight shooter. Like he was like, hey, like, can you just look into this? Like, I didn't even think he was like telling him to spy on him. He was like literally like, we're doing our due diligence because we did hear hundreds of people were killed.
Yeah.
And like, can you just look into it? I didn't even feel like he was like, can you like check on your brother?
I guess spy is the wrong word. Yeah, you're right. It's like, you know, he's just like, you know, we know that you're close with this guy. So how about you? Because I'm thinking, why don't they send him? You know what I mean? Why not Braxton go talk to? But like, he's like, well, they already killed 500 people. Why would they just kill me? So, let's get one of the other guys.
No, they told Braxton to go talk to Horus, but he was like, I'm going to talk to Fulgrim instead, dude, because I don't think I'm going to do very good.
So once again, his anger returns. He's ranting how civilians don't get the brutality of war. The more brutal, the more quicker. We've heard that before, too. Every petty rule you all impose is more of my warriors dying. So he's kind of echoing what we've been hearing from the Sons of Horus about how, you know, the bureaucracy and the humans don't understand the lengths that we have to go through, and they want to put all this red tape all over us, and you know we can't just smash through people.
I like that they always say that, you humans. It's like, bro.
Yeah. Like I thought we're supposed to be like, you know, one
like,
here. You know what I mean?
It's like we're not Xenos, so like, come on, man.
So once again, Braxton's like, you know, he hides his shock of this outburst, how it's going up and down, and he's like, well, all right, man, like, you know, what do you want to do? Once again, his anger fades away, and he's like, all right, you know, I'll go see I'll see what's going on, and I'll let you guys know. You know.
I'll go check on him, see what he's doing.
Yeah. So like, mission complete. Braxton's like, all right, man, I'm out of here. Like, thanks. And he exits, and as he's exiting, he's hearing the arguing voices again. So he's hearing, I assume, like separate voices. You know, I mean, he's hearing two separate voices of arguing. You know, and
it's definitely. No, go ahead.
You go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, like, because I was gonna spoil like that what you're about to say.
Well, yeah. So it says that, like, so he's hearing the voices again. And he's like, "What the fuck?" And he like kind of like sneaks a little look behind the corner, and he shivers as he sees Fulgrim fucking talking to the goddamn painting.
Yeah, it's who's that? Dorian Gray, right? Patriot Dorian Gray.
Yeah.
It's like again, I'm not a prolific writer. I can barely read sentences, but like such a kind of a phone in, because like you obviously Fulgrim's going through these like minor, at this point we know, like possession battle kind of deal, but like he's arguing with the painting. I kind of like the sword being the thing better, but
I think the painting, because it's, I mean, like, it's a shitty image, but it's an image of him, so it's like more personified. Like, he's arguing with the painting because he's arguing with himself, or he thinks he's arguing. So right now, I'm pretty sure at this point he's thinking that it's like his conscience or his, inner conscience, like going back and forth over things. So it personifies it if he's looking at a picture of himself rather than like staring at a sword.
It's true.
Arguing with that, you know what I mean? Because later on we'll reveal, obviously, that it is the sword that's controlling him. But right now it's kind of like helps because it gives it like a face, in a sense, a shitty face,
a literal shitty face.
All right, so now we jump to Serena is in her studio. She's startled, like someone's at the door, and it's Lucius coming to, he wants to get his commission painting. She's got a dead composer laying on her floor, and his blood's still pumping from his throat. So this is a separate person now, because we saw her kill someone else, and he's in the bucket. Remember? Because
he's in the stinky bucket.
He's in the Jeffrey Dahmer fucking barrel.
Some bad pork chops.
So I guess like he comes in, and like I don't think he sees it right away. He comes in and she reaches up and touches his face, and he has a scar. He's got a I'm sorry. He touches his face, and he's like, he sees what happened. He goes, "Oh, I killed him," and she kind of like realizes for a second like what she's admitting to. Because really, this is like a cop. You know what I mean? Like a super cop. In a sense, like you're just telling this dude that you just killed someone, and she's probably expecting like, well, I guess it's
it's a wrap.
Over,
It's I had a good time.
But she quickly recovers, so she like starts crying, and she says that this guy tried to attack her, like sexually assault her, you know what I mean? And she had to defend herself, you know what I mean? Lucius like just, buys that, all right, like, hey,
he had it coming.
Do, you know what I mean? Yeah. And it mentions that Serena has this rush of like endorphins and pleasure that lying to him. So she likes that, she likes that she's able to lie to people. And he's like, don't worry about it. I'll get some servitors in here, clean this up.
I'll get my human Roomba. He'll take care of this. No problem.
Yeah. So she picks up one of her palette knives, and she's cuts herself in her face. And he's like, even Lucius is like, what the? He's kind of taken back. He's like, what's going on here?
The guy who cuts himself too.
Yeah. She explains like, well, so this is so I'll never forget what happened here. And she shows him her scarred up arms, and she says that pain is a way of remembering. And then Lucius is like, he kind of like, yeah, I like that. And he touches his busted up nose, like remembering, what happened to his nose.
Punch in the fucking face.
Yeah, and she actually asked him about that. She said, what happened? And he tells the tale of Loken, and he's like, I'm going to kill that motherfucker one day. And you mentioned about the guy cutting himself, but I think this is where it starts, because it mentions Serena lifts a knife to his face, and she says, your perfect face is gone, so just do it. So Lucius takes a knife and cuts an identical cut on his cheek that's, just like hers. And she says, now you'll never forget this local, as Serena says. So I think this is kind of like where he got the idea to, like, you know, he's like, oh, I like that. Yeah, cut yourself. I like that.
That's sick. That's sick. That's a good look.
All right, so we jump back to Fulgrim. So he's he's in his room, he's pacing around, and he's thinking about what Braxton told him, what Eldrad told him, and he's really thinking deep, like, is this really happening? Would Horus betray our big daddy? And the voice inside his head says, "Are you sure?" And this is where he kind of figures out. He says he can no longer maintain it was his. It was something else. And since the painting had been delivered, it had resided there. He marveled that he was accepting this. Each time he thought it absurd, a feeling of elation and attraction squashed a thought. So I guess he kind of thinks it's the painting. You know what I mean? Like, so, like, he's now gone beyond. He doesn't think he's like, this can't be me.
He's like, I just need a shot. Yeah. I think because again, this is a person going through crisis, and like, as goofy as it all is, it's always like a decent portrayal of like a character, a human going through some sort of like crisis. And he's realizing like, this is no longer a voice of reason. This is something else, either in my mind or external, but he doesn't know if it's bad or not. And I think that's something that's interesting.
Yeah. So he stares at the painting, and the mouth of the painting kind of twists a little bit, and asks him in his head, obviously, you know what I mean, but he's like visualizing it, you know what I mean? And the painting asks him, he's like, well, where will you stand if what old elf boy said was true? And Fulgrim's like, well, it doesn't matter, because that's never going to happen. You know what I mean? Like, the painting laughs at him. He goes, even now, the seeds of treachery have been planted. Fulgrim, like, flips at that. He points a sword at the painting. He says, these are lies. And he goes, all right, I want to know, who are you? You know, I know you're not me. Who the hell are you? The painting says, call me the spirit of perfection that will guide you in the coming days. He tells Fulgrim of the Emperor's plans to abandon them and ascend to godhood. So he's there selling that, you know, that's the chaos tagline, you know what I mean?
Yep, love it. And I feel like they only got the one pitch. Like, there's not a whole lot else.
Other angles.
There's like, it's always like, hey, like, Big Daddy doesn't love you. And then like, they're like, what?
Yeah. So Fulgrim's denying it. He says, the painting says it's no use. He's on the path. He's like, it doesn't matter, man. Like, you're already like look at yourself, dude. You're already here. You're here, dude. You're with us. He says, expose yourself to your deepest fear and you will be free. Only change is constant, the signal for rebirth. The egg of the phoenix from which you arise. What do you fear? Fulgrim stares at the painting with a clarity of perfect understanding. Says his fear is to fail. And that's where that section ends. We jump to Marius. He's on the operating table of old Fabius Bio. He's feeling very vulnerable, but he's determined to obey his primarch. Fabius asks if he's ready, and he's like, "Yep." He says, "You're going to make me better than before, right?" And he's like, "I shall. You will not believe the things I can do." And that's just a quick thing. It's just showing that, like, you know, more of the head dogs are getting fucking chopped up. You know,
I like how they're always like, "You're gonna make me like better, right?" And
yeah, like this is gonna be good, right?
And he's like, "Well, yeah, probably. Yeah,
you'll be better at some things."
I say for me, yeah. I don't know about you.
All right, so chapter 17 begins, and this is so now, like, I think it was, which book was it? The first one or the second one?
Oh, when it's the second one, when Fulgrim comes onto the sons of
yeah, so we're seeing it from their angle. So they approach the 63rd expedition, and this is kind of like a cool little thing before they all meet up. The journey had been tedious, and Fulgrim craved an experience. So, you know, it's a long thing. They want to, and it's just, I have a little note here. It says he craved experience so much that he kind of, like, during the travel, he wished that, like, shit would go bad. Like their fields would fail. Like
Yeah,
he's
he's
having
like,
these.
God, I wish we get fucked up really quick. That'd be sick. So bored.
That'd be sick if we just all die real quick.
Imagine when my homies died right now. It'd be awesome.
All right, it mentions that he's dressed to impress. You know, his armor's polished, all this good stuff. You know, he's got his long scaled cloak, and he has no weapon. And they mention that he misses his sword. But he notices when he doesn't have his sword, his thoughts are like less treacherous. You know, he's not as fucking crazy.
You say, I feel way better when I'm not clutching the evil death's alien sword, but
Yeah,
I don't think that's related.
Kind of wish it. Yeah. So he orders his fleet to like attack formation, and then the Sons of Horus are like, I don't know how this will work, but I guess like in my head I picture like all of their ships are like pointed one way and they're sneaking up behind them. You know what I mean? Like he's like, oh yeah, okay, let's. He smiles at the thought that he could just wipe them out right now. If Eldred was true, he can end the rebellion in an instant. Now he can just blow up all their ships. He has them plot firing solutions. He's licking his lips, realizing that he actually wanted to fire. Lord Commander Eilon interrupts him. He's like, "Oh, hey, man, you forgot your sword. Here's your sword." And he's like, "Yeah, hey, boss, I brought the sword he asked for." But Fulgrim has no recollection of ever asking for his sword. As soon as he snaps that baby onto his hip, the idea to fucking fire upon the Sons of Horus like just vanishes. You know what I mean? It's like
such a. I love it's like the classic domino that doesn't fall. Like you see it, like, and it's like, well, if this happened, then that wouldn't have happened, and that happens like that. Those scenarios are like 20-fold. Like if this one dude like sent an email,
like, you know, could have just ended it right now. You know what I mean?
But then, how am I supposed to paint these miniatures?
Yeah, they think it's something else. I'm sure. All right, so once he's got the sword on, he's like, all right, let's unmask. You know, like I guess they have their cloak or whatever, and he's kind of smiles because the whole Sons of Horus expedition like freaks out. Like, oh shit, you know what I mean? Like all these probably like warnings and signals are being sent. You know what I mean? He sends a hail over to his brother and he says, "Horus, my brother, it seems you have. It seems I can teach you a thing or two." So he's kind of like jabbing at him a little bit. All right. As we know before, we got Fulgrim, Lord Commander Eilon, Fabian, Lucius, and Saul Tarvitz. They're all making their way towards the Vengeful Spirit. All thoughts of the warning from Eldrad vanish as soon as he sees old Horus. Horus has that magnitude about him. You know what I mean? They embrace. Horus is kind of like, why are you here? You know what I mean? Like,
What's up, dude?
I didn't tell you to come here. You know what I mean? Like, he mentions the news from Terra about Magnus's folly, and they retire to speak in private. With the boys in tow, they reach the door to the War Master's chambers, and the boys are dismissed. Hold on one second. I got a little child in here. Yeah, I figured she'd wake up at some point. But all right. Okay. So, yes. Okay. So in the private chambers, Horus is happy, but he wants to know. He says we got a lot of things to talk about. Inside the chamber, so it's like private because it's just it's Horus and Fulgrim. But Fulgrim mentioned he sees a Astartes in granite armor, shaved head, covered in tattoos. We know who that is. Obviously, that's our boy. That's our old boy.
Grima Wormtongue himself, too.
Yeah. They talk about his chambers here. They're very Spartan, and he likes. There's this big old painting of the emperor with the constellations over his outstretched hand, and he kind of admires that. Fulgrim instantly has an irrational dislike for Erebus, even though he's never met him before. So he just exudes like no one likes this guy. You know what I mean? He kind of mentions, so he kind of like starts jabbing at him a little bit. He knows some information. He's like, "Oh, it looks like you've healed pretty quick from your wounds, and that gets like weird glances from them too. They're like, "What? How the fuck do you know about this shit?" You know what I mean? He's like, yeah, it's just a shoulder wound. And then Fulgrim keeps fucking with him. He's like, oh, really? I heard you were dying. What are you talking about? Shoulder wound, The War Master's shocked. He says, I'm stronger than Nether. What are you talking about? So Fulgrim's like, okay, whatever.
So we gonna lie. And we gonna keep dancing around.
Yeah. They toast to a speedy recovery. And it mentions Fulgrim smiles because he's liking like messing with him. He's liking that he can annoy Horus so easily. So then he kind of tells him why he's here. He's like, hey, back home they're kind of concerned about Angron being a little too extra. He's like, I know what I'm doing. Because Angron's, I got him under control. This is how, I show my people how to be loyal. He says this is a way to show the loyalty in blood. By letting him get all bloody and slaughter. And he goes, yeah, that's what the council doesn't like. Horus responds, I will use the tools as I see fit. Angron has a place in my design, and I must be sure his loyalty is first and foremost to me.
I like that. So, I like it. Tip over there a little bit.
So Fulgrim has a little inner monologue here. He's like, he notices that he's real, Horus seems more passionate than ever. And if he's winning Angron, and who else is he winning over? Is this the foretold treason? His little inside mind buddy says, patience, trust in the War Master. Your destinies are linked. Fulgrim looks over. You can see Erebus furrowing brow, and he's wondering, like, did he hear this fucking motherfucker talking to me? You know what I mean? Like, as he's hearing the voice in his head, Erebus is over the corner, like a dog. Like
his bald tattooed dog in the corner.
Their discussion turns to Magnus. And this is the first time Erebus speaks up. He kind of butts in and calls him a sorcerer, which is like a slur. In this world, like you don't hard ass. Like, yeah. Fulgrim tells him to shut up, and then he's like, who the fuck is this guy? Like, why is this guy here? Like, we're boys. We're the top dogs here. Who is this?
Who's this lackey? Why is he here?
Yeah. Horus explains that he's my trusted advisor. Plans are in motion that he cannot trust any other, even the Mournable. And that's that's pretty telling to Fulgrim. He's like, damn, dude, like the Mournable. So
hold on, we are in context. We're like in book 2-ish.
Yeah, so this is when they're fighting the Reaching Technocracy, and I think that was book 2.
So yeah, he's already Loken's not his top dog. Like, I don't know. Like, he's already not.
No. Yeah. So this, I think this will be after, obviously, Davin. And I think this is the end of book 2 where they go to the Reaching Technocracy. And the very end is where Hector Varvarus dies. So this is kind of like, I think, before they do that final assault where they blow the ground up and all, and Angron gets buried. And all. I think this is like before that.
He's already written off Loken. Like, he's already over. That's crazy.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. And Torgot. I don't know if I think that book ends with where he goes to the meeting, and remember how like they're like revealing the plans. Like, all right, we're gonna blame Loken for the killings, and I can't remember they do that scene where like they're like, hey, here's the plan. We're gonna blame Loken for all the killings, and then he'll get sent off to jail. And then Torgod's like, I ain't with you then. You know what I mean? I think that's like, I don't know if that's happened yet or not, but yeah, it's pretty much Loken's on the outs. Torgod's like kind of like on the edge. I think they're still teetering to see if he's with him or not. You know what I mean? But all right, so Fulgrim inquires like, all right, so what's this big plan? And he's like, I'll let you know, in time. Kind of like drop the subject. You know what I mean? And then so they changed the topic back to Magnus. He goes, well, he's wondering, like, he's kind of inquiring, like, well, why is he being sent back to Terra? You know what I mean? So Fulgrim doesn't know exactly why, but he's like, it can't be good if they're sending fucking Lehman Russ and the Space Wolves, because context there is like those two don't like each other at all. You know what I mean? They're not friends whatsoever. But in the history of all these things, like there's rumors and all that the Space Wolves have like taken care of other legions who've been like naughty. He's like the executioner. Like he's like dog the bounty. He's like dog the bounty hunter for the emperor. You know what I mean? Like if his people get out of line, he sends this guy. But the Space Wolves in general don't like Thousand Sons at all. So it must be a big deal if he's sending them. You know what I mean? So the War Master agrees. Yeah, it must be really bad, and he can kind of see relief on his face. And he's Fulgrim wondering like, oh, he's kind of wondering, did Magnus know about this? Just like Eldred Ulthan, you know what I mean? So like with that relief on his face, is he feeling like a piece is being removed from his puzzle? You know what I mean? And he knows, like, all right, if that's the case, then he knows something must be up, because he can't let Magnus go back to Terra if he knows, you know, because if he goes to court or whatever, he's going to be like, you know, just tattle on him. They talk about the painting, that painting with the constellations and all. Fulgrim, Horus, all their legacy is of Big E. And he's like, oh, are you jealous? And he's like, no. But we should be recognized. He professes that greatness will not be achieved by inaction. Time is what we do not have. If we don't take its measure, the opportunity for perfect glory will slip away. Fulgrim listens to all this, and he thinks, I got a quote here. Where'd he go? He thinks the words of the Eldar seemed seer echoed in his head as though shouted. He would lead his armies against your emperor. Horus locked his gaze with him, and Fulgrim felt the fire of his brother's purpose surge like an electric current in the room, feeding the flames of his own obsessive need for perfection. As horrified as he was by the things he was hearing, he could not deny a powerful force of attraction swelling within him at the thought of joining his brother. He saw the rampant ambition and yearning for power that drove Horus, and understood that his brother desired to hold the stars in his grip, as the Emperor did upon the mural. Everything you have, or everything you've been told, is true. Fulgrim leaned back in his chair, drained the last of his wine. Tell me of this perfect glory, he said. So it's kind of like, he's saying, hey, man, we should be the ones who are on these paintings. You know what I mean? We should be the ones in control. And he's kind of like, all right, tell me more. You know what I mean? Like,
hey,
you got my ear.
Let's hear what
let's hear this.
Tell me how my dad doesn't love me. I'm listening. So since he kind of like, said he's in a little bit, Erebus and Horus start filling him in on the events on Davin's moon. Horus, he doesn't tell much of his spirit quest.
He doesn't go over his
details about it.
Trip with wolves.
Yeah, and he says that it opened his eyes to the great truth and monstrous deception. Many times Fulgrim wanted to speak out and deny Horus's words, but each time a force in him held his tongue. So we know what that is. And then he comes out. Horus says, Emperor's betrayed him. Fulgrim's stunned about that, unwilling to believe Horus, of all people, would say that. No, he whispers. Horus sadly says yes. Even before our birth, he could have stopped our scattering. I saw it in my near-death state. So it's kind of, he's giving him all the highlights of his. Yeah, he's giving the highlights of having him drink that Kool-Aid. You know what I mean? Fulgrim's mind is reeling with the possibility that Horus could be right about his past was gone to feed his father's lie. Horus reinforced the idea by proposing the Emperor went back to Terra to begin his apotheosis. So it's funny because like the story is what the story is, but like you can see it from any angle, which is kind of like the whole point of this, because this is a setting, not a direct story. So for their models, you can buy the ones you like. So, you can believe that what the Chaos Gods are saying are totally true. You know what I mean? Like, because there's plenty of things to prove that the Emperor sees these people as tools. You know what I mean? In more recent books, there's a thing where his dead corpse has a psychic conversation with Gilliman, and he calls him a tool, calls him a weapon. You know what I mean? But he also calls him son. they keep it very ambiguous on purpose. You know what I mean? But so it's kind of cool because like Horus is the air quote bad guy, but you can see it from his angle, and he's not the bad guy. You know what I mean?
I love it. It's so funny because obviously they don't know yet, but like they're like, well, our dad betrayed us. I'm like, yeah, I mean, you were bred to be a bloodthirsty machine, but like the other side is you join chaos and become like a sex plaything for a demon, and I feel like I could deal with my daddy issues over being just like in the Diddy freak off demon universe.
Well, I think it's cool because like both ends, you know, Emperor or the Chaos Gods have a grander scheme that really no one is really even thinking about. Like Chaos wants to wipe everything out because that's how they roll. Horus thinks like, well, I'm going to get the power and then I will be in control and all will be right. You know what I mean? But on the other side, like we're never told truly if the Emperor wants to ascend to some kind of god.
Yeah.
Or, you know what I mean? Like, but he definitely doesn't care. He doesn't care about these things as individuals.
Oh.
You know what I mean? He cares about humanity as a whole. You know what I mean? But even the Primarchs who he made, he doesn't care. Like he'd wipe them all out if it meant that humanity as a whole would like continue. You know what I mean? So,
But who's the good guy?
all right. So, the elves maybe. All right. So Fulgrim finally breaks his paralysis. He storms over to the painting, and he has you have no idea what you're asking me to do. Horus states that he's asking him to stand with his brother, claim their birthright, not turn over their hard work to grubby politician clerks. The pen diatribes like this, showing Fulgrim's scrawled writings of the Lectitio Divinitas. Fulgrim's shocked. He's like, a god? Horus agrees, aye, a god. His anger spilling over as he smashes the mural, chunks of rock falling. As Fulgrim's world shatter along with it, Horus says he needs him. He needs his brother. Can't be done without him. Fulgrim stares back and asks, what would you have me do?
He's in.
So he's in. Sold. Signs the contract. He's in. All right, so chapter 18 starts, and we're somewhere else. The Emperor's children are assaulting this thing called Deep Orbital DS-191 that is overrun with green skin.
Damn.
So this is the first time we hear it. Yeah, it's orcs. I mean, like, I have a little note here. So they're a little different in this. So I have orcs are a warlike, crude, and highly aggressive green-skinned Xenos race. Although the society is entirely primitive and brutal, the orc race is also the most successful species in the whole galaxy, outnumbering every other race. However, due to their aggressive and warlike nature, this massive race is split into hundreds of tiny empires, warring as much between themselves as against other races. The orc ecosystem, born from fungal spores, travels with the race itself, allowing the orcs to rapidly colonize and reproduce on worlds across the galaxy. Orcs are unusual in that they continue to grow throughout their lives, and this growth is directly tied to their social standing, the largest orcs always being the most dominant. So yeah, they're pretty much like living mushrooms in a sense.
Violent mushrooms.
And the more they kill, the bigger they get. So the biggest one is the one who's killed the most enemies, whether they be their own orcs or anything, you know what I mean? All right, so we see Solomon and his gang. They're fighting against hundreds of these roaring aliens. They carry enormous cleavers, makeshift explosive, and guns. Gallus and Solomon chat how advanced the greenskin warfare is, being that they are rumored to be so primitive. So that's another thing. So all their shit looks like it comes from a junkyard. You know what I mean? Like all the orc stuff. But they got trucks, they got spaceships, and no one, like, on the human end, they have no idea how this stuff works, because it's like, what the hell, man? They're like you know, cavemen people, whatever, and how they got a spaceship and all. And then you see the models of the art, it's all like thrown together, junkyard. Like when they paint something red, it goes faster because like they believe it works, and their belief is like so strong that it
Peter
makes
Pan
it
rules,
happen.
dude.
You know,
Peter Pan
cool,
rules.
actually. Yeah.
It's like, why can you fly? Because I think I can.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, all right. So, a little back thing. The Imperial system Calinatus is under greenskin attack, and taking the orbital defenses was the first step. So, this is a liberation effort by both the Emperor's children and the Iron Hands. Solomon sneaks a glance at the orc line, and he sees them readying up for attack. They don't have any reinforcements from Julius or Marius. They may have to retreat to their landing craft. The greenskins roar, and Solomon knows what's happening. They're doing his strategy, like they're going up the middle. You know what I mean? Like Solomon's always the one who runs up the middle. He's realizing these orcs are about to do that. You know what I mean? So he orders open fire. The Emperor's children rip apart the tide of charging greenskins. But the more to die, the more the frenzy the other become. So they kind of remind me of like the World Eater sense. You know what I mean? Like they're just war crazed maniacs. You know what I mean? Charge comes in a green tide, rusted armor, battered leather, led by a brute and mechanical exoskeleton. So to keep, in the sense of the game, to keep like things synonymous, every race will have like similar units in a sense. So like, we saw the what was that thing called, the Wraith Lord, and that's kind of like a dreadnought. You know what I mean? So the orcs also have, I think they're called I'm not too familiar with the orcs, but I think it's like a mecha orc, but it's like an orc inside of a big robot. You know what I mean? Like, so that's their dreadnought. You know what I mean? So, but they're cool looking. They have giant claws and like horns, and like I said, it looks like it's been put together with rusted bolts and all that stuff. So, all right, the gunfight turns into a melee, and the Emperor's children are struggling to fight an enemy that's so hard to kill. Solomon's distracted by watching some of his boys die, and he gets smashed in the chest by a cleaver. Painfully dodges a second attack from the exoskeleton orc. The exoskeleton orc is distracted by the sounds of guns and chainswords Solomon unloads on him. Reinforcements finally arrive, and they wipe out the greenskins. Gaius telling Solomon he knew Marius and Julius would arrive. It wasn't Marius and Julius, though, but it's Saul, Tarvis, and Lucius. Solomon's happy to help, but he's actually kind of mad because Julius and Marius, but his boys, and here these like newcomers are the one coming to help him. He's just a little slighted with that. All right, so we jump to Vespasian. Vespasian hurries into Fulgrim's quarters, searching for him through the mess of like broken marble and fucking half-finished paintings, and he's struck by the change that's come over Fulgrim after leaving the 63rd expedition. He's been very sullen and withdrawn. Lord Commander Vespasian felt the soul of the Legion in turmoil. More and more brothers taking Fabius's drugs, declining the moral fiber. Only a few companies maintain their ideals, with no stopping in sight. Orders coming directly from Lord Commander Iolon and Fulgrim. So Lord Commander Vespasian is like, he's like the nerd of the group. He's like, no. Like, we're not going to take these drugs, and like our ideals of perfection are founded in purity and all, while the rest of them are like, our ideals of perfection have no bounds. You know what I mean? Like, we want to be perfect, so we're going to take, like steroids and methamphetamines, and like we want to be better. Yeah, you know what I mean? Vespasian knows his 3 swords by Fulgrim. Fireblade, so that's his one that he always had. The Lair sword. And now he sees a glittering gray blade with a gold hilt. You know what sword that is?
Gray blade with the gold hilt. Isn't that the one that fucking Erebus stole?
It's the anathema. Yeah. So he got that from I think in book 2 you see it from the other angle, and when he leaves the ship, I think Logan notices it hanging from his hip. Yeah. So he's relaying the Fulgrim. The battle will soon be won. But he's like, where was Julius and Marius? You know what I mean? Like, they didn't help Solomon. Luckily, Saul was there with Lucius. He actually, so Fulgrim showed a hint of annoyance hearing about that news. And Vespasian's like, why, why would you look so pissed that Solomon's alive? Fulgrim states the battle isn't about the greenskins. It's about enacting Horus's will, purging our ranks of those without strength to do what must be done. As the War Master marches on Estevan, where a reckoning will take place. Kind of like showing his hand here, really.
I kind of like, he's like, hey, why are you upset that your boy lived? We need to thin the herd. Like, oh, what the fuck?
No subtlety whatsoever. Vespasian's confused. He's like, why are we going to the Istvan system? Fulgrim says, there will be there. We will cross the Rubicon, our first steps on Horus's new path to establish an order of perfection and wonder. Vespasian can't follow it. He's like, all in. Like, well, this guy's fucking crazy. What the hell are you talking about? Fulgrim changed the subject, asking if he's ever heard of Cornelius Blake. So he just like fucking just, I don't know. Hey man, did you ever hear like Stephen King? Guy writes some cool books, you know? He says, no, but what, why? Fulgrim silences him and he's like, come here, check out this paint.
You're going to love this. You're going to love it.
You're going to love this. And then, so here we get a true look at the painting, and I have the description here. It's pretty cool. Vespasian's questions fled from his mind at the horror of the picture before him. The image of his primarch distorted and leering, flesh pulled tight over protruding bones, and the mouth twisted with the anticipation of imminent violence and violation. Figure's armor was a loathsome parody of the proud, noble form of Mark IV plate, its every surface covered with bizarre symbols that appeared to writhe on the canvas, as though thick layers of stinking paint had been applied over a host of living worms. It was in his eyes, however, that Vespasian saw the greatest evil. They burned with the light of secret knowledge, and of things done in the name of experience that it would sear his soul to know but a fraction of. No vileness was beyond this aberration. No depths too low to embrace, and no practice too vile to indulge. So it gives it more form now. Now it looks like, like a spooky, monster Fulgrim. You know what I mean? Like, it mentioned a smile and eyes. Last time we saw it seemed more like a blur.
Yeah, it was like,
almost,
so the DMV guy was like, what am I even looking at?
Yeah. So as he looks at the painting, he feels the power scouring his soul for some darkness, and he feels it getting angry as it finds nothing. The Vespasian's
That's
like
a good dude. That's a good dude.
True, dude. He's like, he's a good dude, man. Yeah. The painting whispers to Fulgrim, he harbors nothing. He is worthless. Kill him. And Fulgrim whispers Vespasian, like, what? Seemingly to the gold-hilted sword. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. So he whispers to the gold-hilted sword. If you don't know what the sword is already, now you know what I mean. Like, so he whispers the magic words because that's how that sword works, and places the tip of the blade at the neck of the kneeling Vespasian. He tried to move, but he couldn't. Fulgrim says, energy is eternal delight, and he who desires it but acts not breeds pestilence. You must be cut out. He drives the anathema through his neck and into his chest. And then I wrote here, like, did he need to use the anathema? Like, he's a primarch. Couldn't just been like, karate chop
I think
his
they're
head
going
off?
more into like feeding the demon thing more power or whatever.
Well, I mean, that sword's a different sword though. That's the Kinderbreck weapon. You know what I mean? Like, like I'm saying is like, he's so powerful. I don't think he needed to be like use the power of the sword because how the sword works. Yeah, he could have just been like, I don't like you anymore, and boom, punch a hole through his chest. You know what I mean? Something. But
No, that's not cinematic.
Okay.
Come on.
All right, so now we're back on DS 191. There's a rally. Fulgrim arrives in trumpeting fanfare with his inner circle. Lord Commander Iolon, Fabius Bile, Chaplain Charmosian, who we've seen before. Ancient Rolinar is there.
Our boy.
But it mentions that he was there, but more out of tradition than his loyalty. So he's not down with, as we find out later. You know what I mean? I think we know when he helps out Saul. You know what I mean? In the other books, you know what I mean? Yeah. Fulgrim applauds them for ridding these orbitals of the greenskin and assures him that he and Ferrus Manus will not let a single alien stand on land claimed by the Crusade. Fulgrim savored the anticipation of his next words. He relays that Lord Commander Iolon will lead a contingent of Emperor's children to support the 63rd expedition on Istvan. He had to hold back his laughter as he felt the disappointment from his boys at the statement. Lord Commander Iolon tells him the plan. Fulgrim's amusement turns to sorrow, realizing if Vespasian wasn't so stubborn to refuse the enhancements for his men, some here would have made fine additions to War Master's ranks. He realized he should have killed Vespasian sooner. So he's pretty much this is setting up. He's setting his undesirables to
The Coral City.
to Estevan. Yeah, the Coral City. Except Eidolon. Eidolon's down cause. You know what I mean? So, all right, Eidolon finishes his yapping. He salutes Fulgrim, and now Fulgrim must fulfill his second promise to Horus. And his second promise is to turn Ferris Match to get him in the play.
Like, obviously, my name's not War Master, so I'm not the tactician. Doesn't seem like a guy to win over.
I don't know. I mean, so I think the idea is that him and Fulgrim are such good buddies because they made weapons together under a mountain.
They did the Arnold son of a bitch and made swords. This guy can
So Fulgrim's like, I got him. You know, he's my boy. I get him. You know what I mean? So
we pump iron together. We're kind of tight.
Yeah. All right. So now, chapter 19, we see Gabriel Santar, who's like the first captain of the Iron Warriors.
Yeah.
Oh, Iron Hands. Sorry, not the Iron Warriors.
Iron
Hands.
I can't even tell them apart half the time. I feel terrible because they're not even like one's loyalist and one's not. And then I'm like, who's who? And then I watch a video and I'm like, is that the fucking Iron bad guy?
So the hand will be the good guys, and then the skull is
like half
the bad guys.
But half the good guys got skulls. Like, I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah. Like, at least like most fiction, they make the bad guys look like bad guys. But like,
look at totally different.
Look at the Blood Angels. Yeah. You'd think that guy's a bad guy, but they're like, oh, he's
they're like vampires.
Good. I'm like, I don't fucking know anymore.
All right, so we see Gabriel is with Ferris and the Morlocks aboard the Fist of Iron, awaiting for Fulgrim. So Fulgrim's coming to meet him. He can sense some tension in his lord. He inquires. Fulgrim recalls how the Iron Hands and Empress Show didn't depart on great terms. So if you remember that whole thing with the Asprects, where Fulgrim was freaking out because he claimed that they were trying to take his glory, and he jumped in, and the Fist of Iron had to block and get all jacked up, and he's just being a dick. So but they didn't part on good terms. You know what I mean? Gabriel remembers the hasty ceremony on the Pride of the Emperor, concluding with a weak-ass brotherly embrace. He can't imagine Fulgrim being upset. Fist of Iron saved his ass. But Ferris Manus relays that Fulgrim needed saving, implied that his actions were not perfect. So that's how he's explained to him, like, hey, man, this got a little weird. I saved him, which really, in his mind, mean that he's like a fucking bitch.
He's pretty pissed. I saved him. Don't bring it up. Just trust me.
Yeah. Neither know why the unexpected visit from Fulgrim, so it's just like they don't know. But Ferris is hoping that it's like for reconciliation. He's hoping, okay, well maybe he's here to we can be bros again. Fulgrim stands at the open gates of the Anvilarium with Julius and 10 of his Phoenix Guard. He stood for a moment, knowing that as soon as he crossed this threshold, there's no going back. This is like the moment of truth here. The risk of this gambit was big. But he made the promise to Horus, felt the kinship of, so that says, Horus felt that their kinship together, Ferris and Fulgrim, would win the day. So they're kind of like, it's definitely, like you said, they know this guy's not, he's not crazy. He's not Angron. He's not Fulgrim. He's a pretty straight shooter, but the War Master's like, well, let's take a risk. Hopefully, because they're buddies, we can get him on our side. You know what I mean? The veil had been lifted, and Fulgrim felt his duty to reveal the lie to his closest brother. Fulgrim starts the sale with some flattery, falsely saying the War Master compliments the 10th on their prosecution of the Calidatus system. And then Fulgrim, Ferris is like, okay, cool. Like, but what's up? Why are you here? You know what I mean? Like, thanks for, it's awesome. Fulgrim tells him that it's a private affair, and then the future, it concerns the future of the Great Crusade. Ferris is very intrigued. He looks very serious. He's like, oh, okay. So they retire to the Iron Forge, which is like his,
personal
inner
sanctum. It's just a fucking anvil.
Lava
flowing.
Lava
just like
flowing.
One anvil.
All right, now we jump to the bridge of the Pride of the Emperor. Marius is standing watching the Fist of Iron. He's angry at its damage, its blandness, and it's laughing embellishment. This guy just.
Yeah.
'Cause I remember this is the last time one time we saw him. He was like, "I just want to fucking kill something." He's like grabbing like the banister and like smashing it and all. He struggled to control his anger, found himself crushing the railing. So here he is again. You know what I mean? The anger stimulated his reward pleasure centers. It took all of his will to chill out. So he got rewired. He's rewired by Fabius. So like when he gets mad or he gets hurt, it makes it feel good. You know? Every officer and many fighting men under his command have been sent for enhancements. So much that Fabius Bile had a new corps of augmentative chirurgeons to meet the Emperor's children's need. He had the mission and capability to wreck the Iron Hand fleet if ordered. And he secretly wishes that Fulgrim's plan fails so he can fucking.
I love it, dude. He's like, God, I need this shit to work. But if we don't, dude, that's kind of tight.
That's way better. All right, we're back in the Iron Forge. It says it's fashioned from smooth, glassy basalt, decorated with wondrous weapons and machinery. So it's like a museum of weapons. Next to a fire drake banner was a splendid top-loaded gun with the muzzle formed into a dragon's head. Ferrus Manus made this for Vulcan. So Vulcan is the primarch of a legion called the Salamanders, and Salamanders. They're like dragons. They're not dragons. They're like that's their
like
style.
Fire. That's what I've deduced.
They're like fire. Yeah. So Ferrus says he made it for Vulcan, but Vulcan's very superstitious, and he says that it needs to stay with its maker. You know what I mean? And Ferrus kind of jokes, thinking like, I think really Vulcan's just freaked out that I can do with my hands. Vulcan's also like a forge dude, you know what I mean? But he ain't got the magic hand. He's not the silver hands. And he's like, yeah, I think Vulcan was more freaked out that I can make this with my hands than he would have to make it with an anvil. You know what I mean? A hammer and anvil. The two make idle chat until Ferrus presses him. He's like, come on, man, what's going on? And Fulgrim's kind of like dancing around it because he's nervous. He's nervous to jump into this, but this is a big fucking deal. You know what I mean? Fulgrim talks Olenor, which Ferrus Manus was not at Olenor. He wasn't there. How Emperor said he must return to Terra, for all that we won would turn to ruins. And he says it was the second most heartbreak of my life. And then Ferrus Manus picks up on that. He goes, he talked like he abandoned us. Fulgrim replies that's how it felt. It's how it still feels. What could be so important that he lead us then and there? Ferrus approaches Fulgrim. He goes, I don't understand what you imply. His thought trail off, and he says, wait, hold on. You said the second most heartbreaking moment. Well, obviously, the next question would be, what was the first? And he says, Fulgrim comes out with it. He goes, when Horus told me Big E abandoned us, and he's ascending to godhood. And as he says it, he's like relishing the look of surprised horror that's on Ferrus's face. Ferrus is like, he's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Like, it's Ferrus. He's like pumping iron with his boys, and like your cousins, like
he's over there doing curls. Like, yeah, man. So like, why are you so sad? Well, the Emperor left us, and yeah, I get it, man. But he's like, he talked like he abandoned us. He's like, yeah, well, then Horus told me he's going to be a god. And he's like, he just dropped the weight. The fuck did you say? The fuck did you just say to me?
You take it back. You take that shit back right now. Take that back.
Yeah, because so he's like, what's going on? What are you talking about? And he Fulgrim presses. He says, Horus has seen the truth. We are but tools. The Emperor has begun apotheosis. Others have joined. We will strike before the Big E is aware. We will reclaim the galaxy for those blood has been shed. So like I said before, like they are tools. It's not a lie. But is it enough to be like, like we should kill?
And also,
like, I don't know.
I think you're sending the tweaker hedonist to try and talk to the hammer guy. Like,
but they're the best buds though. You know what I mean? Like if he sent fucking goofball fucking Mortarion, that guy probably
he's like,
really
get
want
out
to
of
talk
here,
to him. You know what I mean? Yeah, stinky pants. Yeah, get out of here. You see how clean I am with my shaved body and oiled
fucking
muscles?
sweating with your weird green stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, put your 30 feet in my anvil, whatever. Anvilarium. Get your 30 feet off my anvilarium.
I guess, yeah. I don't know. It's hard being a trader, dude. Those guys, they're really into the heresy, because the argument, like when Fulgrim lays it out there for like what he's trying to do, I'm like, bro, you're not selling it. Like, you're not. Like, because, and I don't, unless you're crazy, person. Which, I mean, like, obviously they're all crazy because they're primarchs, but
they are.
I was like, you're dealing with the wrong kind of crazy.
All right, so Fulgrim, he's thrilled to finally have it out. Like, it just feels good to like get that out. You know what I mean? But he felt despair as he saw, like, I don't know what he expected to see, but he sees horror on Ferrus Manus' face that turns to fury. He says, "This is the new direction of the Great Crusade." He roars, and then Fulgrim's kind of like, "Whoa. Like, the Mechanicum's with us, Lorgar's with us, Angron too, soon Martarion. There will be no mercy for those on the wrong side. See reason for the sake of our brotherhood." And so the initial sell didn't work. Like, hey, Dad's going to be a god, we should get rid of him. And now he's like trying to threaten him in a sense, like, hey man, like, got everyone, dude. We got Michael Jordan, we got Shaq, we got, what I mean? Like, you don't want to be playing us. And if you don't want to
kill LeBron.
And then Ferrus says, "Our brotherhood died when you turned traitor." And then he steps to him, firebreaker on his shoulders. He's got that big ass hammer. He's ready to drop that. He says, "There is only one fate for traitors."
Dude, Ferrus is such
he's fucking cool. And I got a quote he says here. He says, this is Fulgrim. He says, "So you're going to kill me?" Ferrus hesitated, and Fulgrim saw his shoulders sag in despair. "I am your sworn honor brother, and I swear to you that I do not lie," pressed Fulgrim, hoping that there was still a chance to convince his brother not to act in haste. "I know you're not lying, Fulgrim," said Ferrus sadly, "and that's why you have to die." You don't play no games, dude. You don't care. You don't care if a brother
like, hey, like, I'm such a good brother that when I say I'm going to kill you, I'm going to fucking I'm going to fucking kill you.
I'm going to kill you. I'm not lying. I don't lie, All right, so they start fighting. Weapons crash, lightning arcs, the epic stuff. Lightning's crashing, but neither of them's really damaging each other. It's kind of like, they're so strong. Fulgrim tells Ferrus the plan to rid the legions of unwanted on Estevan 3 with the Life Eater. So, it's a classic movie stuff. They're like fighting and they're talking.
I'm going to kill them.
No! Ferrus is appalled that Fulgrim would take part of that. Fulgrim scores a hit on Ferrus Manus' face, stunning him. And it says he starts slamming his fist to his face. He's just punching the shit out of him. He swings his sword for his brother's neck, but Ferrus catches his fire blade in his metal hand. So I picture like something like, like samurai style. He says, "I forged this blade and I can break it too." The blade explodes, sending both primarchs off their feet. The sight of the wrecked sword penetrated the red mist of sensation. Symbolism was not lost on Fulgrim. So he gets up first. He walks over to the stunned Ferrus. He seizes the forge breaker, the hammer, the weapon he made with his own hands, and he held it high, ready to deliver the death blow. The darkness of his eyes met the silver of Ferrus Manus' eyes, and he couldn't do it. I would have walked onto death with you. Why can't you not do the same for me?" And Ferrus just says, "You are not my brother." He ain't backing down. He's on the ground right now, and this guy's got the hammer. Like, what I mean? So a small voice in Fulgrim screamed for him to kill. Fulgrim swung the hammer, connecting with his jaw, knocks him unconscious.
Like, it hits him with a 6 meter long warhammer. Yeah, he knocked him out.
So he walks away. Now the voice in his head's like, "Whoa, still, what are you doing?" And really, at this point, what are you doing, dude? Like, you're in. You might what are you doing? Because there's no way that this guy's gonna wake up and be like, yeah, he was right.
The heresy kind of feels a little better now.
Yeah. So he leaves him. He leaves him like knocked out. You know what I mean? we're back outside the doors of the Anvilarium, and Julius sees Fulgrim exit with the hammer. And this is like, I guess, like they had a little pre-briefing. You know what I mean? He's like, he calls out Phoenician. And then the Phoenix Guard just all like, you know, like samurai ninja style, all just behead all the Morlock. And poor Gabriel's like, what the fuck is going on? He's like, where's Ferris? Fulgrim says he's alive and signals to Julius, who takes his lightning claws and like smashes him through Gabriel's chest. Fulgrim, he calls up to fucking Marius, who's just been waiting for this. You know what I mean? He tells him to open fire. And I wrote here, like, this is like, the whole thing is a bad top, man. Like,
you're on
like,
their shit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the whole idea, like this, so they're revealing their hand almost, in a sense. You know what I mean? Like to not kill him. Like, why would you not kill him? Because like, if you leave him alive and he survives, because he's a primarch, he's probably going to survive. All he's going to do is tell on your ass. You know what I mean? Before the purge happened. You know what I mean? Like the purge hasn't begun yet, and it's trying to be sneaky about it. You know what I mean? And you're just like, you know, you failed to get him. And I would feel if I was in charge and he came back, he's like, hey man, I couldn't convince Ferris, but he's dead. Like, all right, that's B, plan B. Yeah. Not like, yeah, I couldn't get him.
He's actually,
and he's alive.
Really mad. Like I read, like they're in like a little like chat room with their little like email people.
Yeah.
Hey, I fucked up. That did not go well. Like, actually, I think that went as worse as possible.
Yeah, like he's alive, and I killed a bunch of his bodyguards, and I shot up a bunch of his ships, but he's alive, and there's some more of them. You know,
I do think
weird.
There's like a hint of like obviously like the shooting and not like obliterating them. I think is they're trying to incite that like foolhardy kind of like stereotypical like Imperial Space Marine rage, because that sets up for Istvan, like Istvan.
Yeah. Obviously, and I think the way you can buy it is that he's not fully taken over by his demon, and he has like this like, you know, like, I can't kill him. That's my bro. That's my bro. I'll kill these. We'll kill these menials, you know what I mean? But like, I can't kill him.
The guy that matters, you know. So, but because there's a point where it's very clear he's not in charge anymore.
Yeah, that's later, and then this sets up for it, I guess. You know what I mean? So, all right. So, chapter 20, the Emperor's children are traveling through the warp. They're all beat up from a sneak attack, and it says the Iron Hands are not totally destroyed, but very crippled. The journey has not been smooth. Warp storms have destroyed one ship, killed hundreds of their poor fucking astropaths. It says those that survived were going crazy. Visions of a world devoured by a monstrous creeping death. Fires reaching to the heaven and ending of billions of lives in one strike. So they're having visions of Istvan 3, in a sense, all these astropaths. The prep for Bekwakinska's, they're calling it the Marvagalia, had gone to insane lengths. Coraline practiced her voice to mimic sounds of the Lair Temple. Bekwakinska's symphony had her design new musical instruments. She's making new instruments. This is amazing. That resemble weapons, oversized horns like missile tubes, long neck string instruments like rifles. So this is like setting up for the, you know, what later on we'll have the noise marines.
It's so like
it's kind of like I don't know how to make it like any better, but it is kind of just thrown in there. Like, yeah, so this music composer, she's making new instruments that look like guns. Just like,
hint,
there you go.
Just there's no, you know what I mean? Trust me, this isn't related to anything else. We'll never hear, see, or buy these things.
But I couldn't imagine being Graham McNeil and they're like, hey man, so you know we have these noise marines that we made when we were, you know, these 80s nerds made because they look cool. I need you to write a backstory of how they were
tie
made.
in. Why? Some coked out nerd in the 80s was put Twisted Sister and Kiss into a fucking game. Can you put this in your book?
Yeah. I know you're a serious writer.
I know you're like, you have a lot of accolades and all that, so you can make it work.
Yeah. All right. So, Fulgrim's hanging out in La Finis a lot, and he's like guiding the artist to to create a space worthy of Maraviglia. And I looked it up. It is Italian for amazement.
Wow.
So I might say amazement than Maraviglia. All right, so they got word of Istvan 3 and the land battle and hope to be there soon. But remaining navigators said at least 2 months, so they're not happy about that. All right, so we jumped to Ostian is nearly finished with his emperor statue. I see every time I read that, I'm like, this you should make that something different. I don't care what you make.
Change the eyebrows,
Like
or like
put like a big L on his forehead or something, dude. Like that.
like draw a mustache on it, bro.
Well.
Like something.
Yeah. It says he's kept to himself these last few weeks. La Fenice is just full of lewdness and debauchery, and he's not down with that. It's too much for his sensitive taste. You know what I mean? The last time he went, he saw Serena painting the ceiling with Fulgrim watching. Their eyes met, and he was ashamed for speaking to her so cool last time. So she's remembering last time when she asked for help, and he was like, "Nah, you fucking weirdo with your fucking barrel of goo." In his memory, he's as if sensing him, Fulgrim turned his way, and Austin was shocked. Fulgrim had bright eyeshadow, his hair is in tight braids. He's got tattoos on his cheeks, a lot of his skin showing. He's got weird scars and piercings with rings. So he's got like nipple rings and fucking he's just gone full Hot Topic on everything. The memory chilled him, and he thought, like, man, once I'm done with this fucking this sculpture, I'm putting in a transfer.
I'm getting on the next bus out of here, dude. This place is weird.
All right, we jump to Solomon, and he's thinking sadly of the news of destruction wrought on the Coral City. He'd been sad about being dismissed by Julius and Marius, but fighting on Istvan 3 helped his spirits. But then Saul came with a warning, and he sought shelter. I'm sorry, and for Solomon's there. Solomon's on Istvan 3, so he's like, he's in the mess, and he got away. Saul, warned him. After the firestorm, he and Gaius were trapped and wounded from the intense heat. On the third day, Gaius died. They just dropped Gaius right out of it. I know he's not a main character, but it's like, give him a little something. Come on, man. But soon after, Solomon was found by Nerovibus. Seeing the fires of ambition from Saul and the help of the medic Vadon, who we know from the Sons of Horus, he was ready to fight in a short amount of time. The battle grand on, so it's kind of like just going through the fight after the firestorm on Istvan 3 through Solomon's eyes. He was happy to see Saul. He's happy to see Lucius, and then we have a scene where he hears some gunfire coming from the eastern barricades. He rushes to see Lucius engage with many enemies, and he rushes in to help him. And then we jump back. We'll get back. That's a good thing. We'll get back to that later. It's kind of cool. All right, so they finally get there. Fulgrim meets with Horus on the Vengeful Spirit, and then we get a view of when he tells him he failed, but now we're seeing it from Fulgrim's point of view. And if you remember, Horus was like very shocked how like aloof he was about everything. Like, like he was yelling at him, and he was like not like cowering or anything. He was just like, whatever, dude. He has a purposeful, mocking, aloof tone with the War Master's anger. Fulgrim asks if he's like, "Well, would you like me to kill Ferris?" And he, wanting and not wanting the answer to be yes. He turned to leave with a smile, knowing that it will enrage Horus. But his exquisite sensations of toying with the War Master disappear when he hears of his new duties. Remember, Horus wants him to go dig trenches on Istvan 5. So
go dig a hole.
Yeah, it's like so. He's toying with him, and the other book mentions that he was like kind of hoping that like they fight, you know what I mean? But all that anger disappears when he's like, you know what I want you to do? I want you to go fucking dig fucking shit latrines or whatever.
Go dig a hole for like a month.
Yeah. He bellows in rage, and he's like, this is an outrage. This is a betrayal. How I joined you. I didn't join you for this kind of stuff. And that rage fills him with new excitement that he possibly, that it might even come to a fight. Everything plays out as we know. So, he appeals to Fulgrim because he trusts him and all this stuff. Fulgrim leaves imagining greater delights on Istvan 5, death and horror. So he leaves happy. All right, so back to Solomon. Solomon's He's finishing it off the last traitor as he realizes only him and Lucius are left at this little skirmish. Lucius is smirking as he thanks Solomon. Solomon wonders what did they hope to gain with this like little small force trying to attack our eastern barricades. Lucius continues his snarky smile as Solomon looks over the dead, realization finally hitting him. They're not traitors. They're like, they're loyalists. Lucius agrees and tells him his plan to rejoin the Emperor's children. And he thanks. He goes, "Hey man, thanks a lot for helping me fucking kill all these people. I probably wouldn't have done it. They probably would have killed me.
I was in trouble. Thank you so much."
Solomon's like mind is shatter. Tears of horror fall from his eyes. He says, "You took my honor, is all I had left." And then Lucius like asks him how it feels. Solomon lunges at Lucius, choking him. Lucius stabs him through the chest. All the pain he received or he recovered from returning. He falls to his knees, gripping for Lucius, who walks away, not noticing his final moments. And then his so I was going to save this for the end, but I got to bring it up now. So I have his death is detailed on page 408, right? And then I wrote this whole thing of him fighting Lucius and dying, right, is 5 pages long, right? That's fine, right? That's fine. Then I think about Torgadon got like 2 paragraphs.
I was just thinking about how like there's so many deaths that could be longer or better.
Like it's cool. Like it's cool that Solomon, I like how he killed his own people and like messes his mind. But 5 pages of battling and dying, and the death is described very detailedly. And I think such a main character like Torgadon gets, Loken looks over.
He's
and
like,
he
like sees it in like the corner. He's like, "What the fuck?" And that's it. Like,
I was like,
3 books, bro. 3 books.
I have that as like one of the negatives of the book, but I had to bring it up here because like I might forget about it. But I was like, that's so weird, dude. Like, come on, man. Like, Solomon's the main character of this one book, and not even main character. He's like one of the many.
I will say,
So,
well,
right,
the one redeeming factor. I think this is the only instance where friendly fire is a thing, because like they didn't do a wardrobe change. Like the uniforms are all the same.
We mentioned that before. How it must have been crazy because like everyone's wearing purple or whatever armor you're in. You're just like
that guy.
Are you
like
you me?
Especially when like, there's like the scenes where like they're in close quarters and like you see 2 guys around a corner. They're like,
fire, thunder, flash, thunder, flash.
Horus, like, do they have like a? Oh, it's just so funny.
For the Emperor. All right, so part 5, the last Phoenix. This is the last part of the book. Chapter 21.
Huge.
Gabriel brings news from Terra. So Gabriel's alive. I don't know how. He had a claw through his chest, but hey, I'll buy it. He's alive. He's bringing news from Terra to Ferrus Manus in hopes to lift his spirits. The fleet was repaired quickly, and the Iron Hands plan to head to Terra. Like, so they're going to go back and try to tell. And I was like, why don't you just send like a fucking mind email? You know what I mean? Like, why are you going to fly already back? That was their plan, but the warps were too rough. And 100 astropaths have died so far trying to just like get back. So they traveled conventionally and eventually began receiving bad news. War raged across the Imperium. Imperial commanders denounced the Emperor, attacking their neighbors. There's war on Mars, and Xenos were sensing weakness have been raiding Imperial worlds. So we get this view, like this micro view of like this one thing happening on Issavan, but in reality, it's like all these things are popping off. And we'll read later in Mechanicum is the war on Mars, a whole book about that. So that's happening at the same time, and then all across the galaxy, people were like, "All right, Horus," and then like orcs are like, "Hey man, this is a good time. We can go fuck some shit up." You know what I mean? Like, so it's getting like crazy. All right, so Ferrus is hammering away at his anvil. He's working away as Astropath Sistor approaches, and they've received news from Big Daddy Dorn, and he piques his interest. He's like, "Well, how?" And he says, "The warp storms have suddenly subsided. This concerns Sistor." Ferrus assumes that's got to be a good thing. You know what I mean? Perhaps the Emperor did it. You know what I mean? Sistor agrees that's possible, but it could be another agent, perhaps an enemy. And I couldn't think of who that, like, do we know who is subsiding the warp storms? Like, so far, it hasn't been described, I think.
On Davin, they start the warp storms. Like, we know that the chaos can influence the Wi-Fi and all that shit.
The Shadow Lord or whatever his name was, it was like, hey, man, I'll make the warp storms crazy for you.
So I'm assuming it's the same cat as like...
But now they subsided, so like it's helping out the Imperials.
No,
maybe it is a bigger plan.
They were trying to lay the trap for Istvan, and I think now that because they want the biggest like group possible to be affected, and I think in order to do that, they had to open up the highways again.
All right, so he's like, all right, cool. So what do you got? What do you got? And he says, all right, Dorn sent a plan to destroy Horus, and he sent a message to all the other Primarchs. Ferris is surveying data. He's like, all right, Salamanders, Alpha Legion, Iron Warriors, Word Bearers, Raven Lords, Raven Guard, Night Lords. And he's like, all right, man, like Horus don't stand a chance. Also, all those names I mentioned are all being given orders to go crush Horus. Ferris forms a quick force to hurry to Istvan 5. So what he's going to do is he's going to take a small contingent of himself and his like baddest boys, and we're going to take a fast ship and head like zoom ahead because I ain't missing this. You know what I mean? Like we're going to get there. The rest of you guys just follow along. You know what I mean? And then Gabriel Santor is like, hey man, Dorn instructed that the full Legion, like we should all go together. But Ferris ain't having it. He's fucking, he's mad. Like that motherfucker hit me with my hammer. Ain't no way I'm missing it. But he's worried that the strength of these other legions are going to pretty much wipe him out, Horus and in Fulgrim. And he's like, no, I'm not missing that. You know what I mean? He said he's going to take the fastest ship and get vengeance on Fulgrim before someone else can kill him. Gabriel's trying to talk sense into him, but Ferris explains, if Fulgrim came to turn me, he must have thought it possible. That shows weakness. Others may not voice it, but they will silently question my loyalty. He says, if I kill Fulgrim, that'll put it all to rest. So he has some logic in it. He's worried that, like, if he doesn't get there fast enough, they're going to be like, ooh, so Fulgrim tried to turn you, and you didn't show up for the fight.
You're kind of a bitch.
Yeah. Kind of a traitor, I'd say. You know what I mean? All right, we jump to Osti, and he's staring at pride of his finished
he did
statue.
I put that when I was reading this. I was like, dude, homie's been literally chipping away, missing everything that's going on, doing his little homework.
Yeah, he's not even known. Yeah. The Emperor's in ornate armor, a crested helmet, a billowing cape rendered in pale marble. The project took two years, much faster than normally would, since he stayed in the studio for the last few months. He was excited to venture out again, hear news of the Great Crusade, receive adornment for his work. A voice causes him to jump, and he turns around, and there's fucking Fulgrim. And Fulgrim staring at the statue. He's like, he captures him perfectly. Ostian kneels as Fulgrim entered. He's dressed in a purple toga with a gold-hilted sword, his face rendered doll-like with thick grease paint. This guy, I love when they think, he's just like, he's probably take hours to get ready. You know what I mean? Like, today I want tattoos and my septum piercing, and then tomorrow I want to look like a Victorian
Make me look
doll.
like Jigsaw.
Yeah. Ostian's awaiting some criticism from Fulgrim and surprised to see a wide smile cracking his face paint as he turns to Ostian. But the smile fades as Fulgrim calls Ostian stupid or ignorant to make this at this time. So he's like, are you not even seeing what the fuck is going on here? And you make this?
He's like, are you like, this is really good, but you are so dumb.
Yeah. Yeah. Ostian's terrified as Fulgrim moves towards him, chastising him for calling Fulgrim's work too perfect. That was before, you know what I mean? Through his terror, Ostian saw an anguish conflicted soul within his dark eyes, the lust to do harm and the desire for forgiveness. So he's seeing this like turmoil going on inside his mind. And Ostian's like, I don't get it. And Fulgrim says, he's like, you're like the Emperor in that regard, too busy with yourself to see what's going on around you. Ostian's terror reaches a new level as Fulgrim backs him up against the sculpture.
Fulgrim tells Ostian the grand plan, so he pretty much lays it out. Like, hey, here's what you missed, buddy. All right. How they now orbit Estevan 5 in the coming battle will have him destroying the Loyalists to begin a new order as he circles around behind the statue with his sword drawn. Ostian pees himself in fear. His thoughts tumble as he heard the story of the deepest betrayal. From behind the statue, Fulgrim tells Ostian his work is not perfect yet as he plunges the sword through the statue, through Ostian. He says, now it's perfect. He does, staring at his dead body. He's like, suspended on the statue. Yeah, suspended on the statue. All right, now we have Lucius and Lord Commander Eilon walking the Gallery of Swords on the Androgynous.
Yeah, the Androgynous.
Bright paint. And this place has changed. So bright paint covers the walls. The statue of past heroes are altered to have like bull heads and horns and tits. Lucius can feel Eilon's hatred for him, and he smiles at that. He likes that, Lord Commander Eilon squandered the easy win that Lucius handed him by being outflanked by Saul. Lord Commander Eilon tells Lucius that Fabius is waiting, but Lucius wants to rub it in some more, telling Eilon he's surprised he was able to restrain the commander after his blunder. He's just poking at him, saying, "Hey man, you really fucked up. I handed you this on a silver platter." You know what I mean? And Lord Commander Eilon, never to take blame. He's like, "No, it's Saul. That thorn in my side is Saul." You know what I mean? He says, "Well, no need to worry. Saul's dead. Loken's dead. Lord Gavin's dead. And Solomon, I killed Solomon myself." And Lord Commander Eilon asks about, "Well, what about ancient Rauanor? He dead?" Lucius doesn't know. Rumor was that he was guarding some underground hangar, but it's irrelevant, which is weird. I don't know what that is. Maybe they'll reveal that later. I don't know. I know he's alive.
That's probably how they are writing him and how he survived the.
Yeah, the bombs. Yeah, okay, yeah, I get it. Yeah. So Lucius is like, "Well, what's Fabius going to do to me? What am I in for?" And Lucius, Lord Commander Eilon responds with, "You're in for perfection." All right, so now we're back on the Pride of Emperor. The corridors are never quiet. Fulgrim heard samples of Beckwith's amazement, and he ordered it played on loop. So this fucking crazy music is just playing on loop across through the fleet, the entire fleet. So you're a dude fixing a machine, and all you're hearing is like fucking just madness, fucking playing constant. You know what I mean? Like Serena stumbles around in a decrepit state, blood and funk-stained clothes, her hairs in matted clumps. The fleet journey to Estevan for Serena had passed in a blur of atonia and horrified introspection. She has repeated nightmares of murder, violations, desecration so vile surely no human could have done them. But over the weeks, she had the growing suspicion they were not delusions, they are memories. So she's in some kind of like fugue state where she's like murdering people, using their poop and blood, and she doesn't remember, and she sleeps a lot and all. These suspicions were confirmed when she finally investigates that stinky barrel, removing the lid with a reek of decomposing meat. Inside was the remain of 6 bodies. She vomited, and her mind on the brink of madness until a name came to her like an anchor, cling to Ostian. So she's like, I gotta see Ostian. Ostian can like bring me back. I don't know how, whatever.
I actually really did. This was probably the first remembrancer characters that I actually kind of cared about, because he does a good job of like talk. It's like Ostian's like, these guys are fucking, the whole book he's always like, these guys are fucking crazy, like this girl's super horny, I don't fuck with that. This person's painting with her own blood, I'm not about that. I'm gonna stay in my room and just hang out. and she like a person battling this like mental health crisis is like, the only good person I've ever met is Ostian. I should probably go talk to him.
Yeah. So she seeks him out. She goes to a studio, and we all know what she's going to find. So she finds him hanging there. Her mind finally snaps. She places her hands on Ostian's shoulder, embraces him, and while doing that, she plunges herself through the sword with her. And I said, "What sword is that?" I don't know, because why would he can't. Maybe it's Fireblade. I don't know. Fireblade's broken. Yeah, I don't know.
It's
It ain't
not
the Lair Sword. He
And
loves that
is it the
thing.
anathema? That's what I thought too. I was like,
Maybe. Yeah, maybe it's the anathema. I don't know. But all right, so chapter 22 begins. The skies over Istvan 5 were dark and ashy. The air smelled of long vanished industry. The ground dusty black powder. An ancient fortress stand atop a ridge on the northern edge of a vast desert called the Yorgal Depression. The wall ran 20 kilometers and rose to heights of 30 meters. Perfect bulwark to mount a defense. Fulgrim's there with Julius and Marius. They're leading the defense setup. Mechanicum earth movers are making trenches, bunkers, anti-aircraft. So they're getting ready. They're getting ready for the big fight to come. You know what I mean? Fulgrim's looking like his old self. He's not wearing any makeup. His armor's brilliant. Now with the eagles removed now, he's taken off the Imperial eagle. Fulgrim relays how important this work is, but Julius and Marius are like, nah, dude, like we got bitch work, dude. Like this is bullshit. He goes, we're being punished for our failure, and Fulgrim agrees, but knew the true battle is yet to come. War Master and the boys make their way to Istvan 5. Millions of army troops, Mechanicum there, Legio Mortis, so Deus Ares in tow. The Istvan 3 battle was long and many lives lost, but his boys are ready to do what needed to be done, unlike the loyalists. So they're like battle hardened because they've been fighting their own. You know what I mean? This will be the first time these other legions are had to fight their own. So they're not, the traders won't have that shock. You know what I mean? Like they're not going to hesitate to fucking blast their own buddies. You know what I mean? All right, this is a cool one here. La Fenice. It's packed. 3,000 Astartes, 6,000 Remembrancers for the unveiling of the Marvagilia. The place is painted all garishly, gold trim for days everywhere. Statues of renowned people, but bull-headed creatures, weird birds sing from cages, musicians tune monstrous contraptions, big generators, fucking like power amps and shit. It's like crazy. Above the stage is Serena's painting of Fulgrim. Those who saw it are robbed of coherent thought when they look at it. So the gallery boxes are full of captains. Fulgrim's waving from a place called the Phoenix Nest. His like super like Abraham Lincoln style, balcony up there. The lights dim. A spotlight hit the stage as Beck Wickinson makes her entrance. You make your way to Orchestra Pit in a translucent crimson dress, the cut plunging to her pelvis. she's literally naked. Yeah. And it says Julius gets a boner, amazed to feel this powerful sensation from a mortal woman. So that's not normal. Those guys are like pretty much like
they don't feel anything unless she's like really hot.
But he's like, whoa, you know what I mean? Beckwith begins, and the music is powerful, and I have a description of how that music sounds. Get to it. So I think this is Julius. He wanted to laugh and then cry, and then felt a terrible anger build before it bled away, and a great melancholy settled over him. Within moments, the music had torn that loose, and a soaring elation asserted itself with the utmost lunacy and force, as though all that had gone before was merely the prelude to some grand design yet to be unveiled. So it's like driving people crazy with coolness and insanity and all. Not everyone liked it though. Vander Tobias and a group, they're like, holding their ears, and they're making their way for the exit. As they leave though, people start stomping them to death.
I love it. Yeah, it's like, how could you not like this?
Oh, you don't like this song? Just fucking stomp them. No one's shocked at the violence. No one's the song don't stop. No one cares. These people are being stomped to death. You know what I mean? As the music reaches thunderous crescendo, curtains raise, and you see the recreation of the Lair Temple. Lights flash, and the music changes to a darker tone. Waves of sound sending a shudder of pleasure over the audience. Coraline Ascensa, who's like the singer, takes the stage, power and virtuosity in her voice. Julius clasped his hands over his head with overstimulation. He looked away, enthralled and terrified. Lord Commander Ilon and Marius' jaws are open wide, like insanely wide, like not normal. Panic in their eyes as their mouths stretched wider and their bones cracking, shrieks coming from their throats. So yeah, they got like skin head, and they're screaming. Fulgrim's gripping the railing, his eyes burning violet fire, his hair whipping behind him. He says, "It's beautiful. Horus spoke of power, but I never imagined." Crowds going wild, turning on each other in violence and carnal lust. So it's just like the Lair Temple. You know what I mean? Like that's what they're doing here. You know what I mean? And this magic, whatever, affects the Astartes too. An orgy of killing began. Below, the music players played as though their limbs were not their own, hands moving frenzied, faces in a rictus mask. Coraline is dancing crazy, limbs bending and breaking. She was dead, but still she danced. So her like dead body, like dancing around the stage. Astartes beat people to death, drinking their blood, wearing their skin.
I think that's the best part is like the concert starts and then these Space Marines just start cold clocking people.
In a mosh pit, like this 8 foot tall monsters in a mosh pit ripping people's faces off. Like, hey, look at this!
Look at that!
I'm a human. Coraline's body floats in the air, her body transforming into a harness of gleaming black. There's a wet sucking noise. Whatever Coraline was, landed in supple grace. And this is our first introduction to these kind of things. Julius had never seen anything so simultaneously beautiful and repellent. A naked female creature that evoked both a potent loathing and a perverse sensuality that gnawed at the pit of his stomach. Hair like needled horns swept back from her oval face, with its green saucer-like eyes, fanged mouth, and luscious lips. Her body was sculpted perfection, lithe and sensuous, but with only a single breast, and her skin was loathsomely tattooed and pierced. Each of her arms terminated in a long, crab-like claw of glistening red chitin and moist flesh. Despite the lethal claws, the creature was disturbingly seductive, and Julius felt moved in a way that he had not been since he had been elevated to the ranks of Astartes. And these are called demonettes of Slaanesh. That's like their troops, in a sense, for the game purposes. You know what I mean? So they're pretty much, with this magic music, they're pretty much like summoning demons from the war. The demon screams and the choir joins in as they start to become demonettes. They fall upon Bekwa and the orchestra and they're tearing them apart, shreds as they smile as they're being killed. Marius jumps down and grabs an instrument and they start freaking rocking out.
There's a good picture of him and he looks like he's holding like a bop it.
yeah. Soon they send sonic energy across the room, exploding a balcony. The demons join in with their howls. Marius turns his instrument on the crowd, sending a bass tone thrashing through brute immortals. Fulgrim says, "My emperor's children, what sweet music they make." I love that. Was a great scene. It's like go total ape shit. Like just wrap it up. They've gone over the horizon, dude. Yep. They're in it. You know what I mean? They are. Yep, that's it. All right, so chapter 23. Captain Balahan stands on the bridge of the Ferrum. So that's one of the Iron Hands duders. In all, 3 primarchs are standing in front of him. You got Ferrus Manus, a full head taller than his brothers, tastes like a caged animal. You have Corax, tall and slender, armor so black it swallowed light, eyes murderous dark coals. The Corax is Corvus Corax. He is the primarch of the Raven Guard. The Raven Guard are like they're like stealth guys in a sense, you know what I mean? Or assault, like air, what they call jump packs and stuff. But they're sneaky boys, you know what I mean? They're like, you know, like Solid Snake
also,
kind of stuff. You know what I mean? That's what I think of.
I don't know how I saw it the other day. Corax is just Latin for crow. Like that's the Latin name of crows, of ravens. Yeah. I'm pretty sure.
Sense, yeah, it makes sense. Also, we have Vulcan, skin dark and swarthy, armor green like a shimmering sea, eyes full of deep wisdom. One shoulder guard, a skull of a great fire drake. He rocked a gun. He got that gun that Ferrus made for him. So yeah, so Vulcan is the primarch of the salamanders. You mentioned them before, and their skin is like black, not like African, but like black, like black, like soot. You know what I mean? The 3 legions conducted recon, located enemy positions and landing areas, but they needed to wait for other loyalists to arrive. Ferrus Manus had 10 companies of Morlocks led by Gabriel Santar, while the rest of the Legion were on their way. So he got like 1,000 dudes with him. Sistar enters with news. So the word bearers, the Iron Warriors, Alpha Legion are only a few hours away. With the news, Iron Warriors will take the Vanguard, Raven Guard the right flank, and the Salamanders the left flank. So they're like, all right, man, well, they're on their way, so let's get shit rolling. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to go this way, you this way. The others will make planetfall when they arrive. It's going to be nearly 30,000 Astartes took up defenses in the Orgal Depression. Deus Ares also stands there. So we got 30,000 baddies down there waiting to receive this fight. The attack begins with the orbital bombardment, just massive firepower, but the defenses were built well. The War Master smiles from his high vantage point as the first drop pods fell. He turns to Fulgrim and Angron. Mark this day well, my friends. The Emperor's loyalists are heading to their doom. Gabriel Santar is the first one out of the drop pod. He looks up and sees mountains of flame as thousands of drop pods fall from the air. Explosions erupt as artillery smash around. Onward, calls Ferrus Manus. 40,000 loyalists fought along the length of the ridge. Ferrus Manus was a god of war, smashing with his hands or shooting with his ornate pistol. A sword he has not being used on his side. Even in the chaos, Gabriel Santar knew the battle was going well. Thousands of traitors slaughtered in the opening moments. In the distance, Santar sees Vulcan killing with every sword stroke and shot fired. A huge explosion erupts at his feet, but he marches on unscathed. They push a wedge into the traitors. This is the Iron Hands. They're training in no way capable of handling a Primarch. So like the normal dudes can't just handle this shit. You know what I mean? Like they're just getting smashed to pieces. You know what I mean? So behind the assault, landers are landing, like big landers, like to drop off artillery, land raiders, predators. These are all like tanks, whirlwinds, all different kind of tanks. The engagement was quickly turning into one of the most epic confrontations in Imperial history. 60,000 Astartes, I mentioned. 60,000 people are fighting down here. Loyalists were bending traitors' line back. Thorax darted like a bird of prey, leaping through the air on winged jump packs, killing with every stroke of his talons. But for every advance, traitors had a retort. Angron bellowed like a primordial war god, twin swords carving bloody ruin. In contrast, Mortarion killed with grim efficiency, cutting down scores with every sweep of his man reaper. Abaddon led the sons of Horus and killed with unremitting savagery, while Horus Axamon blows were mechanical and forlorn. So yeah, Horus is not even like he's not even there. He's like, he's like, yes, you guys got it. In the center of the fight, the Emperor's children fought with cruelty, howling with glee as they killed their once brothers. They had skin stretched over their armor, fought without helmets, jaws wired open and screaming, some using new and bizarre sonic weapons. So these guys are probably the most freaky of them all looking right now. Because even the traitors are still looking normal. You know what I mean? Like,
you're just a fucking...
You know, like the Death Guard, kind of grimy, but they haven't turned into monsters
You're just
yet,
like,
you know what I mean? Like,
looking at the guy next to you and he's got like a snake mouth that, like, and he's screaming.
Yeah, what the fuck is going on, dude?
Crazy.
But through all this melee, Fulgrim is nowhere to be seen. The Loyalist armor start winning the day. Traitors begin to back away out of range, and the Deus Ares switches the fire from the infantry to the armor. So he's trying to take out some of them tanks. Slaughter continues, neither side able to fully win the advantage. No legion fared well, the scaled rendering tactics useless as the two armies battled in a remorseless conflict that threatened to destroy them all. Now we get a little more like micro. Julius is there dancing through the battle, the sounds of killing and the wounds he received causing him physical pleasure. He decapitates an Iron Hand, removes the head from the helmet, kisses the lips, and mocks. He mocks at him. We were brothers once, but now you're dead, as he throws the head. He grins as he sees Gabriel Santar and some Morlocks, and he makes his way. Marius appears. His flesh is all warped, and he's sporting his sonic weapon now. Marius blasts the Morlocks as Julius leapt to meet Gabriel. Gabriel is in horror as he sees the sight of these fucking crazy freaks. You know what I mean? He's like, what the fuck? He barely blocks Julius' spinning blade. His speed's incredible. So they're going back and forth, fiery explosions, fighting. The blade twists, causing a fire explosion, burning his hand, but also sending Julius down as his face is like face and armor is caught on fire. Julius goes to stop him out, but pauses in revulsion and realizes Julius is not screaming in pain. He's like laughing in orgasmic pleasure as his fucking body burns. It gave Julius just a second he needed, and he ran the broken blade into Gabriel's crotch and ripped it up molten goblets of armor, dropping along with blood. He says, "Thank you. That was exquisite." So these guys are just like fucking crazy, weirdo, sadistic freaks. All right, the battlefield was a slaughterhouse. Giant war machines wreaking havoc. Adepts of the dark mechanicum, so the bad guy mechanicums, they have ancient forbidden tech stolen from the Eurasian techno art. I can't say it now, man. Technocracy. Traders are holding the line, but it's bending. The smallest twist of fate would break it. And then that came. Countless dropship landers and assault craft descended. Another 4 heroic legions landed at the Loyalist landing zone. The Alpha Legion, the Word Bearers, the Night Lords, and the Iron Warriors. So day is going to be over, man. They got 4 more fucking boys with them.
There's way this could go wrong.
All right. No way it can go bad. All right. Chapter 24 starts with Ferrus Manus just smashing everything he sees. He's unable to be harmed. His guns, ammo empty, and his sword is reserved for his traitor's brother. So he's just beating dudes with his hands. He's like, dude. Screams and blood filled his senses. Nothing would ever be the same again. In their final victory, this betrayal would forever stain the honor of the Astartes, no matter what happened. Ferrus Manus punches into the air. He notices the remaining loyal forces land. He can feel the fear of the traitor's forces. Sees Mortarion ushering the Death Guard back to the fort, and even Angron was retreating. Smoke parted before him. This is so like cinematic. There, in glimmering gold and purple, he saw Fulgrim. He notices a long haft of ebony worked with silver and gold extended behind Fulgrim's shoulder. So he's got that. He like stole his fucking hammer. You know, like Ferrus smiles, knowing Fulgrim too realized that fate ordained their duel here on Esteban 5. Ferrus watched the enemy line melt away as he boxed to push on. Don't let them escape. Korax and Vulcan respond. No, hold on, stop, slow down. You gotta let's let our boys land. And then we can really, use this momentum. Korax warns Ferrus, don't do anything foolish. Ferrus cuts him off, turning to his Morlocks, telling them no others will have satisfaction of stealing our affairs, the Emperor's children. He kind of we know what happens because of what happens, but like if that didn't happen, he could have been messing things up by like pushing too far. You know what I mean? Fulgrim smiles as he sees Ferrus press the attack. His Phoenix Guard, Marius and Julius, prepare for the wedge to hit them. Marius sends a sonic wave at those in front, tearing them apart, and then it turns to the melee. So they face off. Their boys are all around them fighting. The 2 brothers face off with the reforged Fireblade and with Fulgrim with the Forge Breaker. They banter back and forth, traitor this, brother that, fucking talking smack. Ferrus reminds Fulgrim, no use in talking, you can't win him over. Fulgrim shakes his head. No second chance. Too late for you and your warriors. Ferrus laughs and says, it's over. You're routed. We got 4 more fucking boys. You know what I mean? Fulgrim savors his next words. You think Horus is foolish enough to trap himself? Look to the north. You will see it is where you are undone. So Korax and Vulcan, they fall back in good order, like they're supposed to the landing zone, already fortified by the Iron Warriors. Iron Warriors are like the siege masters. So they land, they're setting up barbed wire and sandbags and all that. They got it all on lockdown, the landing zone. Victory was won, but the cost was steep. All 3 loyal legions had lost thousands. Vox's request for aid and supply went unanswered. So they're like, hey, you guys are here. Send the medics. You know what I mean? Send the ammo. You know what I mean? And no one's answering. The Astartes line on top of the North Ridge, grimly silent, as a lone flare shoots out of the fortress, and the fire of betrayal roared from the barrel of 1,000 guns.
So
pretty
cold.
Much, so you picture like this valley, and they're fighting in, and now they're retreating, except for the Iron Hands. They're retreating back because our boys are here. Let's go back, take a break, let them get some fun. You know what I mean? As they're coming back, a flare shots up, and all the people on top of the ridge are start firing down. So they've been betrayed.
And like they do such a good job of setting the scene, of, because bolter porn is so difficult. Like that is so difficult, I think, to write well. But like when he doesn't have to worry about like swinging the sword, like dancing, like he's just like, hey, this is a combat scene. These are the moving parts. Like these guys over here, this guy's over there. This is what's happening. Like when he gets a bigger picture, I feel like it's just so much more laid out, and like you really can just set the scene better because, like, in my opinion, especially the first time I read this, I don't know who these legions are, and I was like, oh, okay, yeah, these are good guys, yeah, and I'm like, oh wow, like this is fucked up, dude. This is like straight up.
Well, you would get the best experience from this moment if you just don't know anything, because most people probably get into the game and they read the books, and if you even like dip your toe in the game just by casual video games, reading stuff, seeing stuff on the internet, you would know already that the word bearers are like the fucking worst. You know what I mean? Like they're like the Alpha Legion are sneaky little fucks. The Night Lords are like crazy. They wear skin. You know what I mean? Like, so like if you come in like fresh, or it's like, oh, this is a cool book, I'm gonna start with book 1, and like this would hit you like a ton of bricks. Like, oh shit, like, this is nothing. You have no idea.
Like
you have names. You have names like, oh, word bearer. Okay, but they're loyalists. They say they're loyalists. Okay, cool. But yeah, so like hard. I didn't get that experience because I read this. I already knew all the stuff, and it's like I didn't know this story per se, but I knew that the word bearers are the bad guys. The Iron Warriors are the bad guys. Well, bad in sense, you know what I'm saying? But
like when I was reading this, I didn't know who fucking the Iron Warriors are versus the Iron Hands. I thought they were kind of the same dudes. And then I'm like, wait, whoa, they're boys. Their boys are fucking them up. What's happening? Because I was like, the only people I knew who were bad were the word bearers, because I fuck Erebus, annoying. But like,
well, yeah. So I mean, like, if you've been paying attention, then you would assume that the word bearers are bad. So it kind of gives it away. But then you could maybe think like the word bear or Erebus is like a lone agent. You know what I mean?
Well,
maybe
because I remember going into this scene, because I had been talking to you about like how I was into the series, and you were like, hey, like, have you heard about Isfahan, like the drop site? And I'm like, no, don't tell me anything. I assumed it was the word bearers pulling a tricky, like pulling a 180. I didn't think it was 4 of these dudes out here. Like, that's insane.
I think they could have made it, I don't know, like maybe swap the Death Guard out for the word bearer. We all know the word bearers are bad if you've been reading the books.
Yeah.
Or you assume they're bad because of what Erebus is doing. So, but yeah, I mean, it works still, you know. All right, so Ferris sees this and he's stunned. Fulgrim's laughing at him, you know, as he sees that their allies open fire. Thorax is engulfed in a storm of fire. A titanic explosion happens where Vulcan was standing. The retreating traders turn, firing on the veterans of the Iron Hands who were hopelessly outnumbered. So now they're like stuck. You know what I mean? Ferris Manus faces Fulgrim, his silver eyes dull and lifeless. Fulgrim wished he could switch places just to experience that feeling. So he's like, just crazy shit. You know what I mean? Fulgrim offers mercy towards. He said, "Hey man, I'll talk to Horus if you just give up right now." You know what I mean? Ferris bares his teeth and says, "You'll have to kill us all." Fulgrim leaps, and their blows smashing in fiery energy. Fulgrim smashes Ferris Manus' head with the hammer handle. Ferris Manus cuts Fulgrim's gut wide open, blood's pouring out. Both wounds, they're staring at each other, so they're both like hit pretty hard. They're on their knees, they're like staring at each other, how badly they're wounded. The pain and the sight of his wounded brother tore a window into Fulgrim's mind, clearing away a fog that had been there for so long. He whispers, "My brother, my friend." Ferris Manus raises Fireblade. Fulgrim blocks it with the lair sword, but Ferris is pressing it closer and closer to his face. The stone flashes purple light, and a milky smoke billowed around them. So he has like a moment of clarity here, you know what I mean? Where he's like, he's like looking, and it's kind of like as if he wakes up from a dream, and he's like, "What am I doing?" You know what I mean? Like, I'm looking at my brother who I'm trying to beat to death here. Fulgrim felt a monstrous presence around him, and he filled with diabolical strength, hurling Ferris back, slicing deep into his chest, blood spraying as he dropped Fireblade. Wreathed in purple flame, the voice screams for Fulgrim to kill him. As Fulgrim looks down and he sees his own reflection in his silver's eyes. In an instant, he saw how far he had fallen, the mistakes at taking the blade from the temple, and he fought to release it. The blade sweeps towards Ferrus Manus, Fulgrim feeling the ancient triumph that dwelled within the sword as he desperately tries to pull the attack. He's redeeming himself, kind of. I got the quote here that happens. Unnatural warp-forged steel met the iron flesh of a primarch, its aberrant edge cutting through Ferrus's skin, muscle, and bone with a streaking howl that echoed in realms beyond those knowable to mortals. Blood and the monumental energies bound within the meat and gristle of one of Emperor's sons erupted from the wound, and Fulgrim fell back as the searing powers blinded him, dropping the silver sword at his side. He heard a shrieking wail as of a choir of banshees whip around him as a phantom skeletal hands clawed at him, and 1,000 voices tore at his mind. Ghostly whirlwinds seized him and spun him around, twisting him like a limp rag in their grip, and threatening to tear him limb from limb in retribution. Even as he welcomed such oblivion, felt another presence move to protect him, the same presence that guided his sword arm, the same presence that had been his constant companion since the Laird, though he had not known it.
He's done, Dade. He's done.
Yeah. He stumbles to his feet, aching with pain and loss, as he screams to the heavens, "What have I done?" The voice taunts him. "You killed him with your own hands. He who only thought well of you, all he ever did was honor you." Fulgrim feels his mind wrenched into memories. The rescue of the Firebird, Ferrus's critical comments, the rejection of the betrayal, had all been altruistic and acts of a true friend. So he finally sees, all this was not, he wasn't a dick. He wasn't trying to be a dick to save you, all this stuff. You know what I mean? That realization hit him like a thunderbolt. He looked at the perversion of what his legion had become. He grabs Fireblade, points it at his gut. To end it now would be so easy. A voice tells him, No. Suicide is not for you. But I can grant you sweet emptiness of eternal peace, oblivion. Fulgrim looks around. The fools who joined Horus in his madness, the future of war and death, the guilt he felt for breaking Emperor's dream. Yes, oblivion sounded good. Do it. His mind barriers dropped, and something older than time poured into the void of his soul. Fulgrim knew instantly he screwed up and screamed, trying to keep it out, but his consciousness was crushed into the corners of his mind. Mighty Fulgrim was a thing of chaos. So pretty much he's given like the possession is complete in a sense. You know what I mean? Like he's had these mind barriers up unknowingly probably, but things like, oh, you want to die, you can't die, but I'll give you something better. And then he realized he was tricked, and he's kind of like pushed to the back corners of his mind. Sit in the corner. You sit in the corner.
It's such
Fulgrim.
a good deal. Like it's a stereotypical deal with the devil. Like, hey, you don't want to feel all this. I could take it away from you. And he's like, let me in. Just let me in. I'll take care of it. And then the second you give them an inch, they take everything.
All right. Chapter 25. The Raven Guard and Salamanders are like all that's left to fight these 7 fucking legions and the Deus Ex. You know what I mean? Caught in a vice, they are being cut down, turning from a battle to massacre. Angron's cutting a bloody path, Mortarion harvesting loyalists, Lord Commander Iolon and Lucius killing in wondrous display. Marius and the boys blasting through fucking, bodies and sand with their fucking weapons. Julius is not fighting. He is defiling corpses.
Yeah, these guys out here just running people's pockets and shit.
Yeah. And then also Fabius Biles there, picking through bodies. It's really on a scientific way. They all had that gene seed. This is like gene seed for days, baby. And it's funny because they'll mention this way later on, that he has this repository of gene seeds, and I think this is where he got it. You know what I mean? Because you said, I think this is 60,000, 40,000. You know what I mean? Like he's there harvesting.
Again, he's just like people are shooting around. Like, all that stuff.
Yeah. So, all right. So with that victory guaranteed, Horus takes the field with his Justarians and the remaining Mournival. Pockets of loyalists overcome traitors, escape to their dropships. A band of Raven Guard, few remaining Iron Hands, band with the Salamanders, and they manage to break out. No sign of Vulcan. Vulcan's gone. Not didn't say dead.
Gone.
No inside. Yeah. they're cut off. The salamanders are cut off and surrounded by Night Lords and Alpha Legion. In the end, almost the strength of 3 legions lay dead on Estevan 5. All right, so the war is over. Now we're going to have our standard ending to these things. Like, so a grand reviewing stand was erected, 1 kilometer at its base, cylinders of ever decreasing diameter on top of each other. Senior sons of Horus stood high. Above them were the primarchs: Fulgrim, Angron, Mortarion, Lorgar. So I think it's time. Is this the first time we're meeting with Lorgar? Lorgar is the primarch of the Word Bearers. Conrad Kurz, he is the primarch of the Night Lords. He's like evil Batman, like in that sense. Perturabo, he is the primarch of the Iron Warriors. He's like angry, I don't know, like angry machine man. I don't know. I don't really know much about him actually. And then Alfarius. So Alfarius, I think it's a cool figure because he's the primarch of the Alpha Legion. He's described as like, he's not tall. He looks like an Astartes, and that's their whole shtick. Like they're like super spies. Like, so is it really Alfarius? I don't know, because they all say they're Alfarius. They all shave their heads. They all try to look like him. So like, and that's their thing. Like they'll go to meetings and all and be like, "Oh yeah, he's Alfarius." And I'm like, "What? I thought no him." So all right, so the bad guys are there in all their glory. 100 meters above that stood Horus, his great claw raised in salute, illuminated below by a red light. Very dramatic. Like, hey, I want the red light.
I have
right
this
here,
like neck
shining
thing.
on my
I need the light to like make my
right.
nose look smaller. Yeah, that's the one.
The gathered Astartes march around, banging fists to chest and salute, screaming in victory. A large phosphorus fire ignites, displaying the eye of Horus. They're getting really fancy here. You know, they make an eye of fire.
On this one was up.
Yeah. Horus speaks that the time is now to strike Terra. It will be tough and bloody, but the prize is the galaxy. The crowd erupts. Hail Horus, hail Horus, hail Horus, all that stuff. Later on, within the fortress, Horus watching the transports take off his brothers, heading out to bring the war to the Emperor. Not since Ullanor has he witnessed such martial might, and his mood sours as he thinks of the last time he saw his father. Got that here. Time had moved on and revealed much that had been hidden, but still the unease that events were moving too fast for him to control gnawed at the furthest corners of his mind. So he's still, we talked about this in book 1 and all, he doubts himself at every turn. Even now, after he's like whooped ass, you know what I mean? He still has these doubts that it's moving too fast. You know what I mean? Like, come on, dude. All right, so he looks up and he sees Fulgrim standing in the doorway. He thinks they once were the closest brothers, but recently Fulgrim's desire for perfection changed him. Reveling in sensations of battle, he bows as war master, and he's like, you know, he detects like a difference in his brother's tone. So slight, still there. Fulgrim requests to meet him alone so he give him the head of Ferrus Manus, causing Horus to shiver in horror. Found the gesture repugnant, head to himself. So, you know, he's like, this is a little much, bro. Like, come on.
That's kind of like our brother. Like, I get it. We're doing what we got to do, but
have some respect. He says, all right, well, good job, but why not display it to all? You know, reveling in the triumph. This causes Fulgrim to laugh. The laugh sends a shiver down Horus's spine, as his tone is full of ancient malice. He thinks like Sarkiel, the Lord of Shadows. He says, you don't address Fulgrim anymore. And Horus is like, well, who are you then? If he's here to kill me, then just bring it on. Come on.
His first deal was like, well, then let's fucking go.
Yeah. Oh, let's go, dude. Come on. He says, no, he's not here to fight. He's here to pledge allegiance. He reveals that he's a demon in service to the Dark Prince, here to help in his little war. This pisses him off. Like, he's like, you say fucking little war?
Did you see it?
Like, did you see what I'm doing?
Did you not just see what we did yesterday? I built a parking lot.
So, yeah. You see that light on my face, dude? And the fire eye? You set this up, dude. Got lit out here, man. Yeah. The Horus asks, well, then where's Fulgrim? The demon replies, he's all right. They have a long history. He's been his conscience for a while. He even convinced Fulgrim to join you. Without me, he probably would have ratted you out. So he's like, well, where is he? Is he dead? What's going on here? He said, he's inside. I gave him peace, though he probably isn't happy how it turned out. Horus demands the demon let Fulgrim die, but the demon refuses. I enjoy his cries of horror. I will never tire of him. Fulgrim demands to keep this a secret. The demon agrees. They silently vow to, not tell anyone. And then as he leaves, the War Master makes a vow to himself. He's like, I'm going to figure out how to get Fulgrim. I'm going to free my brother. You know what I mean? So it's funny because, they're all evil and twisted and traitorous, but, Horus, I don't think ever, truly trusts the demons.
Well,
you know what I mean?
He thinks he's smarter than them. He thinks that he's better than them, which is, again, his downfall.
Because he never gives himself over. Angron goes over to the Blood God, Khorne, Mortarion, to Nurgle. He never gives himself over to any of them. He tried to think I can outsmart them all. You know what I mean? So now he's mad. This fucking guy took over my brother. I'm going to figure out how to get my brother out. You know what I mean? All right, the greatest force in history of the Great Crusade are assembled above Istvan 5. Sons of Horus, Death Guard, World Eaters, Emperor's Children, Word Bearers will rendezvous at Mars. Reports from Regulus say Mars has fallen to the War Master. So Mars is at war, and they have Mars. Alpha Legion is sent to attack the Space Wolves and the White Scars, knowing they must have heard of the rebellion by now. Night Lord sent to planet of Sagulasa on eastern fringes to secure that flank and vital Mechanicum Forge worlds. Iron Warriors are sent to the Fall system to intercept the Imperial Fist that didn't make it to Istvan 5 in time. Those two were enemies. Because one's siege breakers
Defense.
And one's siege builders. So yeah. All right, with the fleets moving out, it's just the Sons of Horus. War Master sits viewing Istvan 5 as Magahurst enters with a communication from Magnus. When we jump back to La Fenice, so we have the demon Fulgrim is walking through La Fenice, a ruin of desecrated bodies, blood, and shit covering the walls. It pulls the anathema, staring into its surface. Pleased to see Fulgrim's tortured soul staring back. None in the Emperor's Children suspect anything, save Lucius. He kind of feels Lucius is onto him a little bit. Demon Fulgrim feels the warp taint in Lucius, and he presents Lucius with the Lair Blade. So he gives over the Lair Blade to Lucius, because Lucius is the most fucking demonic of all the Emperor's Children, which is, I kind of find it hard to believe. Their guys have their jaws open.
Lucius just likes to be edgy music. And cut himself, but
Yeah. Demon Fulgrim looks up at the gold framed painting. Once garish and terrible, now it portrayed Fulgrim splendidly in front of the Heliopolis, flaming wings behind him. The painting was perfect, flawless example of the artist's skill. So now it's a good painting.
I think they did a Dorian Gray, dude.
Yeah, so the demon smiles as he saw the horror in its eyes, a horror not rendered by any artist. The demon bows, sheathes the anathema, and leaves as the last lights die out, leaving the last phoenix shrouded in darkness. So his essence, whatever you want to call it, his soul is trapped in the painting. You know what I mean? And then because his soul is pure, the painting is now
beautiful,
pretty. And no one bats an eye at that. No one's like, hey man, that painting used to look real fucked up.
It used to have tits on it. I'm pretty sure that's different.
It didn't have tits and
horns,
and now it looks brilliant.
Wait, don't say it looks bad. Actually. It just looks different.
All right, that's it. That's the end. That is the end of the book. All right, so in closing, what's your score?
Okay, I think this was a solid 7. Absolute 7.
7. I did 8. I did 8.5. Man, I like this one. I've read this before. Truth be told, I read it before a couple times, I think, but I don't know, something about reading it, man. I thought it was really fucking cool.
The first half is a 7. The last half of the book, I can pull up the parts, but oh my god, does it just absolutely just hit home? The body horror, the possession horror, the action's really good. The characters, you have gravity from the Primarchs. You're introducing Primarchs, you're introducing other legions, and this is primarily in the second half of the book. I really it has to be, like you said, I think it's close to 8.5, 9 in the second half. But it is just absolutely super enjoyable. In terms of single book, my favorite, because I feel like the first three are the first three.
I think they're one book almost.
But this,
I kind of go with one book.
This book, like, the only issue I have with it is you can't just pick up this book and just enjoy it. You would be lost. Like, who are these fucking people?
Yeah. You're like, what's going on?
Oh yeah, so. I think 8. All right, 8 is where I'll end at. Yeah.
Yeah. I've been saving these so we can like have a discussion on our point as we go. All right, who's your favorite character?
Oh, I mean, this is gonna sound so cheesy. Fulgrim is my favorite character. Honorable mention, Ostion. Because
good.
It's the only remembrancer I cared about, and like it was well written. Like, I genuinely feel like, what would you do if you were stuck on like this carnal hedonistic cruise and you wanted no business in it? You'd stay in your fucking room. You'd stay in your room and you just ignore everyone. That's he just like did exactly what he would like do. I'm just gonna keep chipping away at my painting or my sculpture.
No, he's gonna keep working.
And now that it's over, I'm like, where is everyone? And then exactly what you think would happen, he dies.
Yeah, it's like he brings his head up from the trenches. He's like, whoa, this is fucking weird.
This place is crazy.
I actually liked what's his name? Eldrad Uthring.
Oh, the elf,
I liked
elf
him.
guy.
Yeah, and I've never been a fan of the Eldar. I know, like, but I thought he was cool because, like, he's like a true good guy in this. Because, like, all right, so their race is like, you know, not kill, like not dominate the humans, but don't trust the humans.
They are racist.
They're bad. They're evil. Yeah. Well, they're all the whole universe is racist, but he goes against like his like, you know, whatever we'll call it, like racial biases, and he tries to reach out to help the people, ultimately for the good of everyone. And that's why I say he's like a good guy. And I thought he was a cool character. Like, and I said I'd never been a fan of the Eldar in the game or anything like that. I never really cared much about it, but I thought he's a really cool character. And he's like, you know, witchy and magic. I mean, I thought he was good. I just tried to pick someone different because like there are a lot of cool characters. Fulgrim is such a tragic figure, and it's easy to be like, that's my favorite character because it's obviously revolves around him. Being that as one book, the other guys were kind of hard to like fall in love with in a sense, like the Mariuses and the Solomons and the Juliuses, because like they're kind of like just like with the last book, it's like hard because they only got one book to grow them, you know, and then they're going to turn, you know what I mean? Like they either turn bad or they turn good and then they die, you know, stuff like that. So, all right, so the good. I have the good from this book was it felt like a cool horror movie or like a spooky possession movie, like the way it was progressing. I thought it was super cool the way it was like that. It was like you're seeing this insight of he finds this magic talisman, which is a sword here, but in other movies it's all type, you know, the Necronomicon or some kind of shit like that. You know what I mean? But it was cool to see this like small, slow, and it was and I felt it was kind of slowish for one book, like, you know, dissolving into madness, and it was cool. And then it went crazy. I love the end how it was like, you know, at that concert, it was like that is the craziest you can probably imagine someone writing this to go.
You get Event Horizon mixed with like Evil Dead and then
Event
like
Horizon,
Alien 2 when like yes, the obvious literal Space Marines. Like it is like that's my favorite genre is horror, and you cross it successfully with sci-fi, which is difficult because it typically can be pretty cheesy. But in like on a literature standpoint, very well done. Like I said, he had a lot of groundwork to get through in the first half, and he still was able to just write this Lovecraftian, just bizarre, crazy horror sequences at the end, and tie in the Dropsite Massacre, Noise Marines, Demon Nets. Like
yeah. That was also one of my goods was like the intro of all these things. So the intro to Eldar, that's the first we ever seen Eldar in the series. Orcs kind of intro, but Eldar really like, you know, went pretty deep. And then we have the biggest battle of the series so far. You know what I mean? Like, and it was cool how that all got tied in. And then I also liked I know how we always talk about how the humans are not used well. I thought the humans were used well in this one. Like they were. You had Ostian, who was like this little, the one sane one, and then the other humans, they all they started out troubled, and you can tell that they were going to be the bad guys in a sense. You know what I mean? Like Serena has problems. Beck was a diva, and then it's cool to see them also evolve into this like madness of each one different. You know what I mean? Like Serena's cutting herself more, and she sadly has to kill people because her paint sucks without blood. Beck would dives headfirst into being like this diva, and it was good. I think they used them really well. Yeah, I mean. Evan Tobias, he was kind of throwaway, you know what I mean? Whatever, or Ethan, whatever his name was, he's like, whatever, you know what I mean? But like the other ones are pretty good. All right, so what was bad about this?
I really don't have too much to complain about. The pacing in the first half is like the only thing I can't even say bad. It was necessary, but I mean, I read the first half of that book and it more or less went out the window. Like, because it's like short of the Eldar. We understand the groundwork of the heresy. We understand like Fulgrim's descent into this like this where he ends up in the demonhood. It just like I felt like the pacing was so slow in the beginning. It was just like the first couple parts. I was like, okay, let's go.
Yeah. I mean, really, like the only thing I saw bad was that Solomon got more love than Torgadon for his death. I was very, very upset about that because Solomon literally was a character introducing this book, and I have here he has 5 pages of death descriptions compared to 1 fucking paragraph for Torgadon. I'm like really upset about that. And then other bad, it's not bad, it's good. It's like it made me feel bad for Fulgrim, who's a total douchebag asshole, but I felt bad.
I mean, it's Macbeth, like straight up, like you get a gig of Chad, but he kind of like.
But and I feel you would feel more sad for him if you came this blind. But by the time I read this, I already knew these were the bad guys, and he was like this weirdo street guy, so I didn't feel as bad. But if you were reading this fresh, he's this image of like the perfect warrior and all this good stuff, and then you see him slowly, transform that perfection into like this madness of sadism, and all of a sudden you'd feel real bad. I thought another good point after we got to bring up was like a fucking primarch guy. That's like that's not supposed to happen.
I think there's a quote in something else, but they're like people like in other writings of the Dropsite Massacre, but they're like that was the day we found out like the primarchs are not immortal. They die just like any other man. And I'm like, dude, imagine you're just like a guy, like you're just a space marine, and you just watch Big Daddy get his head cut off.
Yeah. And so like in the common lore, they're starting to bring a lot of these guys back who are been lost. So the bad guys are easy because they turn into monsters and they vanish into the warp. And as far as the game's concerned, they can bring them back whenever with easy writing. You know what I mean? Gilliman was like a 3-book series of how he got resurrected. He was in stasis, you know what I mean? Like so, and then now they just brought back the Dark Angels Primarch. He was missing, so a lot of guys are missing, but the Iron Hands they'll never get him back.
He did it.
Gone.
Like you can't even Darth Maul that.
His head was chopped off. Yeah, like it'd be a stretch for them to be like I don't think people would appreciate it actually. Like as much as the Iron Hand players and all people like them would love to see a Primarch. Like I don't think they would appreciate it if they had some kind of weird, warp fuckery where it's like, oh, he's back. You know what I mean? Like, no, man. Like his head got cut off, dude.
He's big boy dead.
Done. Yeah. So. All right. So, up next we have Descent of Angels, and we're gonna travel to medieval Europe and hang out with some knights. That's all you got. If you don't know this book, it's a departure. So, like I said before, the first 3 are straight in line. 4 is very close in line, and then even this one stays in the same area as the rest of the books. But the next book is literally it's going to be totally different. So thanks for tuning in. If you like what you hear, drop a review, a follow on the podcast app of your choice. We're on YouTube. Everything is a Heresy Hangout. We're on IG. We got a Gmail, heresyhangout@gmail.com. If you want to drop a line, tell us how much we suck or whatever.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, tell me how much I suck. I love it. I'm an emperor's children.
Yeah, I actually want to put myself in your position and listen to a bad podcast so I can enjoy that, because I think that sounds really good.
Yeah, so I can enjoy that suffering. But that's it. We had a kind of long hiatus. RJ moved. I was busy doing some work stuff, so we're going to try our best to get back to our monthly podcast. But don't forget about us, because our jobs are kind of hectic here and there. So there may be some breaks, but we're not giving up. We're not stopping because we enjoy doing this.
We can tell them I am Alfarius, so yeah, I'm pretty busy.
Yeah. But to stay tuned, we're not as busy as other podcasts like weekly, because we're reading 500, 600, whatever page books. So it does try to hit a monthly schedule. But if we don't make it, don't discount us like we dropped off the face of the map. We just we have lives. I don't make any money. I don't know if you know this. This is not paying my bills. You know what I mean? I have other things to do.
No, I don't think understand. I don't make money. I'm poor. This is all I have going for me.
Yeah, so please subscribe.
Please, God, subscribe.
We'll put a Cash App link
up. Put my
Venmo. So that's all. We'll see you next time in the Heresy Hangout.
And goodbye.